Everyone, good morning. The September 21st, 2016 meeting of the City Council is called to order. The meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note, customers of CenturyLink, you may view this program in high definition on Channel 1002. And some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this program on digital channel 69.9. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chamber, go out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to the city clerk up front. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment. Citizen participation or public hearing items. If anyone is present, okay, well, thank you. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward to see our city clerk. If you parked in the parking garage and did not receive validation, please see our security personnel when exiting and they'll take care of that for you. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for a moment of silence and will remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we will proceed now with our ceremonial portion of the agenda. And Councilwoman Tarkanian is excused. She's still recovering from some surgery. Thank you. Morning, everybody. Okay, for our first item, I'd like to invite our Operations and Maintenance Director, Jerry Walker, to join us, please. Looking very, very sharp this morning. Good morning. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values, as you all know, of ACTION, which stands for Achievement, Creativity, Teamwork, Integrity, and Ownership Now. They build our community to make life better, and I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month is Raymond Miller. Come on down, Raymond Miller. And his beautiful family, who you will introduce as we get there. Wow. Raymond's been with the city for 15 years and is one of our street sweepers. Raymond is out on our streets regularly, driving one of our motor sweepers to keep our streets clean and safe. He's also very caring and conscientious, which has become apparent as I tell you about one of the recent incidents with which he was faced. On the morning of March 10th, Raymond was driving his sweeper en route near Eastern Charleston when he noticed a young woman lying on the sidewalk. Raymond stopped his sweeper, got out to check on the lady, and it quickly became evident that she was injured and needed assistance. Raymond called his supervisor, who contacted our fire dispatch to send paramedics to the location. He stayed with the woman until help arrived, and when she complained she was thirsty and hungry, he provided her with a bottle of water and a banana from his own lunch. And she was shivering and seemed underdressed to be outside, so Raymond even gave the woman his jacket to wear. He's obviously a great example of a kind and good human being and the type of people who work for the city and care about this community and the people who reside in it. Our motor sweeper operators are out driving our roads for long, long hours, and it would be easy to ignore things that they pass on the road. But Raymond continued to look to make our community better, and in this instance, help a woman in distress. So, Raymond, we thank you for your compassion, for all that you do for our city and our residents, and we are proud to present you with the Employee of the Month Award. Wonderful. And point you to our left, where this sign, which you can't see because it's facing out, has your name on it and will be up there for the whole month, so you can see your dad's name up there for a whole month, which is lovely. And it will be displayed outside City Hall, as you know, right there on Main Street. So let's start with our wonderful Jerry Walker first, some comments, and then if you'd like, we'd love to hear about your family too, and some words, okay? Jerry.
Thank you, Mayor, and we do call him Scott. And so Scott's a very nice individual. He's been with us for 15 years. We were just discussing today. He and I both started in the Streets and Sanitation Division in September of 2001. Scott's a very, very nice individual, very conscientious, does a great job for him, and his character has always been exemplary. And when I heard of this incident, it's made perfect sense to me that he would stop and do that. So for all of your good work and all of your good deeds, thank you, Scott.
Okay, so your given name is Raymond Scott Miller?
Yes, ma'am.
It is. And why did we drop the Raymond part? Is that somebody you didn't like?
That's my dad's name.
Oh, we have to like your dad, so that your mother could call you separately, right?
To avoid any confusion.
I love that. Okay, so here's Scott and his beautiful. Wow, you did a good job here.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the City of Las Vegas for the opportunity to work here. I'm flattered for the award, the Employee of the Month. I would like to thank Jerry Walker, my director, and my family for all the support.
And who are they? Could you tell
My
me?
wife, Kelly, my daughter, Amanda, and my son, Joshua.
Oh, wow, are you proud? So you have a beautiful family to come home to every
I do.
day. Yes, you're very lucky. How many years you married?
10 years.
All right. It's almost as long. You met her while you were at work.
Yes, ma'am.
Ah. Well, we congratulate you, and let's get a picture taken. But I want to give you good luck. Mayor Chip, good luck, good health.
Thank
One
you.
for Amanda, one for you. It works for show and tell at school. Thank you. Thank you. All right, let's go get a picture.
Okay, can I give that back to you?
You can take it home with you if you like. Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, Councilman Coffin, you're dressed for the role today. You are going to honor a special time in a group of people.
I'm not wearing my very special Chilean clothing because I'm not from Chile, but it is. This is, and you know, the weather has cooled down a little bit. I always feel like I can get back into Anglo dress. Yeah, it's just, you guys are too stiff, man. You gotta live like Latino people. Well, first of all, thank you very much, Mayor and Council. As you know, we always celebrate the month of September and varying dates within the month of September, but close to the middle of September for everybody from Mexico south to Tierra del Fuego. And we today are celebrating a country which has never been in front of the council before as our, you know, our commemorative country, Chile. The club has been here a long time, but they just haven't heavily lobbied until a certain young lady came to work for the Ward 3 staff. And I think after Maria had arrived, well, then it sort of became pretty impossible for us to avoid Chile, considering she has that kind of blood. And I want to say that here is a country that is 3,000 miles long. It is as long as we are wide, and it's about 6 feet wide. It literally stretches all the way from the northern half of the continent of South America to the end of South America. It is the coastline. It is everything west of the Andes Mountains. But it is so many things, so many peoples, highland people, valley people, coastal people, all within a relatively narrow band, but a remarkable number of climates, from sea level to the top of the Andes. And so different cultures are represented by people here. You can't expect someone to wear all the clothing that represents Chile, but everybody here has something that does that. The club being founded in 1985 by Nelson McKenna and Paulina Jimeno. I don't know, are they here today, Maria? Okay. Maria is going to help handle some of this agenda today because she knows everyone here. Let me just say that they have been very active. But in the month of September, so many organizations come into focus. And it's usually the Mexicanos because they are the vast majority of people who migrated to this country. But many are here from Chile who have a quiet life and a very distinguished life in business and in the professions too. And so we really wanted them to dress in costume which is appropriate for the country. Costume dress, not their everyday business dress, but something that is very close. And so Maria is dressed in wasa, which is nice clothing, and a very strong example. Maria Norero, please come here. That's.
They didn't make it so you could walk fast.
She has Basque blood too, if that helps. When she's not herding sheep, she's herding me. I wanted to say, give us a little story about Chile and about the people who are here, and maybe introduce us to some of them, including your mother.
Okay. Well, thank you, Councilman Coffin, for giving the opportunity to showcase, as you said, a group that makes up a minority of the Hispanics in our community, but we're still a strong community, as you can see. We get together every year to celebrate Fiestas Patrias, which commemorates our Independence Day on September 18th. And that's where we get to enjoy delicious food, traditional food. We do our cueca, and we dress up, and we kind of commemorate the heritage of our country. So thank you for letting us showcase our group. We are a small but mighty group in Las Vegas, and we've been here a long time. The Huaso attire, so I'm dressed as Huasa de Salón, and our other ladies are dressed as Huasas, and that's what you would dance the cueca, and but it comes from the tradition of cowboys and cowgirls in Chile. The middle part of the country where we have agriculture, that's where we celebrate our huasos and huasas, and it's a Quechua word, so it's an indigenous word that literally meant the top of a horse, so to mount the top of a horse. That's where the word comes from, cowgirl and cowboy. So I will say that today is also International Peace Day, so I thought it would be appropriate with everything going on in our country and just recognizing the fact that even within groups like Chilenos, like you said, there's a lot of diversity, but even within the community of Hispanics in our community, there's a lot of diversity. We're from lots of different countries, lots of different climates, and lots of different backgrounds. And so I think it's wonderful on a day like today to recognize maybe a small group that adds to the great diversity of our city and great diversity of our country. So I really appreciate this opportunity. I'm very proud.
And we're very proud of you. Now, don't leave here. Don't leave here. Come back, please. Okay, the officers of the association should be brought forward and introduced,
Sure.
so that we might present a proclamation to them.
Do you want the whole group to come up, or do you want?
Well, I think that the officers and
Okay.
members, and then we can mention the names of
Okay.
everyone here. They don't,
Okay.
and they can stand and be recognized.
So the president of the association, who's been so helpful, she's even battling a cold, and she's here, is Sylvia Boswell. So come on up. Come, Sylvia. And she has some things to say about the group, but she also is here to accept the proclamation on behalf of the group.
Hello, Sylvia. Welcome to the council.
Welcome. Thank you.
Here you go.
Very
Please
much.
say a few things.
Very good. Thank you very much. I never did. Very good. Could I be able to read this a little bit here? I have a little bit writing here. Thank you. Welcome to everybody, and Ms. Goodman and all councilmen. Thank you, and Maria Jose and Councilman Coffin. I'm very, very delighted being here and seeing all my fellow Chileans here. I would like to read a little bit there because I'm very sick. But I made it. I didn't have a voice, and everybody at work was very happy. But I'm recuperating. I'm getting better. Okay, first I would like to thank the City of Las Vegas and its council members for recognizing the hard work and dedication to the Chilean American Association of Nevada. It is a privilege to be recognized by the very city that we all call home. As a registered 501c3 nonprofit, our mission is to celebrate and share the Chilean culture with the Las Vegas community. Our group has grown to approximately 500 members since our start, registered in 2013. We have successfully organized car washes, charity drives, and festivals. With an ever-increasing member base, we hope to expand our impact in our community. The Chilean American Association started with the simple idea of giving back. What can a group of Chileans can help the people? Educate in the Las Vegas community about the Chilean culture and bring together other Chileans who may feel ostracized or homesick. We have helped Chilean families in need, especially families stricken by cancer. Also, we're giving scholarship awards, donate shoes to children in Mexico, and hold celebrations at the park twice a year to celebrate national holidays, thus keeping the Chilean culture and traditions alive. We came together wearing our traditional dress to share a portion of our culture with yours. Anyone can contact us through our email address, which is chileaa@gmail.com, and our Facebook page, Chile Las Vegas, and Chilenos in Las Vegas. If you look into social media, you're going to find all the information, every event that is happening. And also, I would like to invite every one of you to join us on Sunday, this Sunday, coming Sunday, September 25th, for the Chilean Independence Day celebration at the Mountain Crest Park, located at Durango Drive and Lone Mountain Road, from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. We're going to be asking you for a Mountain Crest Park, okay? And we're going to be asking a donation of $5 for this association, and there will be typical Chilean food, music, drinks, traditional game contest, and a lot of fun. You can go, and we are all invited. I also would like to mention the consul from Los Angeles, Mr. Jorge Tagle. He sent us a very nice letter to all of us that I would like to get a copy and give it one to all of you, okay? And we're very grateful for that. Thank you for all of you, and appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Boswell. Thank you very much for representing the country. And we will enter the letter from the consul in Los Angeles into the journal for this day. Everyone's names who are here today will be entered into the journal for this day. And also, we have a proclamation, but I wanted to make sure that we recognize the names of the people who are here, because Their diversity in their backgrounds is important. But I think that probably the most important person, Maria, would be su madre. Huh? Your mother. Please introduce yourself.
So I was being humble and I put my mom, Patricia Munategui. I think you just didn't want to say her name because it's a long one.
It's embarrassing.
Patricia Munategui. So we came to this country when I was 3 years old from Chile, and that's the woman that made it happen. And she's great friends with Nelson McKenna, who founded the group. He couldn't be here. He's on vacation in Chile, right? Yeah. So do you want me to say all the names of the people here? Okay. Do you want them to come up as I say their names? Okay. Stand up when I say your name. Alejandra Martínez, David Morales, Andrés Vargas, Carolina Pozo, Priscila Andrea Aranguiz, Betsabe Callejas, Valentina Bozo, Nicolás Boswell, Berta Neira, Patricia Neira, José Neira, María Klein, Subía Mariam Klein y Nostroza. Yes, she got bit by a spider. She couldn't come. Héctor Riquelme Rivera, Rosario Ramírez Candía, Jaime Díaz, Carlos Vargas, Viviana Concha, Eladio Ahmad, Juan Carlos Godoy, Filex Gaete, Luisa Gaete, Michael Gaete, Gabriela Burger, Carlos Burger, Renato Saldaña o Saldana, Eduardo Rivera, Fabián Ríos, Cristian Sánchez, Silvia Boswell, Marcela Hubbard, Yexin Contreras, Nelly González, Jaime González, Graciela Frecho, Joe Frecho y Patricia Munategui. Oh, Andrea Ponce. You can say the rest.
Okay, Andrea Ponce, please stand up, please. Fabiola, I didn't get all the names. I didn't know if we're coming. Barbara, please stand. Cisternas, Bárbara Cisternas, and Paco, Jimena y su mamá, Elena Gallardo, Francis Taylor, and el hijo de Marcela también, Cody Hubbard, and anybody else, please. Anybody else I have in the back there? Okay.
Okay.
Working? I would like to ask your participation, please, and also I would like to thank you all your participation and motivation, the hard work we did for the past year. You've been wonderful. You make this happen for all of us, and I think it's a great honor for us to be in here. And I would like to ask you to accompany me in our typical chi-chi-chi, okay? We're going to do here all together, okay? C-H-I. L-E. Chi, chi, chi. Le, le, le. Viva Chile.
Viva Chile!
Very dignified. Just a minute. The proclamation, which the words have been said. And so here they are in print for you forever. We can make additional copies for use if you need them. But once again, we celebrate National Hispanic Heritage Month, and we recognize Chile special today. We declare this day your day and your month. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the council. Can you get everybody?
Can we get the mayor in there?
Mayor, Jim?
Mayor, come on over here.
Come in closer, not too close. We'll stay together, the three of us.
Okay.
I'm going to go sit in the truck.
Good. All right. Maria will provide you additional copies if needed.
This is her.
Elbows. Get well.
Don't get too close to the mayor. She's vulnerable. Thank you. Very much. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Our wonderful Mayor Pro Tem has a cold. He says he doesn't, but I think they have the same cold. How many days have you had your cold?
Oh, really, more than a week.
Ah,
4.
No problem. Yeah, no, I'm okay now.
I'm with her.
you're okay now?
It was just my voice.
Okay. Are you married? I'm so sorry. Do you have family, though?
Yeah, my niece came from Chile.
Oh, how nice. Beautiful. Look at that. Are you beautiful?
Very nice.
But maybe you were appreciative that your aunt lost her voice for a couple of days. I know anybody that's older, they love me silent, and we're waiting for Mayor Pro Tem to be silent as well. Okay, thank you, and congratulations to you all. Congratulations. You have food? Oh, my goodness, they have presents for us. I know food would be welcome. Oh, how very nice of you. Oh, thank you so much. Look here. Oh, please. And Mayor Pro Tem, we're getting gifts. Do I have a box? Was there a box of chips? Maybe without your germs.
I won't touch
Wait.
it. I won't touch it.
Okay. What I'd like to do, Maria, where are you? Would you be giving good enough? We have a good luck mayor chip for each of you. It comes with good luck, good health for each of you, and just so grateful that you live here and are part of our diverse community. I have a daughter-in-law from Salvador, Brazil. So not that you're next to Chile, but it's wonderful. We are just a melting pot of people, better than New York and Los Angeles. So bring more people, bring more of your families here from Chile. Congratulations. Maria, is there a national anthem?
Yeah, but I don't know the whole thing. Don't ask me.
Send her back home to learn. I'm not going to ask her. Okay. Thank you very much. No, of course, you know that. All right, so we have to move on. I've been told thank you so very much for your kindnesses to us, and congratulations on this wonderful anniversary. And we hope whatever we can do in the council, please, and mayor's office, to help move you all along and increase your population here. We love it. Thank you. Okay, for our next item, I believe, our next and final item. Here you go, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor.
Look how snappy he looks. I'm going to go over here.
I'm like Councilman Coffin. It's amazing what soap and water does for you, Mayor. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I have the distinct honor and pleasure of recognizing, thank you, of recognizing a young lady that has been working with the Ward 5 office for many, many years since she was, I don't know, what grade were you in? Maybe 6 or 7 years old is when I first met this young lady. Tiffany LeMay. Why don't you come forward, Tiffany? Let's give Tiffany a round of applause as she comes. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, when I first heard this young lady's voice, I'm not even sure if she was in kindergarten or first grade. I don't know, 6 or 7 years old. And it was amazing what came out of her mouth when she sang at that age. And ever since, she's been singing, not only for myself and the Ward 5 staff, but for the city of Las Vegas as a whole. Come and stand here, Tiffany, and turn around while I introduce you right here. You're very familiar to the camera. So Tiffany LeMay has been singing and performing since the age of 8. I've had the honor to have Tiffany perform at various Ward 5 events, such as the Back to School Fair and during the tree lighting ceremonies for the holiday. Tiffany has also performed at the Fremont Street Experience, Springs Preserve, Suncoast Hotel, Sam's Town, For the Love of a Tile, at the Paris Hotel, as well as the NBA Summer League. Tiffany is aware of community service and volunteers during President Obama's election, participated in cancer events for children, performed at senior assisted living facilities, and more. She also mentors youth with radio personalities such as Amy Jo Greer's organization, Corner for Success. In addition to Ward 5 events, Tiffany has participated at events for both mayors, Oscar and Carolyn Goodman, as well as Councilman Ross, as well as Councilman Beers. She currently has an EP, which is a song, and as I understand it, you can buy it on Amazon as well as iTunes, entitled Learn to Grow. She says it's everywhere now. She is currently a freshman at the College of Southern Nevada, studying criminal justice and psychology. Her singing vocals are amazing, and she was on one of the seasons for American Idol and was the top 48 contestant out of 75,000 people. How old are you now? How old are you now? She's 18, so I've been knowing her for 10 years. Yeah. Tiffany recently performed the national anthem during the rededication and grand opening of the historic West Side School recently. Tiffany has a bright future ahead of her, and we support her in her future endeavors. And so, before I present you with this proclamation on behalf of the city for all of your volunteer hours for not only the city of Las Vegas, but for the state of Nevada for representing us very well on American Idol, I would like for you to at least give us just a just give us just a little taste. Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna keep it like fun, okay. Ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby. If you need me, call me, no matter where you are, no matter how far. Don't worry, baby, just call my name, I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, 'cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, and ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby.
Thank you, Tiffany. And now, ladies and gentlemen, in great recognition of the community service and dedication Tiffany LeMay has shown to the city of Las Vegas, as well as the state of Nevada, I am asking the mayor and council members to join me in thanking Tiffany LeMay for her kind spirit and service to our residents and especially to our children. We do now hereby proclaim September 21st as Tiffany LeMay Day in the city of Las Vegas. Share a few words, just a few words.
Okay. Well, I mean, I've gotten the honor to sing and perform for many of you guys, and it's just so cool to see that, like, it's like recognized. Like, I mean, I don't I don't ever expect too much. I try to stay humble no matter what happens, but this is just really nice, and I really thank you guys. Oh no, of course. Continue. Just keep telling me.
And I know her mother Debbie is here somewhere. Okay, we'll come over here so you can take a picture with the mayor and council. Yes, Mayor.
I have to volunteer her. I see our president, interim president, UNLV, Don Snyder here. You know, how about for the opening of the debate? How about the opening of the debate singing the national anthem from UNLV? We'll give it a push. Thank you. Here.
Okay. Come here. No, we can take a picture. Where's the? There we go.
Okay.
Yeah, everyone's here.
Mom, come on.
Mama?
Proud.
Did you mean to call her Tiffany or Tiffany?
Tiffany. It's spelled like Tiffany.
I think she goes by Tiffany.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Congratulations.
You're welcome. So proud.
Thank you.
So proud you did that one right. Okay. So now we will. Thank you all. We'll take about 2 minutes. Thank you, Maria, again for bringing everybody together. And anyway, have a wonderful week and best of times, good health to you all. And we will now move into City Council.
I know.
Okay, we're going to start off with agenda number 8. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. We'll set the time in a minute because you'll have other opportunities to speak. Hearing and seeing no one, we'll move on to agenda 9. For possible action, any items that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff has requested we strike agenda item 28, restricted gaming license Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Save a Lot, 6100 Vegas Drive, suite number 130. Staff has requested we strike agenda item 29, restricted gaming license Jet Gaming LLC doing business as Save a Lot, 4440 East Charleston Boulevard, suite 150. Staff is also requesting we strike agenda item 31, restricted gaming license A&L LV LLC doing business as Via Brazil Steakhouse, 1225 South Fort Apache Road, suite 100. And staff has requested we obey agenda item 52, bill number 2016-56 to the November 2nd, 2016 meeting. That's my motion, Mayor.
Okay, that was to November 2nd on 52?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
Mayor?
Yes, that carries.
Yes, good morning, Mayor.
Mayor? We haven't posted yet, have we?
No, and Councilwoman has an absence excused. Yes.
Madam
We have
Mayor.
not. We've just voted. I asked to vote and to post. Okay. Councilman Coffin?
There, I have to go to the menu, and it's in and done. Just a minute. There you go. My vote is in.
It's to approve the agenda of those stricken 3 items and obeyed item 52 to the 2nd in November.
No, I'm not having trouble.
Okay. Thank you very much. That carries.
Madam Mayor,
I hear you, but where am I? I think I know this.
unrelated
Are
issue.
you our regent now?
Well, thank you, Your Honor. Regent elect.
Congratulations. Yes?
No, thank you, Madam
It's
Mayor.
done?
It's done.
Congratulations.
We won in the
Are we
primary.
in fear?
We worked very hard.
Good.
Education is my mission.
Perfect.
Madam Mayor,
And
I
you
didn't want
are-
to interrupt.
You are, your name, please.
Oh, I should know that after 20 years. John Moran, Moran, Brandon, Ben David Moran, 630 South 4th Street, on behalf of the applicant on items number, I believe, 28 and 29, Jet Gaming.
Okay.
I believe it was the motion of the council this morning to strike those 2 items.
Yes.
Let me give you a quick update on those 2 items. I represent Jet Gaming. I'm their gaming counsel. I'm not quite sure why this was referred back to staff or stricken by staff, but let me give you a quick update on those 2 locations. Those matters came before the Gaming Control Board and now are scheduled for the Gaming Commission in this month on their September agenda. At the Gaming Control Board hearing, those 2 items, which are slot route licensed items, were basically referred back to staff to come before the Gaming Control Board and Gaming Commission respectively on their October agenda. So what we'd like to do is, instead of striking the item and then having to come back and resubmit everything, we would ask Your Honor and the council if you would be amenable to maybe scheduling some time after, instead of striking the items, holding them in abeyance until a time after the Gaming Commission has a chance to either approve those applications for gaming licensing or deny those applications for gaming licensing.
Thank you, Mr. Moran, but isn't it, Ms. Panicello, isn't it they're able, as it's stricken, if it's stricken, which we just passed and voted, they can still come back at any time?
If the item is stricken, Mr. Moran is correct that we would have to bring it all back again. So if we voted to strike and you want to
No, what I'm
reconsider-
asking is, if in fact he is asking that we obey it rather than strike it, we have to bring it back and recall that item and then obey it.
That is correct, Mayor.
But my question to you is it not the same in effect that he can come back on behalf of his clients at any time because we have stricken it?
Can I ask Mary McElhone, what is the status of this particular license? Where in the process we are? We can just start it anew?
For the record, Mary McElhone, Business Licensing Manager. The City of Las Vegas is ready to go in this, but the reason why we had asked to strike it was because they were not ready with gaming yet. But we could obey this item to a date that would take place after the Gaming Control Board.
You're missing
heard the
my
item.
question. I don't know why I'm not clear. The item has been passed at this point. We can recall it. It is stricken. By being stricken, as recommended by staff, can they come back just at any time? Or has this put a time certain that they have to wait a year or something, in which case the abeyance is what we should do?
They could come back at any time. We would just put them back on the agenda when they notified us that they were ready, as long as we knew 2 weeks ahead of time.
So you're safe.
Yes, the only onus would be on us in preparing applications and whatnot, submitting to business license, letting them, do their thing, look at the applications, take it in. And we were hoping to avoid having to go through that whole process by just getting another date, because everything's properly agendized
Okay,
today.
there's the reason why you prefer it being obeyed rather than stricken.
Save fees and costs.
Saving costs. I love that.
Well, it's a lot of money, Your Honor.
I would ask to have it stricken, because I would make more money. But I'm trying to do the right
No,
thing here
so,
by...
you see, you have to be honest now, you're a regent. Okay, so, who made, that would be, you would have to recall agenda items 28, 29, that vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Moran, what is the date of the Gaming Control Board? What date would work?
I believe commission is scheduled for the Thursday, the last Thursday, or the third week Thursday in October. So maybe the last week in October would be good if there's an agenda here before the
I think we might have to go to the first week in November.
November, right.
Perfect.
November 2nd.
That date would be November 2nd.
Your Honor and Counsel, I would move to
Recall.
recall agenda items 28 and 29. That'd be my
Okay,
motion.
there's a motion to recall agenda items 28 and 29. Please vote, please post. Motion carries.
And I would move to obey agenda items 28 and 29 to the November 2nd, 2016 meeting.
And there's a motion to obey these two items then to November 2nd, 2016. Please vote, then please post. Thank you very much. Okay.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I don't know where staff decided at the last minute to strike this and didn't tell us, because at briefing yesterday, I was told that number 31 would be stricken and the reasons, but there was no mention of 28 and 29 in our briefings. We should always have this done so there are no surprises when we come in. It has appeared on a form that typically is kind of a pro forma thing everybody already knows in advance, and yet suddenly it's appeared.
Yes, please, if you would respond who you are, please.
Business Licensing Manager Mary McElhone. Councilman Coffin, the reason why you weren't notified at briefing was because we didn't find out until after the briefings had concluded.
Okay, did you notify the people, the applicants in advance, Mary, or as soon as you found out, did you notify them so that they would be able to come here and make an appeal for an abeyance before a strike?
Councilman Coffin, they had notified us, and the message that I had received, what they asked for the item to be stricken from the agenda and not obeyed.
I guess they didn't realize the difference, parliamentary speaking. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It was a learning experience for some of us. Thank you very much. Okay, agenda item number 10 for possible action to approve final minutes by reference to the August 17th, 2016 regular city council meeting. May I have a motion to approve the minutes, Mayor Pro Tem?
Your Honor, I would move to approve those minutes.
Thanks. There's a motion to approve those minutes. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. We're now on to agenda items 11 through 42, with the exceptions 28, 29, and 31 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, are recommended for approval by the departments, and may be enacted in one motion. A correction must be made on the record regarding item 14, as it is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian, not in Ward 5 as printed on the agenda. Also note, please, that the record should reflect my abstention on item 23 as it pertains to medical marijuana-related businesses, and one of my sons is involved in that industry. I will be voting on all other items. Are there any other items council wishes to bring forward? Are we okay? Okay, please.
In that case, Your Honor, I would move to approve the consent agenda items 11 through 42, with the exceptions of 28, 29, and 31.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 43, report by the Regional Transportation Commission, Transportation Resource Advisory Committee, TRAC, on the recommendations regarding sustainable transportation infrastructure. This is in reference to all wards, and we're very excited. Thank you. We love transportation.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Executive Director for Community Development. This item today is an item where the Regional Transportation Commission created a board of citizen representatives, some of our community and industry leaders, to look at the way that roadway planning is done and to provide some funding priority recommendations. With us today, we have Don Snyder, who's the chairman of this committee, as well as Tom Riley, who helped facilitate the meeting. He's going to give you a report and their recommendations based on the outcome of several meetings.
Good morning, formally.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And thank you, Jorge, for that introduction. For the record, I am Don Snyder. I'm the chairman of TRAC, more formally known as the Transportation Resource Advisory Committee. With me is Tom Riley, as you heard from Jorge. Tom doesn't need much of an introduction around here either. I think it's important to note that he served as our facilitator, a very effective facilitator, not only because he knows how to facilitate meetings like this, large group meetings, but he also has a pretty good understanding of the things that happen in Clark County and has a great perspective, and it was very helpful to our process to get to this point, which is basically ending the first phase, phase one of a two-phased project, which we're going to talk about today. One thing that was clear to us at the outset when we first started to meet is that the needs from a transportation infrastructure point of view are large, larger than probably any of us have an appetite for in terms of seeing a way through to funding. And that's really what created this group. It was during its September of 2015 board meeting that the RTC gave direction to develop and implement this committee and to execute a community engagement plan to provide information and to seek input on the transportation needs of Southern Nevada. We're here today to provide you with an update on TRAC and the committee's work over the first 6 months, which is the phase one of our project, which we refer to as roadway planning and funding. The first week in October, we will kick off phase two of this effort. That is focused on transit, which is another issue of substantial conversation and concern in our community. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Tom, and then I'll come back a little bit later.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council. Thank you for having us. The committee includes representation from home builders, gaming, chambers of commerce, labor, and a wide variety of large and small businesses, as well as transit riders, cyclists, and nonprofits throughout Southern Nevada community. And I believe each of you received a copy of our 36-member committee that is well represented from the community, very high-profile community leaders who participated. Their level of participation was excellent. They were constantly at the meetings, they were very vocal, and they added quite a bit to the process. The committee is business and community driven. Local governments provided technical assistance, but were not members of the TRAC committee. From January to June of 2016, TRAC meetings focused on roadway planning and funding as our phase one. In our discussion, what was always at the forefront was how best to move our community forward and find viable solutions to transportation demands and needs of our vibrant and growing economy in southern Nevada.
Well, look who's there. Famous person in the
Par-
picture.
Pardon?
Isn't that the famous person in the picture right there?
That's me hunched over at one of the meetings.
Both of you.
TRAC was tasked with 3 goals. First, study RTC's roadway and transit priorities, as well as projects and priorities of state and local governments, as the 2 phases shown on the slide and what Don had mentioned earlier. Second, provide input on community transportation mobility priorities and projects. And third, determine if additional funding is necessary, and if so, provide recommendations on how to potentially fund transportation priorities. The RTC collaborated with the community's feedback about their transportation needs and priorities through various outreach opportunities, such as community events, presentations, and surveying diversity groups and audiences. In terms of input which informed the TRAC committee, the RTC launched an interactive survey tool from January to the end of July to gather input from the community. This input from the public significantly informed the TRAC committee in its work. The slide provides a good sense of the breadth of input that was involved in the TRAC process. Through RTC planning staff and the TRAC committee, we went through a process to determine, out of all the input and consideration received, what transportation priorities are of most value. Out of the 9 transportation values the TRAC considered, this is how they ranked. The top 5 priority combines the TRAC's results and the outcomes from the public survey. The first was manage congestion. Second is enhanced modal connectivity. Third, increase safety. Fourth, maintain infrastructure. And fifth, improve economic vitality.
Thank you, Tom. Local jurisdictions have identified their current needs. When I alluded to the fact that there's a lot of demand out there for these type of transportation infrastructure projects, the local jurisdictions have a total of 364 roadway projects that would benefit their residents throughout this valley. These 364 unfunded projects have a cost associated with them of over $6 billion, as you can see in the slide. This doesn't even consider the roadway needs that will emerge over the next several years, or even account for our community's transit needs. We need to be realistic, and we are, that no one sees a path forward to reaching the $6.2 billion or the greater needs that will emerge. So there must be a way to prioritize those needs so we can address those needs that are consistent with the needs and the desires of the community. So I will now discuss what the TRAC committee recommends regarding the prioritization of roadway planning and funding. You'll see on the slide the 4 recommendations. The TRAC committee adopted the 4 planning recommendations, and they were passed unanimously by TRAC. I will tell you, I've not had too many opportunities to work with a 36-person committee, but to have that committee come together to be as engaged as they were, to be as diverse as they were, and to come forward with unanimous support for these 4 recommendations is unusual and spectacular in terms of having some a high level of comfort that the recommendations make a lot of sense. First, TRAC recommends that the RTC incorporate the transportation values, which Tom touched on, based on the combined public survey results and the TRAC workshop that we went through, where we did a democracy process, if you're familiar with that, that type of process. And we recommend that these values be input into the administrative and planning processes and the agency's goal, the RTC's goals as it moves forward. The second recommendation is the TRAC recommends that the RTC board encourage local governments to utilize the adopted transportation values priorities when submitting projects to the RTC for funding. Number 3, the TRAC recommends, again unanimously, that unfunded projects be prioritized based on a 3-tier system, identifying projects as high priority, medium priority, and longer-term priority projects. A list that incorporates the RTC's transportation values resulting from the TRAC workshop and the public input that we received. And then number 4, TRAC recommends that the RTC develop an online tool similar to the one we were exposed to from the city of Sacramento, which impressed all of us on the committee, to assess roadway transportation projects as we move forward into the future. The proposed project evaluation and benefit tool will provide greater transparency, which we feel is incredibly important in this type of a process. So it will provide greater transparency and accountability to the public for future transportation projects in southern Nevada. As indicated earlier, there are over $6 billion of unfunded needs. While fuel, this talks about the funding recommendations, which always gets into one of the more complex areas of both understanding what the options are, but also then identifying and prioritizing those options. While fuel revenue indexing will raise only between $2 and $3 billion, TRAC supported again unanimously as a short-term and an immediate solution to our funding needs, the 10-year extension of FRI as a viable and most logical option for roadway projects. TRAC
Excuse me if
recommends.
I might, Mr.
Yes.
Snyder, what is the projected income with a stable population at this point, where we are, of FRI bringing in funding? To what level? Do we know?
If it's extended for 10 years,
Yes.
it's estimated that it will be between $2 and $3 billion.
Wow. Okay, thank you.
Okay. TRAC recommends that the RTC and the Nevada legislature further study through a legislative interim committee options for longer-term funding that are detailed in this slide. We looked at a whole broad array of possible options. We are clearly aware that the world is changing with regard to technology with electric vehicles. We're clearly aware that mileage standards have been raised substantially. We have hybrid cars, and we need to look at longer-term solutions. But it is a complex issue across the country. There are states evaluating these trends in transportation and looking for ways to better recognize that the mix of vehicles on the road is going to move increasingly away from fuel vehicles, and there needs to be some funding alternatives that recognize that. But we think that takes greater study, longer term, and that's why we think that the fuel revenue indexing is a way of getting down the road while that study is more thoughtfully considered. The next slide really talks about coordination. And, I alluded to that earlier in my comments when I talked about the fact that we have a broad representation on our 36-member community. But when you look at municipalities, the range of municipalities that we have in this valley, the one thing that became clear to us is the need for coordination. And the visit that probably informed that conversation the most was the visit to Denver. Denver has done a tremendous amount dealing with their common issues with us over the last several years. They have, I think, 21 or 22 municipalities in their planning area. They have 2 counties in that planning area. And they have done a tremendous job of creating a collaborative approach to meeting their transportation needs. So we think that coordination is essential. We've had a chance to study and visit, as I suggested in the case of Denver, other communities to help inform our discussions in this regard. We clearly found that in major metropolitan communities, the transportation efforts that are most successful are those with wide community support and collaboration among all of the municipalities within the region. TRAC recommends presenting the tiered project priority list and the funding recommendations to our local jurisdictions to encourage their support of what is coming out of our committee. In addition to presenting our recommendations today, TRAC also recommends reaching out to the local jurisdictions, a process that's very much underway right now, cities and counties throughout our region, to provide them with a similar presentation. In order to get transportation projects to move forward, it is truly essential that we have this community coordination and collaboration where everyone gets together to work on a common goal and have a common framework in which to make decisions. This concludes our formal presentation today. Tom and I would both be prepared to answer any questions that you have. This is a really important subject for our valley. It's one of the reasons I got involved as a volunteer in this effort. And when asked to chair it, I got engaged because all of us experience every day the transportation issues and needs that we have in our community. But we'd be pleased to answer any questions, take any questions that you have.
Thank you both for the report, very informative. Anything inclusive in the discussions about our adjoining states and making those accesses into our state, or that was not considered at all? In particular, I'm thinking of Barstow to the state line, which is a mess. And it's California, but...
Right. Yeah, we didn't...
We did not. This dealt really more with the...
Just with Nevada,
with the local, the regional needs. And obviously, they're impacted by the visitors that come from other places. But our focus was really on
as a
more
really
internal.
a first step.
Yeah.
Excellent. Just great report. So comments, questions? Mayor Pro Tem, I felt that you
I
were
figured
right
you
there.
felt that, Mayor. Having spent a few years on the RTC and understanding what Ms. Quigley and her team have done to date, this is very important to me, and even our own staff recognizes the importance of transportation, certainly to this council. I do have a few questions for you. Number one, tell us about the collaboration. I see you put that, you did have that slide with all of the municipalities in the county on there. How did that go? Through the mayor, of course, Mr. Snyder.
Well, first of all, we had pretty good representation from around the region on our committee, but what really came out of it is the need to the process that we went through to establish the core values and prioritize those values was really very helpful, and we think that now there needs to be the type of conversation in each of the municipalities that starts here with this type of presentation and then gets the type of support that the RTC is going to need, so that when the recommendations do come in from the various municipalities, they represent the common thinking here. And that, I think, is the start and the important first step in getting some coordination. Is first of all sharing this information, getting an understanding, and having the type of discussions that hopefully then result in a common process forward.
And we've made presentations to all the county and the municipalities, except for North Las Vegas, which is this evening. And we've received, good reports and support. Everybody seems very comfortable with the recommendation, the tiered system, both elected officials and the staff. So at this point, there seems to be wide consensus that this is a positive direction going forward.
The thing that helps in that regard is a recognition that we can't do everything. I mean, $6 billion just where we stand today, not even taking into consideration the future things. That is a tremendously large number, and I think that it starts with a recognition that that's the number, so there has to be a system of prioritizing projects within that list. And so I think we've been well received in terms of having a process that allows us to create at least a common basis of understanding and then a process for prioritizing projects.
Okay, if I can, Mayor, continue.
Yes, please.
Have any of the municipalities submitted any resolutions through their councils or the county commission in support of FRI? Because you're right, we can't get it all done, and this is a big concern of mine. I'm a big supporter of FRI, and Mr. Rogoman likes to keep me in my corral because I talk too much about it, but it's important for all of Southern Nevada. In regards to that, has anybody done a resolution yet?
I'm
Question, we might want to turn to
Tina.
Do you know
Tina
what Raymond
Quigley.
is?
And Ms. Well, maybe we need to do a resolution in support of FRI and this report.
Each of the councils talked about it and expressed support of it. I think at every one of the presentations that I went to, there was wide support. But as far as a specific resolution, I'm not sure that I've seen one. But
I don't know if Brian McAnallen's in here because I got the wrong glasses on. I can't see out there.
He was here earlier.
But the 5 mayors have gotten together and written positively to supporting FRI, but have been advised, and it's sort of in abeyance right now, by our legal staff that we have to be very cautious on how we move forward in this, and not being an attorney, I have no idea why that is. But Brian McEnell and Betsy, maybe you could speak.
Yeah, I think there are a couple things. One, you can always adopt a resolution supporting these projects, et cetera, that have been presented and the general direction that we're going. In fact, in some of your prior actions, you have approved the project list. So it would stand to reason that now that there's a comprehensive look at this, that would be something we could bring back in the form of a report. You could approve it, or we could bring a resolution of support or something like that. I think the issue is you're really unable to weigh in using any governmental resources as it relates to a ballot initiative. That's different than stating your opinion and your support for these infrastructure projects.
Is that why the letter from the 5 mayors in support of FRI? We weren't talking about any funding or anything.
I will turn that over to Terry because there's some nuances in the state law about what advocacy means and all that stuff. I'll let her handle that. But as far as you all being able to take action on a resolution supporting this, that happens all the time. You guys do that all the time. So it's just we can't use our resources to try and influence the outcome of a ballot initiative specifically under state law.
So Terry, what is the difference of the 5 mayors doing exactly that?
Well,
where the next step would be to go to their councils for a
Mayor,
resolution?
I'm not familiar if in the past you had done a 5-mayor letter, but at this, from listening to Mr. Snyder and Mr. Riley, it sounds like at this point in time that the best thing that could be done is a letter of support or interest, but it cannot be committal on behalf of the mayors for their respective jurisdictions. Now, I'm not certain what exactly it will do, I mean, to what context you want to use this letter of support, but clearly it would be something that would support the program in a positive light.
Well, and it was to go to the committee on FRI. This one letter signed by the 5 of us was to go to the committee, the FRI committee, for their use.
I don't have a good answer for that. It certainly could come to our committee, and it could be memorialized then into our committee's recommendations, as the report that we produce. I will tell you that as a private citizen, FRI is something I didn't know a lot about when we started this process, but we've had a chance to test drive the fuel revenue indexing system over the past few years. The number of projects that were able to be done, the dollars invested, and the jobs, 8,500 jobs or so have been created through the funding provided by FRI. Having had a chance to test drive it, it really helps simplify, I think, the decision to move forward with continuing it. And when you look at the alternatives and the options we have to funding these incredible needs that we have in our community, I just don't know of any other way that we can meet the needs without having that to jumpstart the process.
Well, just be assured that we have signed the letter. It is done, but at this point, it's pausing in legal
Well, Mayor, let's do this. I think as a city, just like we did with the More Cops initiative, every municipality passed a resolution in support of more cops. I think that's kind of, Ms. Brett, well, you're kind of saying that same thing. We can do that resolution without committing any resources to...
Well, and really what you're saying is, if you set the whole issue of Fry aside for a moment, if what you're saying is you support what's come out of the track process, we can write a whole resolution about why you support what's come out of the track process. That should be no issue. And then, Mayor, maybe we work with some of the other cities in the county to get a similar resolution adopted there. And then there's no issue about the mayors would be speaking on behalf of their cities at that point in signing a joint letter. So maybe we can just get our government affairs folks to work with to work together on this and see if we can't get a resolution in front of City Council that maybe then could be replicated in other similar jurisdictions. And then that'll actually put more clout behind the all mayor's letters, because all of the city councils will have weighed in as well.
Well, I'd like to see, and I do see Ms. Quigley here, I don't know if you can come forward, but when we first discussed the possibility of the 5 mayors as a consortium working together on the common good, I think you had recommended, once that is done, really the best help would be for it to go to the FRI committee. And so I'm just going to ask you.
And I would recommend, as we talk with our legal groups, that we look at what's been done.
Could you announce yourself for
Oh,
our
I'm sorry.
record?
Tina Quigley, for the record, Tina Quigley, General Manager of the Regional Transportation Commission.
She's not very experienced.
As we had these conversations about how the mayors wanted to get involved, we were looking at other jurisdictions as well, like in Phoenix, where there had been a coalition of mayors who had very actively advocated for some ballot questions. And they worked with the advocacy group in sharing their message. Again, staff needs to be careful to educate, not advocate, but certainly as elected officials, it was our understanding that you could share your opinion as to what you thought was right for your constituents and your community.
Thank you. Thank you. If you'll just remain up here, because I know that Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman both have questions, or all 3 have questions.
Thank you. With your permission, Mayor, may I continue? A couple more questions. Specifically, I didn't see in this report, and please provide a copy of this report for all of us, if you would, please, so we've got it sitting on our desk, about the proposed elevated roadway. Is there any mention of that during this track session? I mean,
it has not been a part of the formal conversation of track. I don't know how that issue gets dealt with, quite frankly.
Yeah, we did not, that didn't come up in actually any of our conversations on the funding of the roadways or to entertain a specific proposal around that.
With the mayor's permission, Ms. Quigley, can you answer that?
Well, I can share with you the status that I know of now. That is a county project that is funded with the county's room tax dollars. It's about a $250 million project. But what they're doing right now is studying the feasibility of, it's an elevated one-way couplet. So we've got elevated roadways going north, we've got elevated roadways going south. They have awarded 2 contracts to 2 firms. They split the north and the south. One was Lewis Berger, and I think the other was CH2M. And again, they'll be studying the feasibility, the cost-benefit analysis before they decide to move forward.
Well, again, through the mayor to you, Ms. Quigley, I know the RTC did a very comprehensive transportation study, because I was still on the RTC when you began that journey. And nowhere in that report is there anything mentioned about elevated roadways. In fact, in many municipalities throughout this country, they're turning them into parks because they're useless.
I have read that. Now, I do have to clarify that in the TIBP, the Transportation Investment Business Plan, there was, one of the projects that was included was the concept of an elevated expressway connecting the airport to the resort corridor. The county they were able to accelerate that project, and like I said again, they will be studying the feasibility of it. And they've created a 3-member oversight panel, and we do have a member of the RTC that's on that oversight panel, taking a look at, again, the feasibility of it, that Dr. Fred O'Heaney from the RTC is on that 3-member panel.
Okay, that answers that question in that report. One more question, and Mr. Snyder, you alluded just briefly to electric vehicles. Are we going to see legislation regarding electric vehicles in this next session?
Well, at the very first meeting, I announced to the group that I happen to drive a Tesla, so I happen to be aware of electric vehicles and the fact that I don't go to gas stations near as much as I used to. And my suggestion was that we have to look beyond the traditional ways of funding roadway projects. And so I support that. But what became clear through our conversations is that the whole country is dealing with how best to do that. So far, the number of electric vehicles is minuscule compared to those that are traditionally fossil fueled. And so I think we have some time. So our recommendation says that when we look at FRI, we think that provides a short-term, an immediate solution to getting down the road, so to speak, and that we really encourage the legislature to create a special committee, a legislative committee, to evaluate the trends in transportation, look at what's happening around the country, because other states are dealing with the same issue, trying to find the best way of taking into account these trends. But it's just not ready for a ripe conversation to make a specific recommendation. But it needs to be, and I think a legislative committee should do that while FRI is getting us, again, so to speak.
And this may help, Mayor, if I can direct Ms. Fretwell to find the best way for the city of Las Vegas to demonstrate leadership and support in what TRAC has done, whether it be a resolution, also giving our mayor the ability to put the other mayors to work in a leadership role to continue this process down the road.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, we're going to start our second phase on the transit planning, and we're going to get an update on the legislative, what we know so far, and it is our understanding that there are several legislators that are addressing that issue, and we'll be submitting those.
Wonderful news. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. And two, it's already on the ballot in November, so the main thing is get the word out for anybody who's listening. It's an important issue.
Your Honor.
Councilman, yes, and then Councilman Coffin after Councilman Ann.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's my understanding that all the monies that are going to be raised if the ballot initiative passes is strictly for road projects, for pavement, for traffic control devices. It has nothing to do with public transportation. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, I mean, obviously, this is a big deal because most people drive around in cars in Las Vegas. That's mostly how they get around. So just so everybody's clear, whoever's watching this, can you talk about if the ballot initiative passes, how the taxpayer will be affected when they go to the pump to buy their gas?
We should have Raymond.
Yeah.
And that, we might want to have Raymond or Tina come up, and or Tina, just to give the.
Yeah.
It's a very good question.
So again, Tina Quigley, General Manager of the Regional Transportation Commission. So when we talk about the question 5 and what it means to the average driver, we explain it as it will add about, cost you, the average driver, about 25 cents per day. That's a nice, easy way to explain it. It's not quite 25 cents, but that's we usually tell people it's about a quarter. For the average driver, it's about a quarter a day. Kind of breaking news to share with all of you. Yesterday at the County Commission, they passed an ordinance so that if question 5 passes, the cap on the annual increase can never exceed 4 pennies per year. So it can never exceed more than 4 cents per year. The legislation currently says that it would be tied to a 10-year rolling producer price index, inflationary index, which actually is about, at the most would ever, we weren't really even forecasting 4 cents. But by having a 4 cent cap, you can very easily explain to voters kind of tangibly what it means. It's kind of easier to consume and process as opposed to explaining the PPI, 10-year rolling PPI index average. Does that help?
Yep. Okay. Two other comments. First of all, I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem bringing up electric cars. They got to pay their fair share too on this because they use the roadway. So I'm glad you're looking into that. I'm glad it was on your slide. And the third thing, which is just a bug of mine, because I drive in from the northwest into downtown during rush hour in the morning, and I drive back in the afternoon during rush hour, and I see that stupid HOV lane, and it's empty, and half the cars are just one driver. So if you can make that part of your plan to do away with HOV lanes, because that would reduce congestion and manage some of your other goals, I think that would be great. So that's just
we'll have NDOT come and visit you soon.
Thank you. I was told that we can't do anything about it, but I'm just going to get on my soapbox because I get sick of seeing that empty pavement every morning. So thank you.
There's Don Snyder, for the record, there's a few of us that might climb up onto that soapbox with you. But in California, electric vehicles can drive in the HOV lane, so it gets a little bit more use, but still it's an issue that needs to be addressed.
I'm still not buying an electric car. Sorry.
Well, thank you. And I have to, before I give it to Councilman Coffin, it was during my State of the City that he mentioned we were talking about gas and cost and roadways, and he said that he doesn't pay. at which point I remember saying, wow, we got a whole area there that we're not even thinking about. That was a year ago, because how do we take care of all of you wonderful people who are keeping the air clean? Anyway, Councilman Coffin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and I don't mind being outed as a owner of Volts. I'm on my third Volt, and I don't think I could ever go back to a gasoline-powered car. But that's the future, and planning for the future is what we are supposed to do, and why we pay specialists like Ms. Quigley to do that. But I know Senator Foley, former Senator Foley's in the audience today, and of course, Councilman Beers and I served together, and we recall trying to get equity for people who drove on the roads. And every time we made an attempt to get equity for the automobile drivers, and it was defeated by the trucking industry because they get a free ride, virtually free. They pay some taxes and fees, but virtually free by the lobby, the trucking lobby. And so, you know, in the end, you can stick the Volts and the Teslas all you want and get a few pennies to the Treasury while letting the trucks go free. And see, all these roads are built extra thick for trucks, and the lanes wear out extra quick because of the trucks. And, you know, I'll be on that soapbox till the day I die, because I came in as a freshman transportation chairman in 1983 into the Assembly. We had the issue then. 25 years later, it's still here. Until we get equity, 35 years later, until we get some real cojones, I almost said something else, I think we won't have our legislators do squat on this issue.
I apologize for.
They can pick on, don't apologize, John. You know, as I make my own gaffes, and I apologize when I do, I want to make sure that, you know, it's understood that a need always has to be sold before you find the way to pay for it. Always make sure the need is discovered. And if you think about the division of money on this kind of thing, there are ways of dividing, and sometimes people pick up population and say that's how you should define it. But believe me, the center of the valley is the city, and the city is the nexus of all roads. And really, we are the roadblock, frankly, of the valley. So we need, in the city, a lot more money than someone, a bean counter, who might say, well, you've got 640,000 population, you should have X%, and the county's got 1.2, and this and that, and they should get twice as much. Well, that's just fine and dandy, but, you know, the people they want to spend their money on out there in the rural areas and in the valleys, the unincorporated areas, they have to come through the center of Las Vegas. We can't handle their traffic if we don't have sufficient funds. So I think it's very important that the need is established, exactly what projects you'd like to do. You know the old drill, Don. Right. And then we see what we need for that project. That was just a lecture. The other thing I wanted to make sure on was, are we putting too much money into the road system at once? Will we hurt ourselves by driving up our cost of construction? That's happened before with stuff, when all of a sudden you've got major jobs going out there. Neon's costing, you know, quite a bit. It's causing other projects to cost a lot. Will we see an impact then on the cost of construction because of a labor shortage, equipment shortage, all these things? How do we put it in the system?
First I'll address the last question regarding labor shortage, cost of construction. We've had a very intense construction period over the last 3 years. Not only has RTC and the jurisdictions have road work related to our fuel revenue indexing funding source, but also water reclamation has had a huge project out there. Southwest Gas, Nevada Energy are starting to rehab and replace lines, grow lines. Master developers are out there right now. There's a lot of work going on. And yet we've continued to see bids come in under engineers' estimate. In fact, when we originally started our program, we thought we'd get about 199 projects out of the revenue source of the first round of FRI. And we're up to 223 projects right now, because cumulatively the bids have come in about $60 million under the original engineer's estimate. So I can't project out into the future, but I think you raise a good point. The other thing that we are really working on collectively now as a community, and I've talked with this council a bit before, is what we call our Seeing Orange campaign, or a coordinated project campaign, wherein we're working with the other with all the jurisdictions each one of the utilities and developers to try and more aggressively and collaboratively plan our projects so that we're limiting the amount of capacity reduction we have in our roadway system. And with that will come kind of more phasing as it relates to jobs and construction.
Thank you, Tina. Mayor, I just want to say I do support this measure as well as the track work so far. I really do appreciate what you've done. So let's keep FRI going.
Good. Thank you.
I just have one more thing I have to address, and Don, maybe you can talk to him a little bit more later about when Sacramento came and did their presentation on their online program and how we're going to be adopting the prioritization.
Yeah, I mentioned that we had some folks come in from Sacramento, and we were very impressed by the systems that they put in place for dealing with some of these issues. I'm not sure off the top of my head I can go into much more depth than that, but what we have come to realize is that in most of these issues, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. There's some pretty good models out there, and I think that's been a big part of the conversation and the progress that we've made through the committee, and we'll continue to do that. And I think that was part of the value of this committee getting together in this first phase, is realizing that there are some things out there that we can learn from.
And a presentation was made at the U.S. Conference of Mayors 2 years ago by Sacramento.
Really?
And so, I mean, it really is where we seem to always be late. And I think that we're aggressively going out and having these committees formed is really important. But I remember particularly talking about that and so impressed with what they had done. It was more about the technology and the websites and the way they were working it, rather than the entity itself, what they were doing, which obviously was phenomenal. I have a
And
question.
RTC is actually working on that tool here to have the same type of website, which is very transparent.
Excellent.
So they'll be implementing
I
that and
mean, it
rolling that out
really
soon.
is. It's wonderful. I have a question. I'm not sure if it's legal or legislative. For the county to pass an ordinance with a cap is sweeping. That's sweeping throughout southern Nevada. I know that the legislature gave the county commission years ago the authority to create the RTC. Once created, the RTC is an independent body. What if the cities, or a city, disagreed with the cap? I look at, and the only reason I'm thinking about this is because I know how nobody saw the recession coming when you gentlemen were both up at the legislature, and we ran into the problem with the property tax and then the CPI as well, whichever was lower, which is why we're not getting the funding. I'm wondering with this cap, are we under that umbrella legally? What if the city, in its 135 square miles, wanted a different cap?
Mayor, it sounds like what the legislation did was give enabling legislation to the RTC, to the county,
to Clark
via
County,
to RTC.
Enabling legislation to Clark County.
Yeah, to
to
Clark
enact. The
County.
RTC is the collection agency. We're the agency that collects the funds and then disperses them to the different jurisdictions.
So if the city of Las Vegas is in disagreement, the RTC has representation within the RTC board to voice their opposition to this cap. That's why they have representatives from all the different jurisdictions within the RTC. That's the best I can respond.
I'll add
I'm just curious about it because, you know, we plan and we do, and then we forget about recessions, which seem to come every so often on a regular basis. And so we seem to get into trouble, too. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, I think the RTC would have limited ability since it's really the county that was given the authority to set the cap, and so it's...
Okay.
I will just, Don Snyder for the record, I'll just speak again as a private citizen listening to the conversations that took place yesterday and listening to Guy Hobbs talk about the various, the PPI and so on, and how the 4% cap may impact it. I don't think the 4% cap is abusive at all in terms of limiting unnecessarily the funding that comes from FRI. But it does, I think, provide for the taxpayers at least some assurance that it won't go unlimited. But I didn't see anything that, especially with Guy Hobbs' numbers, that gave me cause for pause. So.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Thank you for the report. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having us.
We're excited for the future. You'll be back, I guess,
We'll be back.
after phase 2.
Phase 2, yes. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks. Okay, agenda item 45, we're moving on because of time issues. Agenda item 45 is what we'll take next. Report by city staff regarding an overview on the history of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's funding formula, and that's in reference to all wards. And good morning.
Good morning, Mayor. For the record, Mark Vincent, Chief Financial Officer, and with me graciously is Richard Hogan, the Chief Financial Officer for Metro, and we also have Assistant Sheriff Todd Fasulu in the audience, who probably will maybe clean up at the end of this presentation. So the reason why we're doing this presentation today is we just wanted to overload you with a bunch of numbers. No, I'm just teasing. Just teasing. Just teasing. There's been a lot of conversation here of late, and we go through it every year when Metro goes through the budget. How does the funding formula work? How's it working for us? Why does our contribution go up and down? Those sorts of things. And we thought it would be a good opportunity for us to present to you specifically how the apportionment plan works, how the funding formula works, and the resulting budget that's allocation that's derived from that. So Richard and I are going to go through those numbers a little more in depth than you normally see. And I don't know if all of you get a copy of the Metro budget, and certainly our fiscal affair members do, but all this detail is in this budget. We're just going to kind of bring it to your attention so you can see how this process works, because it is a little complicated and is actually set in statute. So we're going to talk about that first. So, and again, Richard and I are going to tag team because you'd be bored if you listened to me talk about numbers for 10 minutes. It might be helpful to talk a little bit about how Metro got created. It got created in 1973. The legislature created it. And there were a couple of findings that the legislature made. And one was that there was a substantial duplication of functions. And so this idea of consolidation was a good idea, more efficiency. And there was also the idea that in merging the law enforcement groups, we'd get that efficiency, but we'd also increase communication facilities, lower purchasing costs, and coordinate law enforcement efforts. Interestingly enough, in 1973, for those of you that remember, and we're here, it created a police commission, and my read of the bill back then was that it was 3 and 3. 3 county, 3 city, and it wasn't an odd number. I don't know how they resolved disputes. Probably weren't too many at the time. And it also indicated, it didn't specify the funding formula, but it did say the Nevada Tax Commission would be the approver of whatever that funding formula allocation was. And it did say that it should consider factors such as population, geography, even transient populations it even talked about. By 1981, the legislature came back and they morphed, if you will, the police commission into what we know today as the Fiscal Affairs Committee, which is now 2 representatives from the city and the county, and 1 at large from the community, who acts as the chair. So now we have an odd number of fiscal affair members. And the other thing 1981 did, which is what we're going to be focusing on today, is it created the funding apportionment plan. This is the crux of how, the crux, if you will, of how the apportionment plan works. And NRS 280 talks about specifically looking at population distribution between the city and the county, non-felony calls for service between the city and the county, the distribution between the two, and felony crime stats between, again, the city and the county. And it also looks at things such as crossing guard hours, hours on the job. And it looks at that distribution, and 3 particular things are averaged and then applied towards uniformed services, and that would be, again, the population, the non-felony calls for service, and the felony crime stats are applied towards uniformed services. Uniformed service is a little bit over 50% of Metro's budget, so the biggest chunk of Metro's budget is apportioned using the average of those 3 stats. Investigative services, which is less than 50% of the budget, is allocated only on felony crime distributions. Community services, as I mentioned, was the crossing guard services, and then the rural officer program is paid for 100% by the county.
So, good morning again. For the record, Rich Hogan, Chief Financial Officer, Las Vegas Metro Police. I thank Mr. Vincent. I think that's the first time I've ever been accused of being the cure for boredom. So hopefully I won't.
Well, look what you're up against.
The next slide that you see in front of you is the cost apportionment plan as it was applied in the fiscal year 17 funding formula. Again, looking at uniformed services, population, non-felony calls for service, and felony crimes. You can see the split there between the city and the county, and then we average the split between the two to develop the split in funding between the city and county. Investigative services are again split strictly by felony calls for service, and then of course crossing guard hours. Roughly, pretty consistently turn out pretty close to 50-50 each year. There's a lot of variability in this. Well, there's some variability in this formula. Of course, there's nothing static about population, calls for service, felony calls. You can see those can go up in either of the jurisdictions in a given calendar year. So there is movement between the two.
Before I let Richard move on to that slide, this slide here, these numbers in these green boxes, you're going to see them again down the road here. So these are the key statistical information that we use to do the apportionment. Sorry, Richard.
Oh, it's fine. This is sort of an interesting kind of snapshot of the difference between those primary measurable elements of the plan from 1990 to 2017. You'll note the population of the city in that period of time has increased 167%. The non-felony calls 94%, and felony crime calls 104%. Interestingly, you can see the county has had corresponding larger percentage increases over that period of time, and that's reflected in numbers that you'll see later, where the shift has gradually been from the city to the county in terms of the bottom line dollar of responsibility for Metro's budget.
In the 18 years or so that I've been here with the city, we have seen every year a little bit of a shift mathematically in this information, the statistical information, that shifts more of the cost responsibility of the county than the city, and this is what's driving it. These statistics set out in statute. See the population, cost for service, or crimes.
When we get into the specifics, that's what you've seen previously is just the basis of the form of the split of the funding. But it's important to note that the funding formula excludes certain things from the split. So, for example, the cost of the county jail is borne completely by the county. The cost of rural programs for resident officers is borne completely by the county. And the cost of contract services are borne completely by the entity that is entered into that contract. At this point, the only contract services that we have is McCarran Airport. So after those costs are deducted, and it's the remaining amount that is split between the city and county.
So now I'm going to tell you the hijinks that Richard does back in a closet someplace. Just teasing. So this is the first swath, if you will, of the Metro budget, as you would see in the document I was holding up earlier. And I call your attention down to the bottom row where it says the 2017 budget is $552.1 million. That number is going to be carried out through all this math. You'll see that. But you'll see on the slide, not only have these direct costs, which are, again, uniform services, investigative services, and so on and so forth, we also have some indirect costs. We have some administrative support, which, as you might guess, that would be the sheriff's office, general counsel, Richard's function, which includes purchasing and HR. It's going to include supplies and logistics, and even intergovernmental affairs. The field support category is going to be things, as you would think, like fleet, IT, training and org development, right, Richard? Fingerprinting, records, radio communication center, all those things are in the field support. So Richard's got to have a way of taking these indirect costs and allocating them back up to the direct costs before he can ever apply the apportionment plan. So there's a way we go about that. We take the administrative support, and then Richard then applies that to all the other categories, including field support on a cost basis. So essentially, he just wiped out that $47.1 million in administrative support and reallocated it elsewhere. We do the same thing after we do that. We now have $109 million left for field support. That has to be allocated. We do that by allocating it only to uniform and investigative services, and I didn't have a chance to ask Richard this question beforehand, but I believe that's because the other services, the other categories either do not use a proportional amount of field support, or it could be that they pay by the drink, if that's the case, if they need that specific field support. About close, Richard?
You're close, yes.
All right, I'm close. Close enough. So after we've done that process, we're now ready to begin to apply the statistical information that you saw on slide 5. And so then what happens is we put McCarran out of the mix because they're paid directly by the county. And then we go back to slide 5 and we take those percentages that we had already calculated based upon those factors, and we apply them to the dollars. And so what we've done now is taken the $530 million and we've applied it using those formulas, have a new subtotal of the city and the county share, but that's not our share that we're going to give. That's just the share to calculate the apportionment ratio. That's how you get to the 36.5% and the 63.5%. It's based upon applying the statistics to these cost-sharing categories. So we take then those statistics and we... I'm sorry, is this your slide?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go Richard.
Well, as Mr. Benson mentioned, once we have the basis of the formula decided, we take our total budget for the year. We deduct for those services that I mentioned earlier. We receive property taxes that were implemented in 1988 and 1996, respectively. We deduct any fund balance contribution that we have. We deduct for reimbursed overtime and other services, reimbursed overtime, think of special events and so forth. We have a very, very robust special event services. Probably I'd have to put that up against any city in the nation. And then other services for which are reimbursed, records, requests, that sort of thing, and then deducting for McCarran Airport. The remaining amount is the amount that's split between the city and county after the percentage is derived.
Simple, right?
Yes, question, Councilman Beers, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Looking at this, I see 4 lines of recurring cash flow and one that is finite. That would be the fund balance. How much more fund balance do we have to bite this number down with?
Yes, Councilman, that's a good question. Of course, that does vary every year. We have utilized fund balance, particularly during the downturn. In fact, in this past budget, we have a budgeted ending fund balance of $900,000. I should have known that off the top of my head, which is a fraction of a percent of the total. But it's been our understanding in working with the city and county finance staff and our fiscal affairs committee that if we have an event that requires us essentially overspending our budget, that we'd have to come back to you. But anything that we quote-unquote save in the year, that is any expenditures that are less than our revenues, comes back as an offset to the city and county.
And just to add to that, again, Mark Vincent for the record, so a couple things here. One, we are anticipating the fact that there's not going to be much, if any, ending fund balance to contribute to next year's fiscal year 18's budget. So we have already incorporated that into all of our planning. Venetta's well aware of that issue and working with Richard's staff. The county's aware. It's one of the major budget issues that we're going to have to deal with as a city when we roll into 18. Which kind of ties into the other thing that's obvious in the slide is you know, about 20% of their budget is being funded by property tax. And this property tax number, it's got to be, how much lower is it than your high from 2008 or so? It's significantly down.
Yeah, about 47 million from where we were.
So when we, just to make a plug for issues that we're having with the current property tax formula, it severely hampers what we can do in the education side with our class sizes and teacher recruitment. And it's certainly had an impact on our police services as well, so I'm just putting that plug in there. But it's a big chunk of their budget's being paid for with property tax revenues that are still at a very low point and will probably not hit their previous high for perhaps another 15 years.
If in fact, Mr. Vincent, if in fact the Southern Nevada Tourist Infrastructure Committee's recommendation for the increase in sales tax to help fund Metro goes through, that would not be implemented until, if it passes the legislature, that would not be implemented until 18?
That's our suspicion, just because we have to then go to the Board of County Commissioners, at least as it's written now.
Yes.
There's a lot of course, as you know, Mayor, a lot of moving parts to that. So the assumption would be that even if the legislature approves that additional tax, that then we have to go to the county, and then of course there's a notice that has to be given to the businesses, and then 3 months after that we get the revenue. So it's a ways down the road, but we're anticipating, all things being equal, fiscal year, sometime in fiscal year 18.
18. And so that changes this model entirely.
It will not change our model as it relates to the split of the funding formula.
Okay.
We actually collect and disperse and expend revenue for our More Cops fund, and it's anticipated for this additional funding in a separate fund altogether.
You're going to see that in the slide that Richard's going to talk to in a second, because you're only seeing about 60% of the sheriff's total budget here. And so that was the other thing I want to make sure you understood, is the breadth of the sheriff's responsibility. It's even beyond this one particular budget we're talking about, and that's why when we talk about the More Cops tax, and I would assume even under the proposed bill, you're going to create a new special revenue fund for the resort corridor piece, because that's going to be separate from the More Cops, and so you're going to see yet a new fund created if it gets passed and enacted. So
But that does
Richard's going to get to that.
That does include downtown Fremont Street and Fremont East.
Yes,
so the only reason I really wanted to see, you know, how that compared.
You're going to see this slide here in a second, but I think I don't know, Richard might know, but my back of the envelope calculations, if it passes as currently contemplated, it might produce maybe about 20% of the 15 to 20% of that new tax is going to go to the resort corridor.
Correct.
And the balance, about say 80% of it's going to be distributed much like the More Cops tax currently is.
Correct.
Right, Richard?
Right. That was my understanding too. Okay.
All right.
Thanks.
So for our operating fund only, this is how our revenue is distributed between the funding sources. County represents about 44% of our funding, city about 25%, property tax about 22%, and reimbursement for fees for service, reimbursed overtime, et cetera, is about 9%. This is the slide that Mr. Vincent was speaking about earlier. People think of, and it's understandable, we think of our operating fund, of course, that is by far our biggest fund. But in addition to that, we have sought, as everyone is quite aware, additional funding over the years in order to raise that officer to population ratio to be more akin with what the national average is, or at least closer to the national average. So in order to do that, of course, we've added the More Cops sales tax. You might remember that there was a slight increase to that this year, representing another 133 additional positions. We also have forfeiture funds. Those vary considerably. We use those for basically one-time projects for the most part, with the approval of our Fiscal Affairs Committee. There is a small fund for emergency 911 services. We pay for some dispatchers from that fund. And a forensic services fund that's specific, very specific requirements associated with that in NRS. The revenue comes from basically people who have been convicted of a crime and is collected, can only be used for very narrow purposes within forensic services. We also have a self-funded workers' compensation and liability fund. We have an OPEB trust fund, Clark County Detention Services, which of course is funded directly by the county, and then their respective funds. So altogether, their respective workers' compensation and liability funds. So altogether, it's pushing pretty close to $1 billion. So if this tax goes forward as being proposed, that would actually put us really very close to $1 billion cumulatively.
And so as the 280 created, the Metropolitan Police Department created this funding process for it. Obviously, the sheriff has the responsibility for determining how this area gets policed. And while the fiscal affairs is predominantly charged with proving budgets and proving financial related transactions, obviously there's some influence or some input, if you will, I should say, about how that's done. But generally, the sheriff decides where those staffing needs are and where those next area commands should go. I mentioned that the Assistant Sheriff Facillo is here today. I don't know if he's prepared to say anything or is willing to answer any questions you have, but I know that I thought it was helpful for you to begin to understand what part of the budget do we share with the county and what parts of their budget is really either self-funded or totally funded, self-funded from their own revenues or totally funded by the county. I thought it'd be helpful so you could see that, and hopefully we did that today. And I guess if you have any questions for Todd, or if Todd's got something to present.
And two, I have to say, I do recall this council being very vocal and passing a resolution for more cops, as did every other municipality, which did not get funded at the county, because it needed a supermajority, and 3 people denied that happening. So finally, after suffering through all of that and knowing how important resolutions are that we pass up here, it really is hopefully that what was recommended at the Southern Nevada Tourist Infrastructure meeting, hopefully that will go through, because I think the sheriff said that that would bring us to what number per 1,000?
With current population, that would be 2.0 officers per 1,000. Now, of course, we've got some time to hire those
right.
people.
Well, you've got to train everybody too,
right.
we understand. But that would help get us closer to that recommended level.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you for the report. Please, sir, anything else, Assistant Sheriff, please, you can tell us.
For the record, Todd Fasullo, Assistant Sheriff Metro. I came to answer questions about staffing or how we allocate manpower. I don't have a normal presentation for you, but I anticipated some questions about how we allocate, so I'm happy to answer anything that you have.
I have a comment.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Todd, thanks for being here today. I just want to say this. I think there's been some misinformation out there in the community about the way you guys staff. The sheriff will always staff the way he feels he needs to staff throughout all of Southern Nevada, and we understand that clearly. It has nothing to do with those dollars that Mr. Hogan put up on the screen earlier. This is about protecting the citizens and the visitors that come to this community on a regular basis, and that responsibility lies solely with that sheriff and his senior staff. And I just wanted to point that out. So thank you for being here. That's why I kind of giggled when you got up there to say that.
And you are correct.
Thank you.
No, we appreciate it. We appreciate the report. I
Your
guess
Honor?
everybody, yes, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, you touched on a subject I'd like to go in just a little deeper, because SNTIC approved a resolution that hopefully would be considered by the legislature, and it contains something to help beef up the police. So let's just say there are so many unknowns here and so many hoops that has to jump through. There has to be a special session first. There needs to be a vote, 2/3 majority vote, to pass any of this. and then contemplated, you mentioned, Todd, I don't know if it was you or somebody else mentioned, that we still may be under the thumb of the county commission to determine how, in the future, something like more cops was done, where county commissioners being human, they're subject to worrying about their elections. But we have to deal with the downtown problems. You know, that half the population lives in an area that is heavily impacted by the newcomers to Las Vegas city. We are the core of the county, and downtown needs a lot of cops. We don't have enough. And if we continue to parcel them out, subject to the whims of the county commissioners, we will never get enough police. It is an embarrassment to me, frankly, as a former legislator, that the legislature would leave this in the hands of the county commissioners. But part of it is because no one ever told the legislature how important it would be for the municipalities to have more say in how that is doled out, that money, now and in the future. And I hope the sheriff, I echo what Councilman Ross was said. I have a lot of trust in our sheriffs, past and present, about their ability to allocate based on the need. But if your total amount of money is just dribbled out and cannot keep pace with the crime we have, then it doesn't do us any good, because we're still chasing things piecemeal. So we've got to have the sheriff actively involved in Carson City, if this legislation comes to a vote, to stop this nonsense of having the county commissioners control essentially the policing powers of the cities. This is how it works in real life. And, you know, if there is a special session, I certainly would go up there and make this argument, but it's got to have the sheriff's blessing, the sheriff's aggressive campaigning to make sure that one elected body doesn't control the outcome of criminal law enforcement for the rest of us. Because we really need more. But I can't lobby the county commissioners and then the sheriff when I'd lobby you as much as I can, but you've only got so many resources. To not get the votes from the county commissioners just infuriates me. But I can understand, because they're human. They want to get elected too. So that's how we've been on this really long treadmill for 6 or 7 years now on getting this money into the streets. And it's really getting the money to pay for the police to get them in the streets. And now, even in the best of circumstances, I hear that might be 2018 under this most ideal circumstance. That is not enough, and it's not soon enough. We've got people taking over our parks, drunks, degenerates, bums, and these are not homeless people per se, as we take care of homeless people and the mentally ill. These are traveling crime waves, and they're out and about now. They're just all over the place. They take over the smaller parks. They dominate places like Huntridge Park, Baker Park, and others in the central core of the city within a couple-mile radius of downtown. And so we are hurting there, and it's an embarrassment to the city. And I know that I've been out there myself trying. Can you imagine a 74-year-old man trying to police a park? That's dumb. But you don't have enough people to do it yourself, and we don't have enough marshals. So I'm just saying, please watch how this bill gets written and try to be actively involved, if this bill occurs, to make sure that it is written in the first draft in such a fashion that it gives more flexibility to the municipalities within any county, particularly ours.
I can assure you, I've been hand in hand with the sheriff along with Rich through this whole process with the mayor at that governor's infrastructure committee. He's very engaged in the process, and he's watching it with a very close eye. We have conversation about it on a regular basis, as we do crime within the whole entire community, whether it's the city or the county. We regularly look at where the crime's at, where the peaks and the valleys are, and we adjust our staffing as we need to address it.
Well, if the sheriff sees any move by leadership to weaken in that regard and to go toward that centralized doling out of money to the municipalities, we've got to hear about it. Informally, formally, I don't care. It's got to be a phone call as soon as you hear that a legislative leader or a significant block of legislators are looking to do the same thing the old way, then we've got to know about it so we can try to change their minds.
Understood, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. That was the reports, and no motions required. We'll now go backwards to agenda item 44, a report by the Economic Urban Development staff on the current status and future development for Symphony Park. As we all know, Symphony Park is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. So, good morning.
Good morning, Mayor, members of City Council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development Director. It's my pleasure to introduce Adrena Ramos-King, Redevelopment Officer for our department. Adrena has stepped into a new role for us, helping coordinate development activity in Symphony Park, and Scott Carter, who had been doing that, is moving into new duties, including new market tax credits and financing for new projects in downtown. Adrena is working with a very capable team, and I want to assure you, Mayor, and the members of Council, that our department is devoting a lot of resources to make sure that development moves forward in Symphony Park and that we accomplish the original vision. The original vision goes back prior to 2005. In December of 2005, the City of Las Vegas, working with a number of consultants, came up with what is standing today as our master plan for Symphony Park. And a lot has changed since 2005. But the original vision is largely intact. And attributed to that vision is one of our consultants who's with us today, who is Chuck Kubat. And it's my pleasure to reintroduce Chuck to this body. Chuck is with Kubat Consulting, LLC. And the City of Las Vegas has engaged Chuck to help look at Symphony Park and really take a fresh look at, as the land sits today, as the development at Symphony Park sits today, and looking at new opportunities that we're working on today and moving forward. How do we best position the city to get great new projects in Symphony Park? And so with that, I'd like to turn it over to Adrena. And she'll introduce Chuck at the appropriate time to explain Chuck's role about a specific project that we're working on. This report is a report only, so no action is needed, but included in this report are some specific things that the city will be doing over the next 6 to 12 months, and we expect to see some new buildings coming out of the ground in the next 12 months.
Finally.
So with that, I will turn it over to Adrena.
Thank you, Bill. Yeah, I'll do this part, check. Thank you, Bill. Adrena Ramos-King, Redevelopment Officer, Economic and Urban Development, for the record. I am pleased today, Mayor and Council, to provide an update on the Symphony Park Master Plan. This is a plan in which we have devoted much resource, time, and energy to accomplish. We feel very confident in our success and implementation of these development plans. Our major goal today is to seek your input and direction on the plans that I'm about to present to you. Economic and Urban Development has a strategic and proactive approach to promoting our pad-ready sites in Symphony Park. We'll be attending the International Economic Development Council meeting in Cleveland next week. I will also be presenting Symphony Park at the Urban Land Institute conference in Dallas, Texas in October. We have solicited full-page ads in Site Selector and ULI development-focused magazines, and so we want to assure you we're actively promoting our sites out in the community. I'd like to begin with Symphony Park availability. Plans for Parcel B include a 950-space TID-funded garage with an approximate cost of about $23 million. This site, as you'll see from the slide, will be placed in the center of Parcel B in order to incentivize the adjacent development parcels. When it's all said and done, there'll be an approximate 1.6 acre pad to the north that we are gearing up for a hotel, and there will be approximately 1.2 acre pad to the south for a medical office building, and I'll come back to the TID garage later in the presentation. Parcels J and K, as you'll see on the slide, are under an option with Cleveland Clinic until 2019. The city does have the right to approach Cleveland Clinic with a ready and able development partner and project, and so we can accelerate that option and do not need to wait until 2019. As you know, the latest discussions with Citra have expired, so Parcel L is free and clear, and the same for Parcel E as well. EUD is speaking to several developers for the development of Parcel G, Parcel JK, Parcel B, and Parcel L, and those discussions are ongoing. If you would like additional information, please reach out to myself or Bill, and we'd be happy to provide that to you.
I'd like to start with our next project, which I'm really excited will be our first private dollar invested.
My daughter wants an apartment there.
That's great. I'll let Rita Brandon know.
Please let her
Mayor.
know.
Newland Communities has provided election notices to develop parcels C and N in Symphony Park. They have also placed a hard money deposit in escrow to ensure that this does happen. What you see here is a concept perspective view of the planned Humphrey-style development on parcel C. This will be located on the corner of Symphony Park Avenue and Promenade looking north. Close of escrow for parcels C and N are scheduled for January 31st, 2017, with construction starting 60 days later. However, the estimated construction start is estimated at third quarter 2017. EUD is working with Newland and our development team to streamline this process as best we can.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
This is an aerial view of the retail and the courtyards along Promenade Place looking west. And what you see here is a conceptual site plan with about 300 units, a mix of studios, 1 bedroom and 2 bedrooms, all rentals. These are market rate apartments with an average size currently of about 806 square feet. There is a parking garage on the design. It's a wrapped garage. We're looking at about 5 levels with 300 stalls. Retail and guests will be shared parking off-site. For lack of better words, there are about 5 fingers of development with this site plan to include 4 courtyards, a pool, and a plaza. The 4 retail pads that are illustrated in blue at the end of each finger are located along Promenade and Grand Central Parkway. Newland also has rights to parcels D, F, and O1 in Symphony Park, and they must take down those parcels by 2019 and complete construction on them by 2021 according to our contract. So there have always been plans for increased connections between Symphony Park and downtown. What you see here is a rendering of a planned bridge along the Lewis alignment, which is the street directly behind City Hall and the chambers we're in today, utilizing the existing couplet of Symphony Park Avenue North. The current status of this multimodal connection is sub 30% design. We are very pleased that there will be no impact to parcel C and parcel G, and no direct impacts to the building footprint on parcels N and M4. There will be some moderate impacts to circulation. The best part about this design that we're going with is that parcel M4 is preserved as a developable parcel. So kudos to Public Works for that. Another planned element for Symphony Park is an elevated walkway. So think of the High Line Trail in New York City. Well, we don't have a waterway in Symphony Park, but we do have a sea of beautiful neon lights, and so this elevated walkway will feature that. This is an illustration of the trail on the west side of the Union Pacific Railroad tracks. The first phase will be from the Symphony Park pedestrian bridge at Parcel L, which is existing, stopping at a planned Symphony Park pedestrian bridge north and connecting to downtown and ending at Ogden at grade. The trail height is currently estimated from the roadway at 24 feet, and the trail width is estimated at 20 feet wide. It would serve as a fitness amenity to the residential developments and another connection to the Central Valley, and also provides developers an opportunity for developments on the backside of their properties. This is an alternate view of the elevated trail, which will include landscaping, appropriate shading, benches, and public art. And as promised, the Tourism Improvement District funded parking garage. I was going to give you a little bit more detail on that. The TID bonds were sold June of 2016 and yielded approximately $24.6 million net proceeds. The garage must be fully designed and completed within a 3-year time frame, so that's estimated at June of 2019. Approximately 950 parking stalls with retail illustrated in blue. There will be ingress and egress along Promenade and Grand Central Parkway. As I mentioned, the larger parcel will be on the northern side, and the slightly smaller parcel will be towards the south. This is a massing to illustrate the scope of our development plans on Parcel B. And the last project I'd like to mention to you is the Luminous
Mayor?
Park Modern.
If I may, just go back
Excuse
one
me.
slide and just orientate us. Thank you, Mayor.
This slide, Councilman Barlow? Through you, Mayor. So you'll see the white building to your left here. That is the Smith Center for the Performing Arts. So the street in between the Smith Center and the building is Promenade Avenue. So you would have a approximately 950 space garage facing, orientated east to west, with two parcels on the northern and southern sides. So EUD felt that and advocated that this would be the best position for placement of this garage, as it would incentivize not only parking for the properties on the north and the south of B, but also for World Market Center.
Question. Having sat on the Discovery Children's Museum board and also having visited the Smith Performing Arts Center, from a visibility standpoint and signage standpoint, how do we address those elements as far as a signage package that will let folks know that those two very significant developments exist within Symphony Park? Can you speak to that?
Through you, Mayor, Councilman Barlow, thank you for the question. The design of the garage is not yet in existence. We plan to reach out to our stakeholders in Symphony Park, including the Smith Center and the Discovery Children's Museum, to ensure that we can continue their branding efforts and they wouldn't be buried behind a garage. So that's something that we're looking at and be happy to report back with.
Mayor,
Yes, please, Councilman.
one more time on this slide. How much of this is parking garage and how much of it is other amenities? Is it all parking garage?
Through you, Mayor, Councilman Coffin, that's correct. In the middle here of this massing illustration is the parking garage. It's a rectangular shape on parcel B facing east and west. The adjacent developments are separate.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. You see, I hope that is not some sort of developer's idea of a joke or our idea of what we would want to sit next to the Smith Center, because it's not harmonious at all. You know, we've got a pretty nice piece of architecture there, a lot of money invested, and a lot of creativity, both in the Geary design at the front end of the Ruvo Clinic, at Ruvo and Cleveland Clinic, just above it there at Bonneville, and here to the left. And I just don't think we want to have something that is so stark, so square, so cubist at this point. It's got to be, well, you can wrap something a little differently, you know. You can put function and then wrap it in something that is harmonious. But, you know, I trust that some thought is going into that. And this is not just something that, I guess it's just something that's been plopped down onto this vacant land to substitute for real architecture, real design. Tell me.
Councilman, maybe I should just weigh in for a minute, and I know Chuck probably is just chomping at the bit to jump in. This is basically to show you massing. It's not to show you design. And we have a rigorous design standards in Symphony Park, and we know how sensitive all of you are to making sure that Symphony Park is a premier destination where people know where they're going, that they're able to access these amenities, and that when they're doing that, they're in a neighborhood that is top-notch, and that the design hits those standards. So I'll let Chuck maybe dive into a little more detail on this, but I just want to assure you that this is to show you massing more than anything else, and also location of the garage, which Adrena pointed out is kind of the little white stripes in the middle of this rendering, to kind of give you a sense of the size and how it would be located adjacent to additional buildings. So I hope that helps clarify a little bit.
It does, Betsy, it does. The placing of the garage is a good idea there. It's masking the garage, and it serves a good purpose. It's a smart place to put it. But the rest of it I just don't like, but I know you'll fix it.
Mayor? If I may,
Councilman
just to carry this a little bit forward, a little bit more. And Betsy, I can appreciate what you're sharing because I know that our design team does a very good job specifically pushing, making sure that as developments, or the proposed developments that have been coming online, that they basically reflect what's currently within the park. And specifically when we have in the heart of the park, the Smith Performing Arts Center, and then we have the Lou Rubel Brain for Health, right, that is located there. Those are very significant pieces. But also, when you look across the street, although they're the World Market Center, as far as the scale, size, and scope of those buildings, at the end of the day, they are very boxy, right? But they have their own, yet and still architectural feel to it because of the size and scale of those developments there. And so moving forward, we want to make sure that we continue to have some very unique character to each one of the buildings from not only a structural standpoint, but an aesthetic standpoint to help really continue to drive all of the unique pieces that Symphony Park has to offer moving forward. And so thank you for bringing that forward and making that clarification in regards to to the design team that's in Symphony Park.
Okay, thank you.
On here. The next project I'd like to bring up to you is the Luminous Park Modern Art Museum, which is planned for Symphony Park. Katie O'Neill and her board are well underway with fundraising. Last month, they exceeded their first milestone and raised just under $1.5 million for this project in firm and binding commitments. Disposition and development agreement negotiations are set to begin as we work towards an official site designation. The requirements for their site include a prominent visual location in Symphony Park and an approximately 30,000 square foot parcel minimum for a planned 100,000 square foot building. So if you think about 4 levels of 25,000 square feet each level. The total project cost is estimated at $85 million. And so we'll be reporting back on the status of those negotiations as they go forward. At this time, I'd like to introduce Chuck Kubat, who was retained by us to study the best possible locations for an art museum in Symphony Park, and as well as the possibility of more park space in Symphony Park as well.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. Chuck Kubat, Kubat Consulting. I'm happy to be here today and very happy to be able to continue on with things that we started back in 2005 on thinking about Symphony Park and bringing forward a master plan and so on. Staff, I've done a little bit of work in the past with staff on some other issues with Symphony Park and looking at recommendations for maybe changing parcels and modifying some other things. But this particular task that staff asked me to look at was to look at the question of the museum and its location and possible impact on Symphony Park, and also the question of open space and additional park space in Symphony Park. So I'll touch on both of those things in the next few minutes. This plan of Symphony Park shows 4 locations with the stars of possible locations for a museum that were offered up by staff and in consultation with me as just thinking about where there might be opportunities for a possible museum. And I've gone through an analysis of each of these locations and provided that to staff. And you can see here in blue the proposed parking garage on B and the connection from City Parkway over to Main Street with the possible multimodal bridge that Adrena mentioned earlier. I think in these locations each have different implications, but I think what was important in this evaluation was the direction from the council to begin with, that the parcel not be planned for taxable development, that it's not currently planned, and that it help in fact incentivize or augment adjacent development. So those were pretty important criteria. The art museum itself has its own criteria of wanting a large enough site and having visual prominence and so on within Symphony Park. So what I did is, and I've given more detailed analysis to staff already, but I'll just kind of walk through each of these locations and tell you a few things about them and then my conclusion. Here you see those same 4 different locations done with in more three-dimensional massing. And each of these red blocks that I've used on these aerial photographs are the same size. We've moved in a different location visually with each one, and that's why they appear a little bit different in size. They're all the same size. They all represent a 100,000 square foot building, 3 to 4 stories tall. That would be probably 75 to 100 feet tall because of the larger floor-to-floor dimension for museum space. The first location, which was A on the previous slide, is in the upper left, and that is a location for a museum on the north half of parcel G, with a small addition of park space between it and the rest of Symphony Park area. And there are some issues with that. I'll mention a little bit more in a moment. The second option on the upper right is moving that museum even further to the north, where it occupies parcel F, and then all of parcel G potentially becomes additional open space. Both of these options don't meet the city criteria, for the first and foremost. They are currently planned for taxable development within Symphony Park. So that's a fairly big roadblock, really, to the location of the museum in these locations. They also provide additional open space that creates other kinds of issues. They create really big open spaces within the middle of Symphony Park that don't necessarily incentivize adjacent development, because there's already significant open space in Symphony Park. And quite honestly, all of the streets in Symphony Park were designed to be very highly amenitized, to have lots of trees and adequate walkways. And so they almost become like linear parks in themselves. So the idea that we need another several acres or more of the park space in the middle isn't always the strongest idea in an urban setting that we've created in Symphony Park. There's no additional parking. There's additional costs with both of these ideas for the development of the park space themselves. And in terms of visibility, the museum sitting on parcel G, as in the upper left, is more visible than it would be in parcel F, the upper right. It would even be more visible if it were in fact up on Symphony Park and not behind an additional park space. Symphony Park itself provides a great setting for any museum that would be on G, and without having to push it to the north side of that parcel. I think that in parcel F, the upper right, ultimately that parcel is not very visible within Symphony Park until you get in the middle of the project. From the middle of Symphony Park, yes, you could see the museum, but wouldn't be highly visible from the Symphony Park main entrance. It's because of the nature of the grid system of streets. Then I'll move to the next one, which would be down into the lower right. That is putting a museum on parcel B. And we just talked about parcel B as being an opportunity really for a hotel site there. Partly because it's such a valuable site, it's so highly visible at the entrance to Symphony Park, it really seems like it's totally antagonistic to the desires of the city to maximize the taxable revenue from great private development to put a non-revenue source, the art museum, in this location. But nevertheless, I showed it there to show you its relationship to the adjacent parking garage. It is highly visible and near the public parking, but I think it does not meet the city criteria. That brings us to the lower left-hand corner, which is showing the museum, in this case, again, just to reinforce, these are all the same size. This is a 100,000 square foot mass, if you will. It's placed on the site. This is placed now on parcel M4, and potentially a portion of a private right-of-way, the private drive right-of-way adjacent to it, if that's required for sufficient space. This parcel does meet the city criteria. This is a parcel that was not planned for taxable development. It was planned in the master plan for an extension of the park, really, and as a way to facilitate the development of connections to downtown. In the master plan, it was shown as a park over the railroad tracks, but I think with the new ideas here of the multimodal bridge, we have sidewalk connections now across to downtown. This location, the museum can connect into any High Line second-level pedestrian pathway along the railroad tracks. It's a highly visible site, both from downtown because of the Lewis Street alignment, but also at the end of Symphony Park. It's really a significant kind of focal point location. And so for all of those reasons, this is my recommendation for the location of the Art Museum. Now, it's important that the Art Museum be designed to sufficient with its site and be that they think about their program space and make sure that that's adequate for all of that. But I think as a way of comparison with some other museums, it might be useful to take a look at some other museums around the country. And I've provided the staff with a number of different examples, and we've just pulled these 4 here. But for example, in the upper left, that is the Modern Art Museum in San Francisco. And all of these museums have about 50,000 square feet of exhibit space, which is roughly probably what our new art museum would have as well, because there's always more building space than pure exhibit space. And all of these museums sit on sites that vary from a ½ acre, and that's only 20-some thousand square feet, all the way up to over 2 acres. Upper left, again, is San Francisco. That is on a 1.35 acre site. It now has a major new addition behind it to add to its square footage and its volume. The one on the upper right, a signature building by Frank Lloyd Wright, certainly the Guggenheim Museum in New York City, that whole site was only ½ an acre. So you can accomplish a lot architecturally and in great significance on not a great site. It just takes good architecture, and good architecture often comes with the greatest constraints. If you have an unconstrained amount of land, you don't often get the greatest architecture necessarily. Lower left is the new Whitney Museum in New York City, and there you can see it's tied into the High Line Park Spur. That green area on the image is a spur coming off the rest of the High Line in New York. And then in the lower right, that's the Broad Museum in LA, and that's on the largest site here. That's about 2.5 acres, but it has parking underneath it, underground parking to help support it. So that, unless, I'll take questions at the end if that's okay, and we can come back certainly to these museum slides. The next issue that I was asked to look at was the idea of additional park space in Symphony Park. And I've touched on that a little bit with the location of the museum. But I thought it would be useful to compare park spaces a little bit with some other parks that you might know from around the country, and to think a little bit about their impact on Symphony Park. I've also provided the staff with images, both aerial and ground level images of these parks that I've shown here. So if you're interested in more information on that and what they look like, that's available from staff. All of these parks, and again, you'll recognize some of these names, compare with what we have in Symphony Park now. The light green area that's not labeled is the existing park space in Symphony Park, and that represents a little over 2 acres total. It's not all usable in the same way. The main usable area is certainly the large portion of the park in front of the Smith Center, and that's about 1.3 acres. But if we were to think about additional park space as we just did, Parcel G was one option for that if you chose the idea of the museum going on Parcel F. And that's about an additional 2.2 acres. The other park space is the M4 site. That's about 2/3 of an acre. So it's greater than the site that the Guggenheim was put on in New York City. That's just for existing context. Then the other parks that we looked at, and these are all drawn at the same scale. In other words, the same dimension is used for on this drawing for all of these parks. So you can get a sense of their relative size to both Symphony Park and our existing park space in Symphony Park. I think the idea originally for more park space was to follow on with the idea from the new downtown master plan for a central park of some kind. And when I looked at all of these, I don't believe that even with the addition of parcel G, that we really have the size of park space in Symphony Park that could be considered, in essence, a central park for the downtown. Symphony Park has a significant open space that is designed to really have the buildings both face on it and, as I said, both the streets and the park space to function together. Upper right is Bryant Park in New York City, and you can see the different locations of these parks from different cities, you may know, and the different sizes of these parks relative to Symphony Park. I think the closest in size is probably Union Square in San Francisco, which is not, after all, anymore a park. It's an urban plaza, performance plaza, and so on, and there is parking below it. It started off as a park, but it's no longer a park anymore. So I think my recommendation is that in looking at these kinds of things, that the idea of a central park really does move to the east side of the railroad tracks, consistent with the recommendations from the downtown master plan, of which I was a part, as well as a senior advisor to the RTKL team. And I think that that's where it can have the most value for redevelopment and use by residents and businesses there.
One of the things, and I'm sure you recall it, opposite the old City Hall, the park was developed there called the Frank Wright, I think it was called the Frank Wright, from the Review Journal and UNLV, and it had to be torn down after because of the homeless situation, which is why Symphony Park, one reason only, and not that it needs another park, but at least because of its very nature. And we have a significant homeless population here, and another site becomes more public. We have issues, you know, with the Huntridge Park area and all the public parks that are clustered in the downtown, but this is more controlled because of that
Well,
issue.
it's more controlled, and so the management of the park does become an issue. I think the ownership and the money, the public expenditure to create the park creates it as a public park still, just like it would be on the east side of the railroad tracks too. So I think some of those same issues would exist for the park in this location.
But just to remind you that we had that one, and a lot of money was put into it to develop it, and then it just became impossible.
I think that the last image that we're going to show is that an idea that's just recently come forward in the last few days was, is there an opportunity to add additional green space into Symphony Park by the use of roof decks? And it's always been anticipated in the master plan that the tops of buildings or garages have an amenity value to them of open space. This particular idea is maybe we use the top of the public parking garage as additional park space in Symphony Park. And that's an idea that the staff is going to ask me to look at a little bit more in detail here shortly. So it's going to be studied a little bit. And there are issues with it, but there are potentially some opportunities as well. So with that, I'll turn it back to Adrena. Thank you.
Thank you. It's exciting.
Your Honor?
Mayor?
Yes, please. Please.
Before we leave the subject of parks and other things, what is the next slide going to be?
Councilman, members of council, that concludes our presentation.
Okay.
So
Thank
we're
you.
here at your disposal to answer any
Thank you.
questions.
I wanted to take it back a little bit. You don't have to change slides, but I wanted to just go over the philosophy so far. Staff is receiving signals. It's not all one signal from the members of the council about what we want to do or what we want to get out of the park. There is some discussion about maximizing tax revenue, which means private development, taxable development in there. But the more, you know, we look at the park and Symphony Park as a potential area, the last developable area in the downtown, it also comes to mind that we ought to pay attention to what we're putting in there and whether or not we should be looking at necessarily a revenue source as opposed to a revenue source from taxes, as opposed to a revenue source drawing business, drawing tourism, drawing people, even from our own city, into downtown. A park is very good for that. But everybody has some open space somewhere where they live. So, you know, not just a park for park's sake. But for example, I've been aware of the Luminous project since the beginning. And it's changed, not only location now, but also name, because it's not being called modern anymore. It's apparently not even being called a modern art museum. It's being called an art museum. And I endorse that because I don't know how the funding is going for raising money for it and whether or not it is limited because you limit the intent of the museum. I mean, maybe it's better to call it an art museum and have more than one style or one fashion exhibited. Well, if that's the case, we may need a larger building. That building may not be large enough, and so we should take into account the four examples and think about that. M4 was originally considered as a potential place once the pork chop place over at 4th and Charleston was discarded, or 3rd and Charleston. Now, what if it's more of a general art museum? Do we want to land block it into a parcel that cannot be expanded? All the other museums, granted, started out pretty small, but they all have to have accessory space. Every collection, every museum has to have probably 90% collection and 10% display. So, I mean, that's a number I've heard before in various museums. Well, if that's the case, then maybe they need to be on a larger plot than M4, because that would have been great if you were just going to have modern art. So I think we should make sure that we consider that in mind, because in light of public opinion's been changing around here, and so I'm trying to keep my finger on the pulse. And it's not my ward, but it sure is our city, and I think that the more and more we look at this palette, maybe the paint we put on it should be broader than just income-producing property, and that maybe it is our last opportunity for a central resource, a central plaza, a central magnet for people to come downtown, other than a casino. But they're sure to go to the casinos too. And so I'd like to say that we should have a fight on this. We should have a debate, maybe even an argument and a fight over what to do.
Well, isn't this is an entire process we're going through, and these are just concepts and ideas at this point. This is not definitive. It's a report. It's general information. You've given us some food for thought here, and it's very exciting to think about rooftops because they're using them everywhere, and maybe it'll work and maybe it won't work, but it is, I'm sure this is going to be ongoing for some time, unless somebody comes along with $100 million and wants to support the museum immediately, which we would take.
Well, a good example, if I could, in New York City, the Whitney Museum started off on a smaller site, and they ultimately decided, because it was a landmark building as well, that they would move, a landmark building, I think by Marcel Breuer. They ultimately moved to a different site, which is the image that you saw there, over time. But it took a lot of years for them finally to make that decision that they needed to expand that much.
And you learn as you go, too. So it's really exciting. Councilman Marlowe, your ward, your thoughts?
Yes, Mayor. I really like the layout and what you all have brought forward, specifically with the elevated component of the trail system connecting from the, I'm assuming the current parking garage here, Drina, out to Ogden, basically settling at the elevated level. I really like that concept and having that. What was the term that you used? The elevated trail?
Elevated walkway, Councilman.
Elevated walkway, and very similar, as you mentioned, to the one in New York. What was that called?
The Highline Trail?
The Highline Trail in New York, which I had an opportunity to also frequent. Having said that, with these new elements coming in and the new concepts, which basically makes this area, Symphony Park, that much more attractive, is something that, I would like for us to continue to move forward as far as, looking out into the future as far as how, in fact, we can, visualize into the future as far as residents living in this area, people working in this area, people frequenting this area, and, because folks will be coming with dogs, they'll be coming with cats and, possibly other animals. One thing that we also have to take into consideration also, being in the downtown and being in a metropolitan community such as Las Vegas and other metropolitan areas such as what's here on the map, we all face the same one common denominator, and that's those who lack housing and basically set up housing on our sidewalks and in nice, comfortable places. And so, not forced to get into the detail of the conversation today, but something for us to consider moving forward so that we can be on the front end versus the back end. Because it looks great today, but it could potentially be a problem tomorrow, such as the bridges that are currently on South Strip that they're trying to address each and every day through law enforcement. And so I want to make sure that we continue to keep that in the forefront of our conversation as we bring these nice public walkways into the overall master plan of what we're trying to accomplish, so that we can head that off in the beginning. And my final comment, Mayor, is the current parking garage across the street on, I believe the address is 500 Main Street, if I'm not mistaken.
This is awesome.
Is that the address?
That's correct, Councilman.
Is there an opportunity for us to create a urban roof deck at this location? Something for us to consider as far as to tie in all those elements. Not for you to answer today, but I'm just basically throwing it out there to see if there's opportunities today. What can we do today to help bring about that change and tying in these elements that you all have presented before us here today? And so for that, I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you again for your report. It's really exciting. Keep bringing us back more information, and we can't wait to hear about Newland, and hold that apartment for my daughter. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
And Chuck, nice having you back.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, now you've noticed I'm taking things out of order. We're going to hold on to agenda item 46 because it has been posted not to be heard before 1 p.m. So now we will move on to 47. And that's discussion for possible action regarding an interlocal agreement between the City of Las Vegas, County of Clark, which outlines the scope of work and methodology for billing to be implemented for election services provided by Clark County Election Department from 2017 through 2023, not to exceed $260,000 per primary and $260,000 per general election, excluding special elections and elections with the City of Las Vegas ballot questions. This is in reference to all wards. And of course, isn't the Clark County Election Department very well known for doing a great job?
Yes,
And
they are.
so kudos to the Clark County Election Department. We appreciate the efficiency and everything else that they do. We're proud to be part of that. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Mark
Welcome
Vincent,
back.
the Chief Financial Officer for the city, and with me is Luann Holmes, our fabulous city clerk. And I'm going to kick this off this morning because first and foremost, I think this agreement we have in front of you is a cost control and containment item, and it also relates to another agreement that we have with the county. That's item 49 on your agenda today that we'll be talking about later. So let me try to walk you through the agreement real quickly. Let me give you actually a little more background before I do that.
And could I interrupt you? Are
Yes.
you going to be talking, I can't remember what we've titled them, but I know in briefings we've talked about, maybe we adopted having area locations for voting
Vote
rather
centers.
than, what are they called?
Vote centers.
Are you going to be addressing that too?
This agreement is predicated on us using vote centers. Otherwise, the costs would go up.
Okay.
So yes, we had,
Okay.
I believe you gave us direction
Yes.
the last presentation that you actually directed us to move towards vote centers because it's a very efficient use of resources, and in many cases it's much more convenient for our voters because they don't have to go to their polling location. They can go to wherever the nearest vote center is as they're out and about working or playing in the city.
And do you recall how many voting centers were generally proposed?
Luann Holmes, City Clerk. We proposed 15, and we're actually going to come back before you on October 5th and talk a little bit more about that.
Okay, because I think it's really important for anybody that's listening. It really is important. This is going to be so much more cost efficient for our dollars, number one, and for all of us. You'll be able to vote at any of these, which is just wonderful. So please go ahead. Thank you very much, Mr. Vincent.
So by way of a little bit of background, under the current agreement that we've had with the city, which is changing, of course, let me give you a little bit of history. The last citywide general election, primary general election we had was back in 2011. Back at that time, the cost charged to us from the county was about $460,000, and we incurred about $340,000 of our own costs for a total of about $800,000. Wow. Since then, the last two elections in 13 and 15, we only went through to the primary. 15 was a citywide primary, but 13 was just 3 wards. And those costs from the county in 2013 was about $150,000, and for 2015 about $260,000. And again, we had our own direct costs that we pay predominantly for printing and that sort of thing that we have historically paid for as well. So you can see that other than 2011, when we had a citywide general election, the costs are running around $250 or so for just getting through a primary. The proposal that we have seen from Clark County so far on a worst-case scenario, which would be going all the way through to a citywide general, would be about $1.5 million, just the bill from them. And so in this particular agreement, we're doing a couple of things. One is, again, we're trying to create an agreement, and this, and I'll walk you through some of the provisions here in a second, but this agreement will carry us through to 2023, so it covers the next 4 election cycles for us. And we'll control the costs and keep them well below that $1.5 million. It could be as much as $1 million below that over the next 4 election cycles. And in consideration for that, if you will, item 49, which I don't want to talk about here, but item 49 is the termination of the 1985 amendment to the automatic aid agreement and the waiver of any monies that are owed to us as a result of that. So I'll talk about that just in a little bit. But let me walk you through the agreement first and see if that will help.
Okay.
In the preamble, the 5th whereas down, you'll see in that whereas that there's this sort of a condition here that we're going to terminate the 85 agreement, as I mentioned, and waive any and all claims we have in consideration for this much lower pricing for our election services. So that's number one.
I don't have anything. There's
Mayor,
no backup?
I'm sorry, I don't have anything in the backup here.
I don't either.
I just looked at it on the voter, it's there. Sire, rather. It's there on Sire. I just looked at it.
Oh, so it's not on our agenda?
Yes, it is on your agenda. It's on your Sire agenda. On your
Do you have your backup PDF?
There's nothing here.
I just looked at it.
No, it's not
just
here.
before I walked up here. No, on the vote center, our Sire software right here. I clicked on the item and then I clicked on the little PDF.
Go ahead. I think
But,
just
yeah,
go
go
ahead
ahead.
if
But
we
I
have
just
a
let you know that
question.
there was nothing
Yeah. I don't either. I just see agenda item number 45. So please go ahead, Mr. Vincent, Ms. Holmes.
Okay. Well, let me, it is in the backup and it was included in the backup, but apparently we're having an issue at Sire at the moment. So let me just walk you through that. So it does, the purposes cover our current structure of the April and June odd year elections for through 2023.
Where'd you go?
That's in Article 1. Article 2 talks about the agents being the registrar of voters for the county and the city clerk. Article 3 talks about the obligations of the county. Article 4 is the obligations of the city. Those are pretty much as they have been in the past. If you have any questions about those in particular, I think Luann could answer them better than I. When we get into Article 6 is where we talk about the costs and reimbursements to the county. Yep, we'll do that.
Yep. Thank you. Here, yes, all right.
Thank you. Okay. So much for technology. Okay, now what'd you say? Look at which?
Okay. Let's start back. Go to the first page in the agreement.
Yes.
And where the preambles of the whereases are, if you go down to
Yes.
the fifth one down, you'll see that this agreement, by the way, I should mention to you in the beginning that this agreement was actually approved as I'm going through it today by Clark County yesterday. I think it was a unanimous vote.
Yes.
So they've already approved it,
Excellent.
just so you know. It indicates that that we have agreed to terminate the 1985 agreement
Fifth
between
whereas.
the parties for mutual, actually, that should be automatic aid fire services. So that's one of the conditions. The purpose is talking about our next 4 election cycles being on the odd year in, as indicated, April and June. That's what it's covering. If we were to go off that cycle to an even year, it would be a whole different arrangement, of course. Article 2 is just who the agents are. Article 3 is the obligations of the county, and 4 is the obligations of the city. And again, these are not different than what they have been in the past. So if you had a question, as I say, Luann probably can answer those better than I can. It gets us to Article 5, election recounts, which just indicates that if there's a need, that's an extra cost that we'd have to reimburse for. Article 6, on page 5 of the agreement, that's the crux of this. What this does is it sets our costs at $250,000 for election services through the primary.
With a cap of 260?
It's a flat rate, $250,000.
Although the agenda page summary.
It says not to exceed on the
Right.
agenda summary page. So it's going to be $250,000 capped, a flat amount,
Good.
just to conduct the primary. And part of that's because a lot of their effort is preparatory to the elections. There's a lot going on. Probably 75% of the election department and the county labor effort is going to be getting up to the primary. The general election's a much less of an effort for them. So that's part of that reason. And then you'll notice that if we go to the general, then it's a flat amount of $42,000 for each ward that we have to have the election for a maximum of $250,000. So if we went all the way to a general election citywide, the most we could be charged would be $500,000, which is about what we were charged back in 2011 for a general election. We think that's a good deal, and that would save us about $1 million in costs in today's dollars. Also in section 6, there are certain costs that we've had to pay in the past that we'll continue to pay directly. That's predominantly printing costs and some postage and some rentals, but those are things that we pay directly and have paid. 3 just says how we're going to get billed and paid. 4 talks about, this assumes we're using vote centers, Mayor. It assumes we're moving away from polling locations to vote centers, which you've already given us direction to do that. And it also begins to identify some of the services that they would charge us for if we went off this agreement. Now, I will tell you that I've had several really fruitful meetings with the county budget manager, Jeff Scher, We are working on some language that he would use in the billings to the other entities, because they're not obviously a party to this agreement. That language we would eventually incorporate into this. We're not prepared to do this today, but we'll probably come back with an amendment down the road and incorporate that in here so that we're very specific about how we're going to get billed for these other services. And I've, again, been involved with Jeff on that language. I'm very comfortable with that language. I think it'll be a good agreement for us. Article 7, I think, is something we didn't have in the prior agreement, actually a termination date of 2023 and a remedy process if there's any defaults by either party. So unless you have any questions, that's my presentation. Luann might want to say a thing or two, but again, this is the first step in trying to work collaboratively with the county on many issues. And we're really happy with where we are with this particular agreement. And but just understand that this agreement is predicated on action that we need to take on item 49 today.
So it will come through for us to sign,
Absolutely.
and your headaches are limited.
I'm going to do the happy dance if you approve it.
Mayor,
Yes, comments, please.
I would like to publicly thank Luann for a job well done.
Thank you.
She worked very diligently, she and her entire staff and team at the helm of Luann. I had an opportunity to sit with her a few weeks back, and she had a number of stickies all over her office
We call
window
that the
and
war
doors from her team strategizing in their thinking of all of the various matrices. How do you say it? Matrices?
Matrices.
As far as the good, bad, the indifferent. And to bring this back before us here today, I most definitely can support what you and your entire team, and thank you, Betsy, as well, for your team and your assistance getting us to this point. So I'm pretty sure that I'll be in support of the motion to move this thing forward. Thank you.
With that, Mayor,
Thank you. That was beautiful. Yeah.
I would wholeheartedly like to make a motion
I would hope
to
you would.
approve. Oh,
Yes, we have a question
Oh,
here
yes.
from Councilman
Yeah, before we go to
Kaufman.
motions, I'd hate to mess up that process. I just wanted to say, we had a lot of discussions over the last couple of years about the cost of providing elections to us. And we all agreed here on this board that the county wanted to charge us too much, or said it was costing more than, they said it was costing a heck of a lot more than we thought it was. Well, what do you really think it costs them? Because I want to know, is that $250,000 essentially, does that contain some sort of element of gift that they're going to give it to us for less than wholesale price, or what? What do we really figure we're getting out of that side of this bargain?
Predominantly what you're getting is what we've never been charged for in the past, and Luann can help me out with this if I stray off the reservation, but we haven't paid for election department staff. We haven't paid for any of the equipment and services and systems that support the election department and the election process. We haven't paid for county staff that head up and operated those polling locations. And so it's a big chunk of labor that we would have to reimburse the county for that effort. Or, as you know, in the work that Luann was doing that Councilman Barlow just talked about, we would have to step up and staff up to do that ourselves at a much greater cost, because we don't have the efficiency of being able to share that cost with the other municipal governments in the election process. So it's a staggering number if we have to stand this up on our own at this point today.
And to say nothing
Mark,
of the
I thought we,
constant upgrade on technology.
But Mark, I thought we had didn't we get a little refund from the county? How did we work that out when there was a little audit, a little discussion about money? We have not been getting it for stone free, right? We've been paying money.
Yeah, there was an audit, and there was a minor adjustment under the previous. I can't remember what it was, but it was like less than $50,000. It might even be less than $25,000.
That was the amount of the adjustment, but how much have we been paying?
I kind of detailed that a little while ago.
But let's
I'm sorry.
just ballpark it again.
But we were only paying for what I would call their incremental costs. And so the last general election we had, which is a citywide general election we had, was back in 2011, and that bill was $460,000 from the county, but that was not reimbursing them for their own existing labor support for that election process. And so today, if we had under the proposed billing process that the county had provided to us, assuming, again, the worst-case scenario of a citywide general election, the bill was going to be $1.5 million.
Well, we knew,
Three
Mark,
times.
we all knew that was silly. That number would never wash. And yeah, if they forced us to pay that, we'd have put our own election on. Isn't that, am I right? Well, that's not, I don't want to talk out of school.
Let me just.
We kind of knew that was way out of bounds, right?
Let me just say this. We did the analysis that showed what it would cost for us to stand up our own election function versus what the county had indicated to us through a series of meetings that they intended to charge us. If council were to direct us to stand up our own elections function, it was nearly $1 million more in year one, and year one couldn't happen until 2019, to stand up a redundant election function here at the city versus using the counties. And as you all know, that we shared with you in a presentation that the clerk made a couple weeks ago that our ability to control costs up to that point were severely diminished. And if we were to roll out our own elections function, there would be significant capital investment, technology investments, and staffing investments to go our own way. This is a resolution that keeps our costs contained, similarly, although not the same, similarly to the prior elections that we've operated under the prior interlocal that was subject to audit, that then created this discussion at the county commission level to change the fee structure to the local governments who have spring elections. So this contains those costs if you are to go forward with it for the foreseeable future, at least through 2023. And I suppose at that time there could be additional conversations about what the county should appropriately be charging cities for spring elections at that time if we're still in that same situation.
How
For
close
what we
then,
know now,
Betsy?
this contains those costs without us having to provide our own elections.
Okay, I understand that. Then how does it match up against the other side of the equation here? We're talking about in this resolution forgiving the debt that the county has toward us. We say they have. I don't think they deny they have a debt, but they just simply say they don't want to pay. I wonder, then someone said, well, most we could collect is if there was a statute of limitations on one government owing another money. And I don't know that there is, but if there is, maybe. But in the meantime, we're just going to walk away from how many millions of dollars that we should have charged them before? I mean, we figured, gosh, double digits, right?
Mark may want to weigh in here because he did the analysis, but our estimation when this really came to a boiling point a couple years ago was that there was probably around $3.5 million, give or take, that we could request in arrears. And since then, we've billed the county, I think, around $1 million.
It's averaging about $600,000 per year. So if you've got the last 2 years plus the 6 years that Betsy's referencing, it's around $4.8 million.
Why did we decide that there was only $3 million that we could possibly collect? Was there a legal problem with asking?
It was a statute of limitations and how far
You know
back
what
we
I
could
think
go.
I might do, because I think we're ready, if I might, we have another agenda item that we could have more
1 o'clock?
conversation on, and maybe.
What item is that, Your Honor?
49.
Oh, well, but this is contained in this resolution, isn't it? I see. What legal counsel is saying can't get too deep in the weeds on this agenda item, so I will drop it now, and then, because it's taking us, although this agreement talks about it. And I'll vote on this based upon what I decide on the other side of the equation.
Thank you, Mayor. I am prepared to
Okay,
make a motion.
thank you, Councilman, thank you.
I'm prepared to make a motion to wholeheartedly approve this new interlocal agreement with Clark County. That's my motion.
Okay, there's a motion to approve on agenda item 47 with great thanks to Ms. Holmes and her staff. Please vote and please post. Okay, Mr. Barlow and Mr. Coffin, please vote.
I'm going to support the item, Mayor, but Betsy, I would like to talk to you about this interlocal when you get a moment. Thanks.
Thank you.
And Mayor, if I may, just on the motion,
Please.
say that I'm going to abstain on this one simply because this really contains two subjects. This motion contains two subjects. And one of them is we're voting before we have further discussion on 49. And I understand I've been told that, but there it is, what, the fourth or fifth paragraph. You wipe out all the debts. So I think I'll abstain on this first one. Thank you.
Please.
Councilman Coffin, this item is a separate item in terms that it is a recital that says it's in consideration of this. They would be considering the termination of the 1985 amendment. So you are within your discretion to go ahead and vote on this item.
You say I, what?
You may vote on this item versus abstain.
I'm going to abstain just because there is some cloud in my mind as to why I would even vote on number 49 if, you know, in a sense, we have already decided in 47 to do that.
Okay, well, all right, so let's post, please, then. We're leaving it as with his abstention. Thank you, the motion carries. And now we will move on to, let's see.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Should we pull agenda item 49 forward in front of 48, if that's all right? I know, Mr. Harson, you're ready, but let's pull these together so we can just close this all down with your permission. Okay, can you signify okay, you'll wait, Mr. Harson? He is. He is. What choice, right? Sorry. Okay, agenda item number 49, discussion for possible action to terminate the 1985 amendment to the 1977 Fire Services Automatic and Mutual Aid Agreement for fire service delivery to the county islands in the northwest part of the city, and to waive all amounts in arrears owed by Clark County for charges directly related to the services provided by the city to the county under the amendments. And so is Chief McDonald here? Yep. Where? Hi there. Even you noticed that. Okay, all right, Mr. Vincent, we'll come back to you, and then to Chief.
All right. For the record, Mark Vincent, Chief Financial Officer. As you know, a few years ago, we discovered this automatic aid agreement that had identified some small county islands from back in 1985 that we were providing fire services for. And the agreement, the amendment, called for the county to pay for the city to provide those services, and that payment was calculated as 125% of the then a particular fire safety tax, because there's two taxes that they have, a particular fire safety tax that was collected in those county islands. And as I have already mentioned, again for the record for this item, it's about, that calculation generates in today's dollars about $600,000 per year. That's the number. For whatever reason, I certainly don't know. I don't know that anybody on staff knows. We never submitted the county a bill, nor did they ever obviously voluntarily pay until we flash forward to, I think it was November 2014, when Manager Fretwell sent to Manager Burnett a letter saying that we've discovered this This is what those numbers might look like. We'd like to sit down and have some discussion about how we would resolve this, because frankly, we're always in different interactions with the county on different particular projects and regulatory issues, and we would like to see if there's some way to amicably resolve that issue. I think we had a meeting somewhere along the line in there, at least one, and I think in September of 15, we actually sent a letter with an invoice attached for fiscal year 15's bill, which I think at that time was $545,000 roughly. And in the letter, we mentioned the statute of limitation number, which was about $3.7 million. And as I said earlier, through today, as I stand here today, that total bill going back from 09, the statute of limitation period forward, is probably about $4.8 million. I probably could describe in general that while they haven't formally responded to the letters, they certainly are in dispute that they owe us anything. That's been made on the record. And I think, and Chief Willie might, Chief McDonald here might be able to respond. I think over the years, there have been differences in who provides what kind of services, whether that be the hazmat
But basically,
or the bomb.
what we were doing was providing service to the county islands, and had failed to collect any funds to get back to us for the services that your department was providing.
So the I think, and again, in terms of trying to move our relationship with the county along and get going on some of these other projects and programs and regulatory things that we have in the works. One of the first steps that we've agreed to do is, again, fix the election costs for the next 8 years or so in consideration for moving on, terminating this amendment and moving on and not pursuing any of the monies that we think that we may be owed.
Thank you.
So that's kind of where we're at.
Okay. Chief, if you'll announce yourself and tell us.
Morning, Mayor, members of the council.
Morning.
The red button.
Morning, Mayor, members of the council. Willie McDonald, Fire Chief. I also agree that there's been many changes that have occurred over the course of even the last 2 years that have improved the relationship as well as the services provided back and forth across the borders between ourselves and the Clark County Fire Department as well as the North Las Vegas Fire Department that have, I think, created more of a sense of a partnership in terms of serving our communities, and I believe the responsibleness that the agencies have taken in terms of that relationship have really improved the situation that the city is in as well.
So the resulting end of this will be financially?
We will not collect anything that we thought was back owed to us, but because of item 47, we also potentially going to save $4+ million in our election costs over the next 4 election cycles.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Are there any, did you wish to say something?
I just want to add on to what Chief McDonald said. The chiefs of not only our fire department, but the county and North Las Vegas are working to update that 1977 mutual aid agreement. And in that update, I believe Don Burnett and I agree there needs to be a much more stringent approval process on some of these agreements that are struck between the fire departments to deliver service so that we don't ever get in this situation again. And so the chief has been working with the other chiefs to come up with an updated mutual aid agreement. That is not ready today, but a lot of the legwork has been done, and we anticipate bringing that back to City Council in a future action. So we're trying to ensure that we don't get in the same situation again that we're trying to rectify today.
So you're in approving this with a motion. We are not fully briefed on what that's going to be as far as how it affects North Las Vegas and Clark County.
Well, there should be no impact from a service or operational standpoint. That 1977 agreement will stay in place. But what I want to make sure everybody understands is that that agreement was built in 1977, and there are a lot of different things that are going on in our service delivery model now that need to be taken into consideration as we look at mutual and automatic aid. So we're simply asking for the termination of the 85 amendment, not the entire mutual and automatic aid agreement that impacts the entire valley, but that agreement needs to be updated for today's service delivery model.
Okay, any comments, questions there? Councilman Coffin, there you are.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, okay. I really think that in the previous resolution, we were dealing apples and oranges. You know, we gave a bushel of apples and picked up a few oranges in our dealing with the county. Now here in item 49, that's just my opinion, trust me. I know you guys have different opinions, but in this one here, it's pretty much open here that the county ignored us, that essentially we said they owed us a bunch of money, and we really believed that. Council was certainly led to believe it. And then because they didn't answer our letters, we kept reducing what we wanted. Well, you know, sir, may I have another portion? When you get to the point where you're asking for help from the county for something they owe us, I just don't feel comfortable even thinking that there is a statute of limitations when one government owes another government. Our governmental entities charge people going way back for lots of things. There is no statute of limitations there. So I don't know why a government to another government wouldn't say, we're going to keep our word, and just because we didn't pay, because we didn't send the money, doesn't mean you don't owe the money. I mean, I don't know who, I can think of that board. I mean, I think Thalia Dondero, Manny Cortez, probably Bruce Woodbury, some really good people in 85 and more, I can't remember. The point is...
And you're back in the days of Bill Breers, I think.
Breer might have been, I think he might have been in mayor.
Right.
But he was on the city at that time. He had previously served in the 70s on the county commission. But here we are, we now are saying, well, okay, despite our recent attempts, essentially, you know, the letter from the collection agency reads, despite our recent attempts to contact you and you have not responded to our letters, instead of saying, well, now we have engaged our law firm to collect the money, we're now saying as collectors, well, okay, forget about it. But by the way, over the next 10 years, if you pay us a couple $100,000 for what we're getting now, then we'll call it even. And I would have preferred that a grand bargain have been made and not one that doesn't even involve annexation. That's the root cause of this problem, annexation.
Well, but we didn't inspect what we were expecting. So we the city and prior councils and mayors and managers were not inspecting that we were owed the money. So this is a positive statement on our...
Your Honor, honey, sorry. I'm sorry, that's really a sexist statement, but I'm trying to be soft here. I'm trying not to be angry, because what we have here is a real difference of opinion as to how we should manage our money. We've got an off-book number of some kind, at least 3.7 million here, that we're going to wipe out. And you know, how you get that, I just don't know how it's so easy. Because annexation and our refusal to annex is what they ought to be conceding on, and we are not getting a thing on that. Maybe a vague promise written by a previous county manager who's about to leave. He's quit. He's retiring. What can we do? We don't look very good here as bargainers. I cannot say that we are getting our money's worth because it's not apparent. I know a couple of county commissioners have been working on this problem. Well, and they have our best interests in mind as long as theirs are taken care of first. So why would we assume that they would go along? Why would we assume they would pull a bill on annexation in the next legislative session? It's not in writing. Why should we give up on the idea that The reason property taxes are lower in the county is because we're providing services from our city into the county.
Okay, Councilman, you've made your point. I appreciate it. I think everybody else does, and it's recorded in perpetuity. So anyone else with comments? I'm going to call for a...
I'll make a motion, Mayor, if I may.
Thank
I
you.
just have one comment before I do. I want to make it abundantly clear to our audience today and our massive viewing audience around the world that between our fabulous fire chief and Chief Lytle in North Las Vegas and Chief Castle in Clark County, you guys have got a phenomenal communication and relationship that's fabulous. We're well protected in Southern Nevada, and I just wanted to express that as I move to approve agenda item 49.
Okay, there's a motion to approve. Oops, what happened here?
Your Honor, on the motion,
Yes, please.
I object to a member of a council being told that they cannot debate an issue of such importance. I really do. I think it is improper. I think it is a heavy use of the gavel. And someone who has spoken on an issue should not be interrupting and stopping the words of another member of the council.
I do, except for the fact that you have been going on about it, and we've heard your comments, and you've made your point.
You
And
were
therefore-
convinced in advance, Your Honor, and I'm
Pardon?
trying to convince others who may or may not have made up their minds. So now I will stop talking.
Okay,
But I
and-
wanted you to know that I object to being cut off.
Well, I certainly appreciate your comments and accept them as they're taken.
I
You can
apologize for
invite-
calling you honey, too,
And you
although-
can invite, pardon?
I apologize for calling you honey, too, because that
That
was way, way too familiar.
Believe me, I don't even listen to it anymore. So please, there's a motion, and please vote, Councilman Coffin. And unless you have a conflict, vote no, or vote something, but vote.
I did.
And there's a motion, and please, there it is. So thank you very, very much. Appreciate it. All right, sorry there, Mr. Harson. You have the patience of Job. Come forward, please. We are now, for those here who have been able to stand all of this, we are on agenda item 48, report by the Office of Community Services staff regarding an update on the City of Las Vegas homeless strategies and activities that include efforts associated with the master planning of the Corridor of Hope near the intersections of Las Vegas Boulevard and Owens Avenue and Four Master Lane and Main Street. This also is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow and Mr. Harson. Welcome, and team, and the floor is yours.
I brought a backup singers with me.
Okay.
I'm Steve Harson. I'm the Director of Community Services for the City of Las Vegas. And this is an update presentation overview of homeless strategies that is occurring out of the City of Las Vegas. I'll quickly introduce, I have Rick Van Diepen, Arnie Stalk, and Sergeant Ficklin with Metro. They will be part of the presentation towards the end, and I will make this quick and painless as possible, but I think it will be very informative as far as some of the things that are occurring within our wonderful, fabulous city. So quick to what we know and to set the stage. Las Vegas ranks 5th as far as the rate of unsheltered homeless. About a few years ago, we actually rated 3rd, so we actually moved down a little bit two more slots. But New York, LA, Seattle, and San Diego are all other major cities that actually lead us in unsheltered homeless. And just for a qualifier, every city in the country is dealing and grappling with the issue of homelessness. Nobody has found the magic answer, but many are working together and sharing ideas. And while we maybe have not figured out the exact formula, a lot of cities are looking to us for some of the things that are working in our community. Also, in 2015, based on the homeless count, it was reported about 34,000 persons experienced homelessness within a year. That is for the region. That is not just the city, so that includes all of Southern Nevada. That translates to about any given day, 7,500 homeless people individuals experience homeless. A little bit more further statistics, break those numbers down. There's subcategories. Many of them are victims of domestic violence. You've got families and children dealing with homelessness, seniors, children, another big push that we're working on, partnership with the Clark County School District, as well as the Department of Youth Development and Social Initiatives. And as we all know, we talked about the veterans. We worked on that over this last year and actually achieved functional zero, where we had a big celebration that, again, there's no reason for a veteran to be homeless. The system is in place to get them off the street. But they have to want it, and they need to accept it. Quick little things, majority of the homeless individuals become homeless for a variety of reasons. As we all know, economic hardship is a typical one. Medical issues can impact a family where they can lose their home and need help. Substance abuse and mental health issues is a serious, big hurdle that we are working with. People being displaced by family or friends. Interesting one, pride. A lot of people, their pride is in the way that they feel like they did something wrong and they need help, but they don't want to admit it. And so they're embarrassed and they don't want to actually seek help, or they don't know where to seek help. All of these things are contributing to homelessness. And the other biggest one I've learned over the last 2 years is a lot of people don't know where to turn. They literally do not know what door to go into or who to call. Challenge and barriers include storage options for personal items. So again, as you see vagrants maybe with a lot of things, they cannot necessarily take them on the bus with them. They cannot necessarily take them into shelters or into appointments that they have. Requirements for accessing shelters sometimes can be a limitation. Mental health issues, federal regulations, and the other one is public education of how to help them. Again, people don't know. So this just gives you an overview of some of the challenges that the committee has been working on. There is a 31-member committee. All these gentlemen are part of the committee. This is the city's Homeless Advisory Committee, in addition to Anderson Dairy, David Kuhn in the back. They're all members that have been working and meeting with us to work through these issues. Our guiding principles have been to be more effective use of our city resources. That means sometimes shifting our resources to do something maybe more effective if it's not working. Addressing unmet needs, so we're looking to fill gaps to help individuals get off the street. Addressing service-resistant populations. Why will people not take the services or accept the help that is out there? We're always looking to reflect best practices. We've looked at Phoenix, we've looked at San Antonio, we talk and worked with San Diego, and we've even had conversations with Albuquerque for things that maybe they've done to see if we can do it here. And then the other one is implementing that bold, visionary, and pioneering plan. We were fine with, we were not doing status quo, we were trying to do things differently, and we're trying to be innovative, of making it more of an impact. The mission of our group has been we will connect street homeless in the urban core to housing and services that improve safety, health, and wellness. The key strategies out of that is, key one is connecting homeless to services, connecting homeless to housing, building in accountability and performance measures. Anything we do, we try to measure to see if it's working or making an impact. If it is, we grow it. If it doesn't, we stop it or change it. And then building funding opportunities, big challenge, as well as improving community engagement, and then working on the physical improvements and some of the stuff we're doing with the master planning of the Corridor of Hope. Why these gentlemen are here, because they're going to walk through some preliminary concepts that came out of some design charrettes. Quick little progress. You're very familiar with the help card, Mayor. I know everybody is. Now I'm up to over 150,000 cards that are out on the street, and there is more in the print shop being printed. These things fly off the shelf. Every time I go into a meeting, I walk out with an empty box, which is a good thing. They are being used. They are being used, and is a great resource for people to know where to go. We have the wet shelter. We started out with 20 beds. We're expanding it to 50 beds. We know just over a 2-month period, they've already served 153 clients. It's working, and so we're going to continue to work with them to build it stronger, better, and be more effective. Housing First is still a model that we believe in. It's one of many pieces that needs to occur. We've done some partnerships with Help of Southern Nevada, and they already even have 72 units that we have funded to help with that strategy. Veterans housing is a big one. At a few council meetings back, we approved the $2 million towards the Veterans Village 2. Yay, Arnie, standing up here. That's 204 additional units that helps with veteran homeless. Shannon West Youth Center, we all know they're going under new construction. They will be increasing up to 120 beds. That will be moved away from the Corridor of Hope, and we did contribute to the actual purchase or acquisition of their new land, in addition that we already purchased their existing building for repurposing. We partner with CARE, the 200 Formaster. And again, they're providing communal mailboxes. They have up to 15 clients using that system thus far. The coat check concept we talked about, they have 90 lockers, over 450 uses. This helps homeless individuals put their items so they can make those appointments to get the services they need to get off the street and get more stabilized and into housing. And then again, they also are up to 3 days a week of providing the drop-in resource center where they can go in, find out information, where to go, and what services are available. Coordinating proactive outreach. big, huge proponent of this. So this is one piece that really does work. And this is where we have individuals out there working proactively, walking the streets and identifying homeless and talking to them. Not hoping they'll find out where to go, but we will have teams out there going up to them and talking to them and helping them and finding out what's going on. We partner with Caridad. They're focusing on Fremont Street, and I will add to that, because of this, Fremont Street Experience also has partnered in and hired Caridad to help fund this outreach occurring downtown. And then we also just expanded that contract with Downtown Rangers for Fremont East. Just an example of the report when I talk about the accountability, just over a year's period, Caridad reported 1,755 contacts of homeless downtown. 766 of them actually accepted service. That means about 1,000 did not, but it doesn't mean we don't stop. Types of services they accepted is referral to homeless providers. 14% went into emergency shelters, 3% went into medical treatment or hospital, 2% transport out of state. But these are the kind of numbers that tells us the movement and what we're doing and where we're making an impact. And again, reasons for declining.
Excuse me 1 second. Pertinent to that, I think Councilman Beers might have a comment or
Thanks.
question.
Could I ask you to roll back 2 slides? I'm wondering if, was this controlled for duplicate contacts? Because if an individual says, no thanks, I don't want help, they're going to still be there next week when we go out and do our outreach. So
These are unduplicative.
Say it again?
It's a hard word. These are unduplicative. So they do track that.
Thank you.
And again, reasons for decline. Again, they may be a partner, they may be a family, they don't want to separate, they may have a pet, shelter conditions they reported. These are all information that's been reported to the outreach person, anecdotal information that we find out as they talk with them.
Councilman Barlow?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Yep, that's the slide I want. Is this understanding, let me just back up. I've worked on this homeless issue in downtown my entire career working for the city of Las Vegas. My entire career, from staff to council, right? And of course, we have those individuals who fall short on their luck and become homeless. And you have those individuals who are mentally ill, which is stage 2 of homeless. And you have those that are service resistant, which is stage 3 of homeless. Reasons for declining. Would these individuals fall under the service resistant?
Yes.
Due to the number of conditions that you have listed here. Can you speak more to that?
So basically what this is reflecting is when they will not accept the services once we find out what their situation is, and they may decline going to a shelter or they decline whatever it is. A lot of times what we're here is, you know what, I'm good, I'm fine. As long as they're getting money or somebody's providing something for them, there's no incentive for them to move off the street. So for whatever reason, I don't think it's anybody that we could understand ourselves, just decide they would rather live in the condition on the street than to go into a door and take the services. It might be trust, it might be they don't know they're homeless. I mean, it's the mental health issue, but they will not accept the service to move away. A lot of times I've heard you may go to somebody and they accept it on the first time. There's individuals that takes 20 times, and I've literally heard a success story in Phoenix. A lady lived on the street for 40 years.
How many?
40 years. And she finally decided, I was tired. She was reaching her mid to late 60s, and she was tired. And she finally decided, I can't live like this anymore. And she was ready to go in. Now, I'm not saying that's a goal we're going for, but it's interesting to hear the stories of why for 40 years she would not do. And a lot of it was the system failed her, and she did not trust the system. And it took that long to finally break down, to get to impact on her. So to answer your question, yes, this is that service resistance. And I'm going to go a little bit more detail, some of the reasons why we're hearing why people won't take the services. And we're actually, and I'm getting ahead, there's a survey that we're doing that we're almost done with, but surveying the street homeless to find out more of that exact information. What is it? So that is there something we can do to improve or correct that system?
Right. And Mayor, if I may just attach on a little bit more on this particular item, because as I continue to redevelop this entire area from Cashman Field to the historic West Las Vegas community, which is the area that's most heavily impacted from an economic development standpoint, it is very difficult in a number of conversations that my colleagues and I have had with other executives looking to bring in, whether it be recreation or other amenities to expand the downtown and bring in, a level of amenities that will attract people from the outside. It's very difficult for us to do that because the first question they ask is, what are we doing in regards to, the big elephant in the room, right? And so for that, I know all the resources, the monies that we've put into homeless in this community. However, when you drive down the street, we can clean up on Tuesday, Steve, as you very well know.
Right.
And on Wednesday, it looks as though we've never been there.
Right.
Because of the trash collection, because of the number of individuals that are coming, whether it be through the faith-based community or just those individuals who are kind at heart, parking in the middle of the street, opening up their trunk, dumping out a lot of stuff, whether it be things that they don't want in their home, such as, broken and dilapidated chairs and couches, to include sandwiches and food. And that concerns me from a public safety standpoint because we don't know the individuals that are stopping in the middle of the streets, feeding the individuals, and then driving off to leave the city and the taxpayers holding, the brunt of the resources to basically get out there and clean up all of the defecation and urination that are on our city streets. And it takes a special chemical in order to do that. So we have to be mindful and protective of our water systems at the same time. And those are things that are impacting our general fund each and every day because we're not doing anything to address those individuals who are allowed to stop on the city streets. And Mayor, I'm not on a soapbox, but I'm just basically speaking the facts because as we continue to talk about the vision of the city moving forward, this is something that is very, very important and significant as to how, in fact, we expand and attract more businesses into the downtown because we have to get our arms around this homeless issue, right? And I'm not saying that we must apply more and more laws, but there has to be something that we can do from an ordinance standpoint or a law standpoint in order to address this very, very important concern in order for the businesses in this area to survive. Now, that's one thing that we haven't talked much about as far as the businesses, whether it be the cemeteries, the funeral homes, long-term family-owned businesses in the area, and I'll just give one example, Anderson Dairy, right, to include others that have been here for many, many years. Who's protecting and looking out for the best interests of the business community, right? And so we have to do, we all have to come together, and I'm glad to see that there's members from the Anderson family here and other private businesses in the area that are a part of this team. Because we can't do it just as a municipality. We have to do it as a collective group from a public and private standpoint. And so we have to do something in order to protect them because they are paying tax dollars and employees who are feeding their family. And we can't drive them out of business because we're not controlling an element of the populace that's not paying taxes. They're basically, reaping the benefits of what's coming into this area. And so there has to be another level of approach because, I hate to even put it in this term, but what we've been doing, it doesn't appear that it's making a difference. And and believe me when I say this, I'm not slapping anyone in the face because I've been a part of this as long as anyone else. But we have to come to the table with some new ideas and strategic, right, approaches, because I understand you travel to Phoenix, you travel to San Antonio, you travel to San Diego and other geographic areas in the region as far as best practices, and I appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to see how those best practices can now be applied to really make a visible difference in this community, because everyone seems to direct all of the homeless into this area, into Ward 5, right? And this is a regional problem. Right? It's not a Ward 5 problem, it's a regional problem. And so for that, the region as a whole needs to basically open up some corridors or some facilities also to help spread this out, whether opposed to just dumping it into one geographic location in Southern Nevada. So, Mayor, I'm good, and I apologize, but those are things that I had to say in regards to how, in fact, we talk about all roads leading into downtown, and that's one road that has to be addressed because it's a key component coming from the northwest into downtown in order for all those roads to be seamless and all beautified at the same time. But at the end of the day, as the Bible would state, the homeless and the poor will always be amongst us, but there's a way in which how we address that to make sure that they too have safety and security, and not basically pulling down the honest businessmen and women in the community who are making a difference in providing this municipality with tax dollars because they've been here for many, many years doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. This, you know, I hate to see it all go toward Councilman Barlow's Ward 5. It is too bad in a sense because our neighborhoods in Ward 3 downtown are infested with, I won't call people using the broad term homeless because some are, but I don't think it's the majority. I think frankly, the prefer panhandling and or living on the street probably ought to be a little bit higher up on the ladder from the people that I know and the people I've worked with and after our discussions with police and the marshals. There is much more crime being perpetrated by the people that are living in our parks. And it is that they thieve at night and they sleep in the parks in the same neighborhood they thieve. This is where we're at. And we've got to get them off there. But we have restrictions on what we can do. And so, yes, they have to move apparently into Councilman Barlow's ward for treatment, but all wards should have something. And yet you can't fight that battle because, you know, I respect the Western wards. They will never, ever support that. So downtown is where the problems are, and the solutions ought to be there. And so for all the solutions you're proposing, I'm really in support of them. Just that you got to know that I've been standing guard at a park, too. And that's stupid. But anyway, it is kind of a necessity because we're very close to vigilante treatment of people. People will get hurt, and there will be no culprit found, and that's dangerous. So that's what I'm talking about on money for the cops. Same thing.
Thank you. I just thank you, Councilman, and having attended U.S. Conference of Mayors now, this coming one will be my 18th Conference of Mayors. This is pervasive around this country. It's probably pervasive around the world. I loved the fact that you were visiting. You are always looking. I know that. You've always also asked for being innovative and trying to come up with something. But it's a long, recurring problem. Right. We know it, and all the asides from it and all the costs. But the best we can do, we got to keep doing better, however you do it. So please continue on with your presentation.
I just want to echo a little bit, and that is exactly why we have the community involved in this process.
Yes.
Unlike before, we have the businesses, we have Paul Mortuary, we have formerly homeless people, we have the architects. Truly, the community is behind this, and they're actually at the table, and you're going to hear some of that. Because it's amazing how people do want to get involved and how they want to help.
One of the biggest things that I know, 2 years ago, I called the governor because in years past, many years, a couple of decades, 3, 4 decades, 4 or 5 decades ago, mental cases were in sanitariums or in health care hospitals. And asked the governor, when you go ahead and compile the costs to law enforcement to pick somebody up, take them in, house them for 2 days, maybe medicate, counsel, and then they have to be released. That cost is very fixed. All the costs in the hospitals, all the costs everywhere. To have the governor for the state open up care facilities where at least those with the mental issues could be treated. And I think this needs to move forward with continual asking of the governor, because I know the beds at UMC and the public hospital, we have easily 100 beds that are taken, and you look at the cost of that and the cost of those drugs, and I'm preaching to the choir because you know it all because you do it every day. But I do believe the governor needs to really take a very active role in helping at least that piece of the homeless problem. We've been working with successfully with identifying and finding beds for veterans, and with the work that Mr. Stalk and everybody else has been doing. But those who won't come in for treatment, and I do know the 12 years when my husband was mayor, he opened up city council with all the support, social services coming in, come in, no questions asked, we're going to help you, and nobody came. So the issue is to continue on with everything that you're doing and keep the net out, but at the right time, please get the governor, because we have the facility uses storage of school furniture down there at Jean, and there's an empty facility up in the Reno area. And we have so many good people that do nothing but want to be involved, physicians and nursing and counseling, everybody. So I think, I mean, that's only one small piece, but please go ahead with this.
I'll get
Thank
through this
you.
as quick as I can. So another aspect, we also work with Salvation Army. They also have done an outdoor campaign. They did one last year. They targeted on the downtown area. They have done this in 2 or 3 other cities. You maybe have seen some of their information. They partner with RTC as well as the city on bus shelters as well as trash cans. Because of their outreach efforts, they saw a 5% increase in meals served. And with their homeless facilities, 38% increase in their day shelter use, 14% increase in their night shelter use, and 130% increase in their telephone inquiries. That's for 1 month. Last year, they're doing it again this year in November. These are the kind of partnerships we want to continue. Not 1 cent did we fund into this. This is 100% Salvation Army. So again, leveraging resources where government can do it, but as Councilman Barlow said, we can't do it alone. It truly is a community effort. Real quick, and so you don't have to listen to me talk the entire time, we have done PSAs. I have 3. I'm going to show you 2. So if they would show this one, if you haven't seen it, I think it's good for our viewing public, but you can see what our partners are doing here. This is Major Kelly Ponsler with Salvation Army talking exactly to what Councilman Barlow's focus was on, the dumping. So if you can play that.
Giving clothing and supplies to the homeless on the streets may seem compassionate, but it's not helpful. Here's why.
Here at the Salvation Army, we've seen the good intentions of Las Vegas citizens go very wrong, as people have left bags of clothing and other items on the street, and homeless men and women cross out into the traffic and start wrestling with each other to get the best of those items. And then there's the rubbish that's left behind afterwards. If you really want to help, it's better to give the clothing items and blankets and things that you would like to share to an agency who will be able to put those things into the hands of the individuals who can use them. That will help us to deliver those services in a way that is safe and with respect and dignity for the men and women involved.
We thank you for caring, but make sure your good intentions are helping, not hurting our homeless citizens. For more information, go to NevadaHomelessAlliance.org.
So that's one effective use, and again, thank you to KCLV for helping produce that. Here's another one, a little shorter, that when we're focusing on ending veterans' homelessness. And again, if you may remember, she was one of the speakers at the Ending Veterans Homeless event at the Smith Center.
With the baby.
Yes, and still doing very well. But again, these are examples, and again, an example where we're doing things right. The City of San Diego took these PSAs. They were so impressed that they replicated them almost verbatim for their community down there. So we are doing some things right, but we still got a long way to go, hitting to the points that have been
No, you're
denoted.
doing great, and without it, I can't tell you.
Again, a little reminder, Project Homeless Connect is another big event. We do this annually. I would love to be able to expand this, to do this more often. This is an event that has typically been hosted out of Cashman Field. But again, over 15,000 homeless clients have been assisted over the past 15 years, or 5 years, because of all the services that come together to help connect people getting into housing, bus getting them home, whatever it may be, and a lot of times just getting them medical attention or helping them through the judicial aspect. Surveying street homeless, this is another thing that we're a leader on. I don't know of any place else in the country that they are doing this. We've actually hired the services of Applied Analysis to design a survey. We're using one of our outreach teams, being Caradat, literally doing a survey of the street homeless on the street, not in the shelters, not anyplace else, the service resistant, and to a series of questions to find out what is it that is occurring. Are we on target? Are we missing something? And where we focus our efforts. Again, San Diego is watching this very closely because they may use the same instrument. And I'm getting calls from other communities that are hearing because nobody's ever really done this before. Valuable information so we know we're heading in the right direction instead of just guessing and figuring out what to do. I should have that information by the end of this year. We're almost done with actually getting the surveys done. What's working, we talked quickly, the what shelter is working, the survey seems to be working, that information will be helpful. Project Homeless Connect is working, the charrettes that they're going to talk about are working, the community loves to come to this stuff, they're having the conversation, people now know where to go and talk about it, and they want to help with solutions, and they want to help with ideas of what they can do to contribute to fix this. Salvation Army's outdoor campaign, and again, as we continue to look at key properties in the Fort Master area or Corridor of Hope to help make a difference to help improve the situation. Up next, still working on the public bathrooms concept, much harder than what it ever seemed to be, but we're not giving up. We're still working on business awareness and engagement. We've actually gone and met with businesses, and we actually even have done some things like a do's and don'ts, so businesses know what to do and what not to do, who to call. All these kind of things that people assumed they knew, people knew who to call, they had no idea. It's been received very well, and so that's another one where we've been partnering up and helping our outreach teams work with their tenants of, again, don't feed them, don't do certain things, but what you can do to help them. Again, we're doing another Corridor of Hope charrette. There'll be another one on October 27th, which will be culminating all the work that's been done to this point and continuing to work on coordinated outreach for other areas of the city. Again, outreach is a big component, so sending more outreach maybe over to Circle Park or Ward 1. And again, homelessness is becoming an issue in the suburban areas too. It's not just downtown. And you're seeing them growing all over the valley. So these are other approaches in coordinating these resources so they're not overlapping, but strategically hitting the right places. Still working on the mental health services in collaboration, as you pointed out. That's including the state, that's including WestCare, that's including the hospitals. All these people getting the medical community to talk to each other and to get to their resources together. There might be opportunities. We can put some of that stuff or key services down in the Corridor of Hope for those immediate, helping with those immediate needs. Traffic circulation around the Corridor of Hope is even an issue. So we've been looking at things like that. That's where the Kuhn brothers with Anderson Dairy has been very instrumental in having those kind of discussions. Still looking at immediate housing programs. We're actually having conversations with landlords, maybe getting a percentage of their housing stock that can help with, hence the housing first concept, or getting people into housing to stabilize them, and then also working on the homeless court program, working with community court. We haven't even talked about the judicial system and how the homeless population actually is costly and drags into those situations and remediate out. So those are other
like
things.
Everything else, they're overloaded.
Right.
Overloaded. There's just not enough time
So
in the day.
doing a homeless court more regularly, and we have the legal community who is very interested in participating and doing something all pro bono is another concept that we're doing. All these things it's not one. It's all these things consecutively that have to occur. So it's not your conventional plan and we do it. It's moving all these strategies at the same time. It's a challenge, but we're not giving up. We're going to switch over to the master plan of the Corridor of Hope. Again, I cannot thank these gentlemen enough. This is where the design community said we need to be at the table. And my biggest problem is I had too many people that want to be on my committee. What a nice problem to have. And I said, couldn't welcome them with open arms. They've been instrumental leading some of this effort and doing the community conversation and getting the information so we know what to do to improve the area of the Corridor of Hope. And also, I just want to note, even the city of North Las Vegas has been at the table since they are neighboring to the north. They have opportunities where they're planning some things, so we are collaborating and sharing that information. Just for a quick reference point, we know where City Hall is. I know this seems silly, but a lot of people don't know where the Corridor of Hope is. It's about a mile north just on the border of North Las Vegas, as you go down Las Vegas Boulevard or Main Street, it's where a lot of the homeless service providers, such as Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, and Shade Tree are located. I know it seems redundant. It was amazing how many people downtown had no idea that it was just a mile north. Quick little aerial of all the homeless services. So this sort of shows you the blue areas as properties that we're looking at acquiring. They were vacant or moved out. And so again, to complement what else is going on down here, what are the core things to help remediate the issues and the encampments on the street, and so what kind of services that could be included, as well as maybe just physically improving some circulation within that area. You already approved on today's council agenda 2 property acquisitions, being 1401 North Las Vegas Boulevard and 1425 North Main Street. I can't tell you today what we're going to do with those properties. That's part of the whole design to figure out how they'll be repurposed.
Did you not say that Shannon West is moving?
Yes, they're moving to Flamingo. So they're currently there now, but in about a year when their new building is done, all those kids will be moving to their new facility, and then we will be repurposing the old property to make better use of it, to help with the issue down there. And with that, I get to take a break, and I'm going to turn it over to Arnie Stalk and Rick and let them make comments and talk a little bit about the charrettes, what has happened, the information coming out of it, and sort of things, what to expect coming down the road. But nothing is final today. These are just preliminary ideas that the community has been telling us what needs to happen.
And we'd like to keep hearing from you and appreciate everything you're doing. We know it's an enormous undertaking. Morning. Good afternoon.
I had to look. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the City Council. Arnold Stock, 840 South Rancho Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89106. I want to just say very quickly that this city and this mayor and this council is serious about this problem. And the really good news is there are a lot of people, business people, community people, homeless people, working folks that are interested in solving this problem in this community. It's become a very serious effort, and it hasn't been. I've been here over 20 years. I've been working on homeless issues since 1974. And I'm not understating when I commend the city, the mayor, the council, and this incredible staff, because I've been through a lot of series of staff people over the last 20 plus years, and thank you. It's really important to note that, I think. So given that, we've had a lot of people that are involved and come to our charrettes, and the City of Las Vegas, I just want to read a very few little prepare things. It's taken the lead in Southern Nevada to create a master plan and foundation for solving the problem of chronic homelessness, which seems to be centered in downtown Las Vegas. The design charrette process is an intensive, open to the public planning session where citizens, designers, and others collaborate on a vision for solving intense problems through a democratic and transparent process. This is probably the single most difficult problem that we face. It's the most visible, and it's the most difficult to solve. The charrette provides a forum of ideas and offers the unique advantage of giving immediate feedback to designers. More importantly, it allows everyone in the community who participates to a mutual author of the plan. City of Las Vegas has recruited heavily experienced architects, planners, landscape architects, nonprofit developers, homeless people, bankers, developers, and citizens engaged in a series of public forums and town hall type settings. Organized teams have developed ideas, plans, concepts, and renderings. What you're about to see is the result of downtown charrette workshops and what is planned for the future. And again, we've had a lot of volunteers put in hundreds of hours of all showing up, sitting down, rolling up your sleeves, looking at other examples. And by the way, there are a lot of nonprofits here that do great work, which we're very closely looking at, and they are incorporated in the process. And I know that the folks from Anderson Dairy are here today. People are showing up to the table. I'm almost done. People are showing up to the table now that have never shown up before. And so with that, I'm going to introduce Rick Van Diepen, who's our architect extraordinaire and leader of the workshops.
Thanks, Arnie, and thanks, Steve.
You're good.
Thank you.
For the record, Rick Van Diepen,
principal with Greenview Global. My address is 3586 Cochise Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89169. I'm really excited to be here today to report on our progress, specifically focused on the physical improvements, which is what our committee was focused on and tasked with doing. So as the chair of that committee, I want to echo Arnie's thoughts that this is really a fantastic and very important thing that the city's undertaking, and your leadership putting not just staff time behind this, but saying that as a council, we want to recognize that this is part of our strategic plan to make our city better. And so it's not just the philanthropic element, it's about making businesses more profitable, increasing land values, and making our downtown more a better place to live and work. So I really commend you for that. And I really want to thank Stephen, you and your staff, Maria and Kathy and everybody who've really helped us a great deal. We're all volunteers here. We've been working on this for about a year and a half. So, you know, I can honestly say that we have lots of other things going on. I'm involved with other community initiatives. And if I felt like the city wasn't behind this and wasn't going to put some rubber to the road, I think a lot of us would have given up a long time ago. But we have 31 people plus, I think, and it's growing on the overall committee. And there's just a huge amount of momentum, and I think a big part of that is because the private sector is coming into this process and helping to guide it. Other architects, planners, landscape architects, business owners, they've all come together in this process and given input, and I think the way we've shaped it by making it a community-based process rather than a top-down imposed process, it really feels like a grassroots movement that's being supported by the main entity that's doing this. So, in terms of some of the things that we're looking at with physical improvement, Stephen really mentioned several of them, but the overall themes are to address safety, improve outreach opportunities, and that really comes from this idea of acknowledging homelessness and recognizing that service-resistant homeless and panhandlers that may not, you know, obviously are not all homeless, we can't lump those all into the same category and say that because there are some troublemakers, the homeless problem is something that is made by those individuals by choice. My two young children and my wife, we stayed the night with several families at our church that were being housed by Family Promise. So we got to know these single mothers and their 3 or 4 kids, and they have to go to another church every week until they find permanent supportive housing, which is lacking in our community. So that's something that I really applaud Arnie for championing and the city for championing, concepts like affordable supportive housing, which is needed, and also addiction treatment. So our committee was really looking at those larger themes, which include housing and affordable housing, but also health and hygiene. The Corridor of Hope area centered around Four Master. When you don't have public bathrooms and you have a large homeless population, it's a natural outcome. It's sad because there are businesses like Anderson Dairy, which are making milk that we drink, and so they're really concerned about hygiene and also safety. When homeless are sleeping in their curb cuts where their trucks come and go at all hours of the night, it becomes a safety hazard. So I really commend Dave and the Anderson family for looking at this as, they want to be a part of this process and to support it. Because they don't want someone to get killed or hurt by one of their milk trucks. So that's where they're coming from, and I really appreciate their efforts, and also that Metro has been involved from day one in this process, giving real positive and also frankly innovative input on this. The deputy chief at our last charrette, one of his ideas is to sort of turn Four Master into a semi-pedestrian street that could serve as a permanent location for Project Homeless Connect. So having Project Homeless Connect, instead of being once a year, have it every month or every couple months or something. it's just an innovative idea, I think, that has come out of this committee. So I really commend the city for also just allowing, frankly, some of these ideas that may be a little bit, may seem a little wacky at first, but we've also put in over a year of research, as Stephen said, into other cities and other best practices. So they're rooted in concepts and models that work, but we appreciate you being open to it. So I think we can skip this slide. We already talked about some of these items that are being done by Arnie and his organization at CARE. And I mentioned restrooms. There are gates around all the facilities because Catholic Charities and Salvation Army, they just can't have people, sleeping in the landscape and hanging out in the landscape all day. So I understand the reason that the fences are there, but there are also reasons why people are only occasionally using the services and why some of them simply won't go through the gate. So we need to acknowledge that element will always be something that we have to deal with. So public bathrooms, trash containers, even a place to get out of the sun. The homeless folks with a lot of belongings, with trash. With shopping carts and large suitcases and everything. They don't want to leave those behind. Those are their only belongings on earth. And so it's hard for us to understand that. But if you're not allowed to bring that stuff inside the shelter, that's a pretty good excuse not to go in. So how do we deal with that? Coming up with storage solutions like they have in other cities, and dealing with street feeding. We've talked about that a little bit, but we're coming up with some really creative ideas to partner with Catholic Charities and Salvation Army to have a monitored and controlled drop-off area where faith-based organizations and other service organizations can bring clothes if they want to do if they want to do a handout or feed. They do that in a very controlled environment with those organizations that know how to do it. So it'll control those drop-offs and making a mess. Just yesterday, I was at an event on the corner lots on Formaster that was put on by the music festival.
Life is Beautiful.
Life is Beautiful, right. And they had to move all the homeless people from downtown, from that fenced perimeter, somewhere during this festival. So I really applaud that organization for saying, we're going to do something dignified. We're going to provide music. We're going to have meals. We're going to have all the services there. So it was a mini Project Homeless Connect right there on the Throwers lot, which I'm very happy that the city has acquired that lot. So on the other hand, there's a lot of trash down the street. It wasn't generated by that event, but it was there already. So
Well, wasn't there a major cleanup just yesterday?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
That's what
major.
Councilman Bob was talking about, is one of the
Major.
struggling issues. That, yes.
Right.
Yep. So we're trying to come up with solutions to deal with the reality, instead of just saying, pretending like these things don't exist, and that if we criminalize the homeless or create more regulations, that magically these people will change their behaviors. The fact is they won't. So we're acknowledging that, trying to be creative and come up with solutions.
And you don't have the capacities in the jails to house them all anyway, except for
Exactly.
48 hours, so it's a revolving door.
Exactly. So looking at things like bridge housing, and I'll show a couple of options here, but other communities have done some really innovative things with what's called bridge housing, and Arnie has a really great prototype at Veterans Village. If you haven't seen it there, I'd really encourage you to go see it, but it's a recycled shipping container, which is a very, very portable and an affordable way to provide temporary housing. And other communities have done that as a way to give a place where people who may be service resistant or they're just not ready to get services right now, to give them an option, give them a place to go. Right now, we don't have an option. Metro, has told us over and over again, the only option is you can't be in front of Anderson Dairy, and you can't be at Palm Mortuary, and you can't be in the right-of-way. So it becomes this shell game where the chronically homeless just get moved around. And when you're in a survival mode, as they are, you get creative. They find those places where they can't legally get hassled by the police, and they can't get rousted. So coming up with another option, a place where we can securely keep them, that's within walking distance and that's also affordable is one option that we hope that Metro can kind of get behind, because right now they can only move them down the street. They can't say, here's a place where you can go to sleep tonight. And that even goes for families that are living out of their cars. What do you do right now? You know, you sleep in an unsecured parking lot, and it's probably scary as heck. So we're even talking about ways to have just a secured place where if somebody needs to park their car because they got evicted or something, that we can even do that on a very temporary basis. This is the CoCheck storage. There are a lot of models around this. I saw one in San Diego when I was visiting a school that was dedicated to homeless down there. They do it in Portland, very cheap, but it's basically like a coat check where you keep a ticket and you get your belongings back after a certain amount of time. And it allows folks to get to their medical appointments, court appointments, all that stuff. If you don't want to leave your things behind, you're not going to go to your appointments. This is the bridge microhousing that I mentioned. It could be as simple as a reused trailer park with, these are Arnie's units that he designed and built at Veterans Village. But there are other models as well. It could be a combination of those and some tiny homes. It could even be some renovated camper trailers. These are a couple of the tiny house villages in Eugene, Oregon. There are some really successful ones in Texas, but it's a secured perimeter. There's they have on-site housing, on-site services. It's really intended to be a bridge, truly a bridge, where it's just maybe 45 to 90 days, and then folks cycle into permanent supportive housing. Mobile restrooms, there's some really innovative models, and I'm really excited that Clean the World is partnering with the city to come up with some ideas. If permanent bathrooms are too hard to maintain, maybe we can contract with a service like they do in San Francisco in the Tenderloin District. This organization is called LavaMay, and they've renovated buses to provide public showers and toilets. So they don't need to be permitted, they can be moved, they can come in for special events, things like that. But it's made a huge difference in San Francisco, and it has really increased the tourist experience there, because you're not smelling urine and you're not scared to go in certain areas. These are just some, pardon if anybody's offended by these pictures, but these are portable public urinals that are very popular in Brussels and Amsterdam. They have a late night party crowd, and this is how they've dealt with it, sacrificing a little bit of public privacy, but making the streets a lot more hygienic. So the first charrette was really a brainstorming session. I think there was 20 or 30 people, and one of the really quick sketch concepts that we came up with is creating a semi-pedestrian street on Foremaster. And again, this is really, really quick. It hasn't really been designed or anything, but this idea of creating some shade and using this area as outreach for homeless helpers and Care Las Vegas, the drop-in center that Arnie and his nonprofit runs, but using that as kind of the front door to the corridor of hope. Acknowledging that there are pedestrians and there are homeless folks that are always going to be coming to this area. How can we do outreach to them in a dignified way? So providing water, a little bit of shade, some seating, even some community gardens and other things that folks can make a productive use of their time. So I'm going to go through some of these other charrette solutions very quickly because they were, it truly was brainstorming. But this one was really focused on kind of not creating a big blue building here, but creating an area where all these things can be sort of centralized. On-site donation center, kitchen with computers and recreation, and then kind of creating a pedestrian path with informational kiosks and a navigation center that connect all these services. Charrette number 2, this idea of creating some small parks that are more spread out. So rather than concentrating it all on Foremaster, kind of having them dispersed. and then using those as community outreach there. Even having some kiosks with like a kind of a small office for Metro to be able to do their community policing more effectively in that area. And again, having storage, the purple boxes are storage for belongings. Again, just kind of distributing it throughout the Corridor of Hope. And real quickly, the other idea, looking at the master plan of this area, is actually treating it like it's a neighborhood. You know, we're providing services and everything, but there's no reason why this neighborhood can't be more safe, more attractive, and actually, you know, create a sense of pride for the area, because we're doing, you know, these service organizations are providing a gigantic benefit to our entire valley, and I think that should be acknowledged and dignified in the design of our of the civic space. But we looked at things like, you know, reducing the speed limit on Main Street there, providing more pedestrian access, more sidewalks, additional lighting, some additional cameras for Metro to monitor things. And this scheme was actually looking at 4 Master Lane, again, kind of creating a semi-pedestrian element, but creating a centralized opportunity for a community center, laundry, wellness center, community toilets, and providing a place for community gathering. Another idea is kind of, right now there's a small funeral home that the city has purchased, but Catholic Charities had a really great idea of creating a medical and mental clinic, or at least a navigation center to get people to the services that they need there. And some of the master plan concepts here were just really interesting, where folks were looking at, you know, how can we get the services to the people, to the chronic homeless on the street, and then sort of transition them into some other services that are provided by the service agencies, and then actually expanding that to creating some job training opportunities within the Corridor of Hope. And I think that's a really interesting concept to you know, as we stabilize this community, sort of really try to transition them back into the workforce. And Salvation Army, I know, does training in their culinary program for formerly homeless, and we'd really like to see that expand. Another idea is bringing in indoor agriculture, which is growing very quickly in Las Vegas, or in Southern Nevada, and as a new way a new option to train folks with skills. Again, this one is sort of related to a pathway with informational kiosks and opportunities for outreach. The dots were all public voting that we took, so the entire group got up. The third shred had 91 people. It was a packed house at the Fifth Street School, and it was a lot of fun, and I don't think anybody left early. They were so excited about it, and so these dots represent kind of their first, second, and third choice for some of these schemes. Obviously very sketchy. We're working these out, but the next phase is really to have this town hall with some more community input from stakeholders, and we hope the city leadership can attend that on October 27th. So the next phase is really to work with the larger committee, take some of these ideas, and get with the stakeholders like Anderson Dairy and the others, and come up with what we think are really viable, actionable items that we can hopefully get some really quick wins, and identify some funding opportunities to get those going. So really keep the momentum going, and then bring it back to this body, the City Council, and get your input and hopefully blessing. So thank you again for this
Wonderful. We thank you very much for a huge comprehensive report, thinking outside the box, as well as reporting on other communities where they're finding a modicum of success. Anybody that's watching that has an idea, contact S. Harsin, S-A-R-S-I-N, at lasvegasnevada.gov. He's
Or you can call me.
Pardon?
Or you can call me at
Or you can call him at 702
229
229
2330.
2330. That's Steve Harson with your ideas, because it is about thinking outside of the box as they go around this country trying to find out what works and what doesn't. So a lot of time, energy, and effort, and really very grateful. And of course to Metro always, because it is unending.
So again, I want to, you just get an idea of what's going on. The community is really involved with this. They love these charrettes. We're going to keep doing these. It's the community conversation. Again, for the listening audience, October 27th, Fifth Street School in the afternoon. Please come. It's an opportunity to get involved with ideas, with suggestions, ask questions, what have you. You've been so patient. Do you want to say anything real quick? Because law enforcement has been phenomenal, both our own public safety as well as Metro.
The issues that we run into, I'm Brett Ficklin. I'm the sergeant of the Community-Oriented Policing Unit for the Downtown Area Command. And the issues that we run into is, for the other area commands, for them to deal with their homeless problems is often just getting them out of the area. And whether that be arresting them, which brings them either to the county jail or city jail, both within our area command, or taking them down to the services, which is Salvation Army, Shelter, Shade Tree, Catholic Charities, Las Vegas Rescue Mission, which is all right there. It all comes to us, and the majority of it stays there. I've got one officer who goes out every day. He's assigned strictly to homeless issues, dealing with removing them from the problem areas in the neighborhoods or other things. I worry every day that he comes in and he's going to tell me I'm burned out. I got to go elsewhere. He does a great job. We get involved with every group that we can get involved in, with the charrettes. We get involved with the government. We get involved with the community leaders. We get involved with outreach groups. We do the best we can. We've established programs such as the Giving Project, which is the second Saturday of every month. We meet either at the Eagles Lodge, at Rancho High School's parking lot, or at Cashman Field in their parking lot. And we promote responsible giving, where those who want to give are able to show up in one spot, where we control the environment, where there's a police presence there. We average about 300 homeless or needy people who show up on a regular basis and receive the services there. That gives those who have the desire to give the ability to give, and those who need the ability to receive, and it fulfills both sides. Every time that I stop somebody down on Foremaster who's giving, I haven't run into one person yet who's been belligerent. Most times they're just ignorant to the consequences of what their actions are doing. And when we explain to them the importance of responsible giving, we get them involved with the Giving Project, or we get them involved with the services that are out there to be had. But we are continually striving. Our goal, and with Captain Andy Walsh, we always say that our goal is to make downtown a better place to live, work, and visit. And we believe that the quality of life for the people downtown should be the same as the quality of life for people living up in Summerlin or in any other areas within Las Vegas. And so that is our thought as we go out and we serve the community every day. That's what we strive to do, in dealing with the homeless, and dealing with the businesses, and dealing with the other government entities that we share this burden with. And hopefully some of these ideas can come to fruition, because we do need some help out there.
Well, and hopefully, too, some of the homeless that now are job trained and at work come back and help and earn money to get back out and help others in the homeless corridor as well, or everywhere else. But it is ongoing. We're very grateful for everything that you do. We know it's a revolving door, and we know, because of our great weather and everything else, that we will continue to have this issue. So whether it's locale and amenities that are going to be there, just continue everything you're doing. You're doing a great job, and it's just hard. But you better get a backup for that gentleman that's out there. Many backups for him, because you can burn out. I mean, I don't know how many years he's been doing it or how many months.
He's going on 3 years.
Wow. God bless him.
Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Try not to beat this to death. Sergeant, I truly appreciate the work you and Captain Walsh, and we've got a trooper out there, too, that, not in the room, though, that are out there working right now on this issue. And believe me, I've been a beneficiary. The residents in the Huntridge area, we have a lot of small parks, and those are the victims, really, because the people around the parks, they can't use their parks. You're doing your best, and it's we're trying to figure out ways to solve it. We provide a bathroom. You know, they still use the outside of the bathroom. They go in the bathroom for drugs. I stopped a couple of men and a woman from going into the women's room to do drugs. Well, hell, you know, they didn't bother me. They just left and went back to lay down under the trees and probably snuck in later. The thing is that that's really bad for a little park. And we've got another park we're going to build over on 15th Street and near Charleston, and we got a little Stupak Park over in the Naked City, Meadows. So you see, these little ones can't handle even 10 people that are homeless, resistant or not to services. So it's overwhelming. They take up all the shade, and frankly, in the park in the hot weather. So I was looking back on history, and I remember we had Ragtown. We had, when I was a kid, I remember people talking about Hoovervilles, because President Hoover got blamed for the Great Depression, even though it wasn't all his fault. Well, we had a shanty town out there near Railroad Pass, had 1,000 people at one time or another. And there was one down on the Colorado River where people that worked at the dam would also keep their families down there. So, look, I want to know, and Rick, you may be a historian of these things. I am curious. Did law enforcement push people out there and just say, you will be there, you will not bother the citizens? I'm just curious, because I know the ACLU intervened in a lot of that stuff in the 30s. That got them really rolling. But I'm curious, were we that heavy-handed in the early days of this stuff?
Well, I don't really know the history behind that, but that's really one sad chapter of our history, and but it's emblematic of the problem with criminalizing the homelessness, because it really comes down to you know, just again shuffling the problem around, and wherever that happens, there are going to be NIMBY aspects to it. So I think coming up with solutions, though, and acknowledging that what we're doing now is not enough, and I think that's really the benefit of this process, and having an open mind to look at things that we can do that are dignified and also effective.
Invite me to be involved. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you again.
Thank
Just
you.
really grateful, and know that you're going to have success, and we're with you the whole way.
Thank you.
So thank you for the report. Now, everyone who's still here, we are still in the morning session, and I'm so sorry, and we've been taking things out of order because we could not hear agenda item 46 before 1 o'clock. And now it is 1:30, so we are going to do agenda item 46, and at some point we're going to have to switch off and switch over on technology, which will give us a 10-minute break, and I'm sorry for all of you in the afternoon session. All right, agenda item 46, hearing and discussion for possible action regarding the complaint seeking disciplinary action against Larry's Villa, Inc., located at 2401 West Bonanza Road, and Brent Douglas Howard, holders of licenses CO5000855, tobacco dealer, and CO8-01109, coin amusement machines, and G01-00192, restricted gaming, and L16-00023, tavern liquor for violations of the Las Vegas Municipal Code, Ward 5, and this is Councilman Barlow's area. And hello.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. John Curtis, Deputy City Attorney for the City of Las Vegas, with Mary McElhone.
Okay.
We're ready to proceed on the complaint for disciplinary action, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Okay. Your Honor, I will turn it over to Mary at this point, who can give the council the factual background and the underlying facts which resulted in the disciplinary complaint being approved back on August 23rd to go forward today on the evidentiary hearing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. For the record, Mary McElhone, Business Licensing Manager. The Department of Planning, on behalf of the City of Las Vegas, brings this complaint for disciplinary action against Larry's Villa Incorporated, located at 2401 West Bonanza Road, Las Vegas, Nevada. Larry's Villa Incorporated and Brent Douglas Howard currently hold the following City of Las Vegas business licenses: tobacco dealer, coin amusement machines, restricted gaming, tavern liquor, and erotic dance. Brent Howard has been the operator of Larry's Villa since March of 2007 as the director, president, treasurer, and secretary. Over the course of this 9-year tenure, Mr. Howard has had a continual and repetitive pattern of illegal activity and noncompliance occurring at his business. Mr. Howard has demonstrated blatant disregard of the Las Vegas Municipal Code. And despite numerous citations and arrests of his patrons and employees, formal warnings and meetings with Mr. Howard and/or his representatives, Mr. Howard has not brought his business into compliance with the Las Vegas Municipal Code. Critical incidents continue to occur at this place of business, and as a result, Mr. Howard has demonstrated little or no accountability as a business owner in the city of Las Vegas. He is repeatedly ignoring the law, conditions of his business licenses, and the Las Vegas Municipal Code. Since January of 2014, there have been almost 500 calls for service in which the Metropolitan Police Department has had to respond, 4 times more than any similar type business. These calls for service includes fights, batteries, domestic disturbances, robberies, stabbings, shootings, murder by firearm, possession of stolen property, and possession of narcotics. On April 8th and May 2nd of 2016, Metro reported 2 separate robberies at Larry's Villa. The victim of the April 8th robbery stated that he received little or no assistance from the club personnel regarding the surveillance footage and suspected it was an inside job. On June 18th of 2016, Metro patrol units discovered a stabbing in Larry's Villa parking lot, which was not initially called in by Larry's Villa. Metro reported that the victim had multiple stab wounds and was believed to be related to the security guard. Both victim and suspects were patrons of Larry's Villa. The victim was uncooperative with Metro. On June 19, 2016, just 1 day later, a patron was shot and killed in a fight which started inside Larry's Villa and spilled out into the parking lot. Metro reported that Larry's security guard refused to provide a memorialized witness statement. Metro has also reported 2 other murders with firearms in August of 2006 and June of 2014. The violent and frequent nature of these incidents, combined with the lack of compliance at the establishment, give great concern for the health and safety of the patrons of Larry's Villa and the citizens frequenting other businesses in the complex. Staff is recommending that the City of Las Vegas immediately suspend the tobacco dealer, corn and music machines, restricted gaming, and tavern liquor licenses. That the tobacco dealer, corn and music machines, restricted gaming, and tavern liquor licenses be permanently revoked as of midnight, September 25th, 2016.
Thank you.
Your Honor, as Ms. McElhone stated, the complaint for disciplinary action was approved and filed on August 23rd, 2016. There has been no answer or opposition filed by the licensee in this case. Indeed, shortly after we filed this, the business was closed. I've been in communication, as has Business Licensing, with Mr. Howard. He's indicated both orally and in writing to us that he's closed the business. All slot machines have been taken from the premises. All liquor has been removed. It's been closed since August 25th of this year. On that basis, I asked the council to deem that all allegations and facts in the disciplinary complaint be deemed to be admitted and true, and that the council proceed with the immediate suspension of all 4 licenses as mentioned by Ms. McElhone, and the revocation with the permanent revocation of those licenses to take effect as of midnight on September 25th, Sunday of this week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilman Barlow. So
Thank you,
moved.
Mayor.
Are you going to comment?
Just a quick comment. It's very unfortunate that a long-time business in the community has come to a point to where it has just outgrown the community in which it was established. And as this community continues to transition in the developments that are coming in and around this particular site, it's been a long time coming that this particular use does not fit the area as it continues to expand, neighborhoods continue to grow, and new developments are coming into the area. It's unfortunate that a number of lives were lost, and for that, my heart goes out to those families and victims all involved in the heinous crimes that have taken place at this location. I do want to thank law enforcement for their due diligence in regards to addressing a lot of the calls for service at this location in and around this vicinity, as well as the City of Las Vegas Business Licensing and our City Attorney's Office for jumping to action to protect the safety and integrity of the constituents of Ward 5 in the City of Las Vegas as a whole. So therefore, I'm going to support the recommendation of our staff that the City Council immediately suspend the tobacco dealer, the coin amusement machines, the restricted gaming, the tavern licenses, and that the tobacco dealer, coin amusement machines, restricted gaming, and tavern liquor licenses be permanently revoked as of midnight, September 25th, 2016. That'll be my motion at this time.
Thank you, Councilman. There's a motion, please.
Your Honor,
Yes, please.
could I make a short statement? I'll be voting yes on this motion, but because Brent Howard was my drum major at the Clark High School band, I feel a little obligated to stick up for him here. Brent's a pretty smart guy. He graduated from high school, went over to UNLV, got an accounting degree, and set up an accounting bookkeeping shop, which has been in business in the city for about 30, 35 years.
Wow.
No one was more surprised than he upon learning of Larry's death, of Larry's villa, to find that Brent Howard had been named executor of the estate. He was able to sell Larry's hideaway in pretty short order, tried to sell this property many times, or this lease actually, many times. It's a 50-year lease, and he is under a fiduciary duty to the beneficiaries of the trust to maximize the value. Breaking the lease would have resulted in a lawsuit for lost rents, so he was unable to take that course of action. He was unable to close the business because the beneficiaries of the trust would then sue him for not acting in their best fiduciary interest. I suspect no one's happier today than Brent with the action that we're taking. So
No,
we
I think
provided
that
him
was
an
great
early
that you
out.
made
We've
that
provided him
comment.
an early out on a bad lease, and he's not real thrilled to be in this position. Of course, he'll be happier tomorrow.
And see, I mean, how important it is that you spoke out and cleared that, because so many people who don't know him, know of his history. You have made a very good and wise statement. Thank you very much.
Mayor?
So, yes.
And I know there's a motion on the floor, but thank you for that, Councilman Beers, because I too know Mr. Howard and his entire family. And this has nothing on the record to do with him specifically or denouncing his name. It's just a matter of the actions that took place on a parcel in the ward that unfortunately he was responsible for. But he as a person is a very good man, and I know him personally, so I just want that to be on the record.
So another statement
Thank you.
as well, and thank you both very, very much, and that motion was posted and passed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 50, correct? Somebody correct me if we've been striking or doing things. Abeyance, we're going to finish the morning session, even though it's 22. Then while they transfer over on technology, we'll take a 10-minute break and hit our afternoon session. Agenda item 50 is abeyance item, report and discussion for possible action regarding the status of negotiations between the City of Las Vegas and the International Association of Firefighters, IAFF Local 1285.
Mayor, if I may, this is Betsy Brotwell, City Manager. We are very close to having a tentative agreement with IAFF. So with that in mind, we can cover the same material that we had planned on covering in this item at the time we bring back an approval item for that new contract, as we're required to under 288. So it's my recommendation that we strike this item with the idea that we will bring back a report at the time that the final contract is brought to council for consideration.
So Mayor Pro Tem,
Motion to
with
strike.
that, motion to strike on agenda item 50, please. Please vote and please post, and you will bring that back to us. And that motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item 51, that's alive. Recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2016-55. Councilman Barlow, would you like the bill read, please? Thank you.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Bill number 2016-55, an ordinance pertaining to community redevelopment, adopting an amended and restated redevelopment plan for the redevelopment area commonly known as Redevelopment Area 2, deleting one parcel from the redevelopment area associated with that plan and making other technical adjustments consistent with the redevelopment plan for Redevelopment Area 1, and providing for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. This motion to approve on agenda item 51. Please vote. Please post. And thank you. That carries. Agenda item 52 has been obeyed to the 2nd of November council meeting. Agenda item 53, bill number 216-61. Councilman, would you like the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2016-61, an ordinance to amend ordinance number 6546 regarding the extension of the corporate limits of the city to correct the legal description of the annexed territory and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's motion on agenda item 53. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 54, recommending committee bills eligible for adoption later meeting. Items 54 to 58, bills number 2016-50 and 2016-57 through 2016-60 will be heard at a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. New bills, agenda item 59. Item 59, bill number 2016-62 will be heard at recommending on Monday, October 3rd, 2016. City Attorney, would you read the new bill, please?
Thank you. Bill number 2016-62, an ordinance revises the limitations pertaining to the keeping of pot-bellied pigs on residential lots and to provide for other related matters.
Is that serious? What? Is this really a serious bill?
I was just asking Councilman Coffin, is this?
Well,
They're so cute.
Anyway.
Your
All right,
Honor, you'll
never
notice
mind.
that I'm
No, I
not the
don't
lead
even want to,
sponsor.
no, forget this.
I've been invited to be
Okay,
a
that's
co-sponsor.
it. Where you read it, new bills number 2016-62
Free the
is
pigs,
assigned to
though.
the recommending committee members, Councilman Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin. If any so designated or unable to attend, the clerk's office will coordinate finding substitute as necessary at my direction, please. Thank you. All right, the morning session of City Council is now in recess. It is 1:45, and so what, 10, 15 minutes max? 15? Fine. Pot-belly pig sandwiches, did you
Pigs.
say?
Bacon. Bacon.
Medicine to Newett. Oh, my heavens. Okay, we're ready to roll on, starting with agenda item 60. For possible action, any items from the afternoon session, council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, table, withdrawn, held in advance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Hey, Mayor, may I ask a very quick question? The city attorney and Councilman Coffin have been having some conversations about the election interlocal item that he abstained on, and he would like to ask for reconsideration so that he can post a vote on that matter.
Your Honor?
That would be item number 47 that would need to be recalled and revoted so that he can vote
If
on it.
I so wish, not to punish him.
Yes, exactly.
And I'm not
That's
quite
your
sure.
call, Mayor.
I mean, you were so sassy with the honey stuff and all that.
Well, I only hunted you once. If you don't tell Oscar.
Now, turn your mic on. I want the world to hear this apology. No, I'm kidding you. All right,
already
let's have a
apologized.
motion. I'm not going to really embarrass you, which I could do. So,
Your Honor,
Mayor Pro Tem,
I would
could
move
we...
to recall agenda item 47. That would be my motion.
Okay, we're going to recall agenda item 47. Please vote and please post. Councilwoman, if you're watching this from home, aren't you lucky you're not here? And please post.
Yes, I did vote no.
No, you abstained.
Yes, I've been told, oh my goodness,
This is a reconsideration vote.
I see.
It's okay, it
Mayor,
passed.
could we re-vote on that one, please?
My next motion would be to approve agenda item 47.
Thank you for making that motion, honey.
Are you able to correct what he just did?
Let's do this. Can we go back, and reconsider the motion to reconsider, I guess? But if it passes, it's fine. Then we get a new
Does
motion on the
anybody
floor
want a
to reconsider
councilman
item
for
number
sale?
47. That's
We
fine.
have a councilman for sale. Gosh, we
careful,
haven't
now
even
that-
gotten to the potbelly pigs. All right, the motion is to,
Okay. The motion is to approve agenda item 47, allowing Councilman Coffin to vote again.
Thank you. And the reason I've been told by legal counsel that there was not a sufficient reason to abstain because there was no individual personal conflict of interest, even though I hated the bill. I'm going to vote no. Thank you.
Okay. So I motion to approve agenda item 47.
okay? Okay. Oh, my goodness.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Yes, excuse me one second.
Okay, sorry, Mayor. Just a little confused.
1 second. Okay, so take them slowly
Sure, it's the
because you've got so
medication.
many.
Slowly.
Yes.
Let's see, the applicant has requested that agenda items 65 and 66 be obeyed to the October 19th meeting. They are GPA 62126 and ZON 62127. Applicant Alan Rothstein, owner Mexican Gold and Oil Exploration Trust, and Drake Rothstein on 4.3 acres located on the northwest corner of Pioneer and Hickam Avenue. And may I have that card briefly? Or do you want to, you want to go ahead?
Should we do them since there's so many of these, item by item?
Yeah, we're doing one.
I just want to make a comment on it. So, who's here for 65, 66? Okay, so the applicant has asked that this be obeyed. This is the last time we're going to obey it. It will be obeyed for 30 days. The Mayor Pro Tem will read out the date that'll be the last day it's going to be heard. We'll make a decision on that day, but I'm going to give him one more shot to meet with the neighbors, come up with a site plan, which he was supposed to do the last time we obeyed it. So this will be his last shot at trying to work something out with the neighbors. So I just wanted to let you know it will not be obeyed again.
Derek Johnson, 7478 Lawrence Powers Court.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes,
Do you wish to hear this man speak?
do you want to hear, Councilman?
Betsy wants to say something.
Yes?
Well, I don't know if you want to take public comment from this gentleman, but I'm a little bit worried about the 10-19 agenda, because we already have a very large afternoon agenda, and almost every one of these abeyances that have been requested by the applicants are going to a very long agenda. I know it's a little late in the day, but if there's a way that we could move these to the first meeting in October or the first meeting in November, that would be much preferable to the ones that are coming to you from the last Planning Commission agenda that ended at 1 o'clock in the morning. 2 o'clock in the morning. Thank you, Brian, for that correction. So I don't think you all want to be here for dinner that night if you can avoid it. And so I just, as you're considering when to obey these two, I wanted to bring that to your attention because the 19th could be a very long day.
Is that in agreement with you?
Well, I can, what would be the date after the 19th?
Councilman.
What would be the date after the 19th? Okay, well, mine can go wait till November 2nd. So if you want to change that one, Mayor Pro Tem, to November 2nd, so that will be the last day. If this application comes to the City Council, on that day, we will vote based on the information that we have on that day, November 2nd.
And therefore, would you like to hear from this gentleman, Councilman?
Well, we're not deciding anything today, so I'll leave that up to you,
I'm not asking for a
Mayor.
decision. I have 2 documents I'd like to submit for the record if I could.
Yes, you
That's
can
fine.
certainly submit them if you'll give them to our clerk here, please.
Okay. The first document is a petition from the Primrose Estates Homeowners Association, which is 12 homes a block north of the subject parcel. We are unanimously opposed.
And you
to
are, sir, I'm sorry, I
I'm
didn't
Derek
catch your
Johnson,
name.
7478 Lawrence Powers Court.
Okay, thank you.
I live in Primrose Estates.
Okay.
And I'm here on behalf of the HOA, and we are unanimously opposed. There are 21 signatures on the petition to the current applications for low density and R1 zoning. The compromise offered by the applicant's attorney at the April 20th City Council meeting is something that we could accept, however, and that called for a tentative map to be conditioned for single-story homes, rural density, and RD zoning, along with another neighborhood meeting. If the City Council maintains those requirements, this would be a fair, we feel this would be a fair compromise for the applicant, for the neighborhood, and for the city. The second document is 1 page. It is a list of 11 current protests that are posted online with the names and addresses and the postcards that were submitted for each of those protests. The staff report and the agenda summaries for our past 2 meetings only show 9 protests. There are in fact 11 current. So we request that the staff report and the agenda summaries be updated to include the 11 protests plus 10 more addresses in Primrose Estates beyond the 2 that had already submitted postcards for a
Okay.
current total of
Thank you.
21 protests, and we believe
Okay.
there are still 0 approvals. That's
Thank
all
you.
I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Then my motion, Your Honor, and council members would be to obey agenda items 65 and 66 to the November 2nd meeting. Again, those are GPA 62126 and ZON 62127. That's my motion.
And that's,
No, we're going to one at a time.
okay, what was it in November?
November 2nd,
Okay,
2016.
okay.
That's my
Say,
motion.
Your Honor?
There's a motion, yes?
Oh,
Is
I'm
this in
sorry.
relation to?
Yes,
the-
I voted no. I voted yes.
Okay, there's a motion, please vote and please post.
And Your Honor and counsel, the applicant on agenda items 67.
Before
66
we go any further, can I just interrupt you?
Yes,
I
please.
wanted to ask legal counsel on this kind of situation where a lot of things are going to be obeyed, and we have people coming here. We don't provide a public comment period, so at the afternoon session. So essentially, a person comes here thinking they're going to speak, and then find out they can't. Is it because the open meeting law does not require a second public comment session?
Councilman and Mayor, the mayor could be allowed to, or could allow someone to speak if they aren't able to make the next meeting when this is rescheduled, or she could take public comment now and have that comment transfer over to the next meeting at which the item is going to be heard. So it's really up to the mayor to determine exactly whether or not she's going to allow public comment
It's a
on
hard
whether the
decision
item is
for
going to
the
be
chair
obeyed,
because-
or if it's going to be comments that will be taken to the next meeting.
You understand my thinking here?
No, I think that's
You might have to have
finally
hear
very
from 25
wise.
people
No,
to be
for
fair.
people that,
so-
was there anybody here besides on the 65, 67 that can't make the November 2nd meeting?
65, 66.
65 and 66. Okay, so we will do it that way. If you're unable to be at the next Abade meeting date, then I will take comment from you, and hopefully not repetitive, and, but we will hold our conversation till those meetings of when it's Abade. So now 67.
Mayor, just another point of information. There's also the public comment at the end of the meeting, and a lot of times we let people provide their public comment at the end of the meeting like you do at the beginning of the meeting. They reference their item number, it's a part of the record, et cetera. So
Thank you.
if it helps the proceedings, you can use that as well.
Well, I just thank you very much, and that is fact, but the reality is some of you have been here waiting for this, and so I'm going to allow you in a timely fashion, because otherwise you're here till 4:30 or 5, and I don't want to do that to you.
Mayor, could I ask a question really on behalf of the city clerk as well? Are we going to go through all of the housekeeping items one by one and vote individually on that? Is there a reason?
Well, we're
Normally
voting for this, yes, well, because we have an item that's been requested for an abeyance, and I want to hear it.
Oh, okay, because I was going to say, because all of the ones except for that one, we can go ahead and just do those in one motion, and then on that
Well, the
one-
only reason would be, it creates a problem if I want to hear from the public that's been waiting here. So if we could take, this'll work fine.
Okay, I'm just saying for the clerk, for the city clerk, it's going to be a little issue.
City clerk.
Yeah, it's
We'll
going to be
take
an
them in
issue with
little
regard to
groups.
record keeping.
Okay, so let's go 67 to 70.
Agenda items 67 through 70, Your Honor and Counsel, the applicant has requested to withdraw without prejudice. It is ZON 63938, VAR 63939, VAR 63944, and SDR 63940. Applicant owner, Rancho Verde Apartments, 2015 LLC on 12.36 acres at 98 South Martin Luther King Boulevard. That is my motion.
Okay, and I would imagine there's nobody here on that because it's a withdrawal. You would have known that. Anybody on those items? Okay, there's a motion to approve.
Yeah, motion to
Please.
withdraw.
Motion to
Without
withdraw
prejudice.
without prejudice on 67 to 70. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. Let's move on to 72, 75, please.
72 through 75, staff has requested that be obeyed till the October 19th, 2016 meeting. That is GPA 64884, ZON 64885, VAR 64887, and SDR 64886. Applicant owner 7470 LLC on 5.19 acres on the northeast corner of Deer Springs and Hualapai Way. That is my motion.
Okay, there's a motion to obey items 72 through 75 to the 19th of October. Anybody here on those? Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. Where are you? Councilman Coffin, how say you? I say aye. Okay.
Verbal
Thank
yes
you.
vote from Councilman Coffin.
And post, please. Motion carries. Agenda items 79 through 82, please.
I have 77 and 78 next.
Oh, sorry, 77, 78.
The applicant has requested that that be obeyed to the November 16, 2006 meeting. That is SUP 65287 and SDR 65288. Applicant owner 900 to 932 Casino Center LLC on 1.25 acres, southwest corner of Casino Center Boulevard and Hoover Avenue. That is my motion.
And is there anyone here who cannot come to that obeyed date and would like to come forward? Hearing none, there's a motion. Please vote. On 77 and 78.
And now on 77.
And that motion carries. Agenda items 79 through 82.
The applicant has requested it be obeyed to the October 19, 2016 meeting. Betsy Fretwell was not kidding. VAR 65326, WVR 65331, WVR 65593, and TMP 65275. Applicant DR Horton, owner Green Eagle Properties LLC on 39.18 acres at the southeast corner of Elkhorn Road and Tenaya. That is my motion.
Anyone who cannot make those obeyed dates? That's Arnold. You're not coming down, or you are? No. No, okay. Seeing no one, all right, this motion on that, please, that abeyance, please vote, please post. Whoops. Councilman Barlow, can you push again? Didn't go through. There we go. Motion carries. Agenda item 83.
Agenda item 83, the applicant has requested to withdraw. That is VAR 65234, applicant owner Don Cloniger and Jean Gray on 0.16 acres at 9045 Gray Bluff Drive. That would be my motion.
Anyone on that item? Withdrawal? There's a motion on that one for withdrawal. Please vote, please post. Councilman Coffin, Councilman Barlow. I'm going to take it. And Councilman Coffin? There you are. Okay. That motion carries. On agenda item 8485, I want some clarification, so I've asked this to be done piecemeal. Mr. Perigo, we spent a great deal of time on this project. We had a vote of 6-0 to approve after inordinate amount of time. Why are we hearing this again, please?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Lowenstein is prepared to answer that question.
I knew you'd do that. Mr. Lowenstein.
Madam Mayor, pursuant to the court order dated May 25th, 2016, the City of Las Vegas approval of the October 21st, 2015 of the West Care Foundation Incorporated applications for a special use permit and site development plan review on the corner of Duncan Drive and Bradley Road is void. The city may renotice West Care's application for a site development plan review and special use permit and proceed with a new hearing, and that is why we're here now.
Mayor, if I could just reiterate on that also. The judge found that our notice to the neighbors was deficient in that it didn't indicate the proper number of persons that would be residing at that facility at any one time. They just counted the number of beds, meaning the number of patients, but they failed to notice with regard to the number of children that might reside with those parents who are patients there. So the judge wanted a better clarification as to the possible number of people which could be at that facility. So we did renotice the item. I think it was for 171 persons or something of that nature. It was heard by Planning Commission, and now it's being heard by you.
And it's literally for the notification. Has there, may I ask your names, please? There you were, wandering back there. I saw you.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, J.T. Moran, Brandon, Ben David Moran, on behalf of the applicant on numbers 84 and 85.
Have you changed anything in these applications?
No, we simply copied the application, which the judge had indicated that he wanted to see that renoticed. And so we recopied the application that was approved unanimously by Planning Commission and by the City Council back last year, end of last year, and we just resubmitted it, which is exactly what the judge ruled in his one sentence in his order.
So, and that is part of our record, that the judge ordered re-notified, period?
Correct. He didn't reach the merits of the case. Other than that, I think Mr. Lowenstein has a copy of the judge's order, which he'll submit to the city clerk right now.
And there has been no change to anything that you've put in? It's exactly the same?
The same application, the same site plan, the same elevation, the same units, the same everything.
Everything's the
One
same.
thing was changed other than a date to submit the Title 19 land use application.
And Mr. Scott, did this have to then go back? Did this have to go because of the re-notification? As it is exactly, did it have to go back to planning?
Yes. But I think didn't you renotice it for 171 or something of that nature? Was the number of person count changed?
No, actually, it was a difference between the notification being labeled and notified as an 87-unit facility, which is called out in our application, rather than an 87-bed facility.
Gotcha.
So everything that you have are the same identical information.
Nothing's different.
No clinical testing, just transitional living, up to 18 months, women and children that are 9 and less. That's it.
We've heard. So, I mean, it is exactly the same. And what happened to planning? Mr. Lowenstein? What did planning?
I believe the Planning Commission voted unanimously on the item with the exception of Commissioner Creer, so.
Okay. Okay, Councilman Barlow, I don't see why we're asking for an abeyance.
Thank you for asking, Mayor.
What
The
is it?
reason for the abeyance is to give me an opportunity to, once again, just as the court stated, and the way I interpret it, is that it went back through the process. When it came through the process the first time, we had appropriate neighborhood meetings so we could talk through the issues. And so therefore, to cover all the bases, I also set up a neighborhood meeting to basically go over the details as well, which has not taken place as of yet. And so therefore, I want to make sure that I have all my bases covered to give everyone, the neighbors, to include the applicant, an opportunity to sit down, have another conversation, whether they agree or not agree, but due diligence to make sure that everyone will feel as though
You're a
they've
very
been
good
heard.
councilman, but from what I'm understanding from legal and planning, and from the applicants, there's absolutely nothing different.
Well, Mayor-
Just the wording, and I'm going to ask legal to respond to you, Councilman Barlow, because there is no different other than the required wording change in the notification. So
Well,
I'm going to
be-
slide back a little.
Before legal comments, let me just share this. As I communicated to the residents, and just as I communicated to WestCare, I gave WestCare an opportunity to have an audience with me. So, to me, it would be not prudent if, in fact, the residents feel as though they haven't had their opportunity to sit with me during the neighborhood meeting. And so, having this item move forward today, I can't support it. By no means, because the neighbors, I have to give them their opportunity, just as I gave WestCare an opportunity to sit down with me as well. So there's
But I don't
there's no
see any-
problem
is
there's no
there
problem
no
with delaying it
difference?
to give the residents an opportunity to weigh in as well, just as I've given WestCare. So.
And Mayor and Council, if you want to do something greater than what the court ordered, that's up to you. But normally, it would only be to rehear the item based upon the renoticed item, so.
And see, there's a lot of confusion as well, because a lot of the residents, when we, as you all very well know, when this came before us originally, there was a lot of conditions that I basically put in place to basically, give everyone an opportunity to have some wins and some losses. And now, with the renotification, the residents are feeling as though, well, we agreed to 87, and they're completely confused now with how this can be 174. And so that hasn't been, communicated in a public setting so that the residents will have an opportunity to come out to understand why, in fact, it's going from 87 beds to 174. And so, that's just leaving an entire community completely confused, because they weren't in the courtroom when all this transpired. They only see the renotification, which in fact, they thought that it was over, just as we all thought it was over, until the court basically came down with sending it back for the renotification. So I'm just trying to,
No, I think
basically
you
clear
go
the
ahead and
air.
make your motion, because my
Yeah.
understanding was, and we've spent so much time on this, which did pass.
And believe me, I don't want it no more than anyone else,
I know,
Mayor.
I know. And so what I understood, and maybe I'm wrong, through all those hours that we did talk about this and did hear from, and everybody really, I thought ultimately everybody was heard, that we knew it was a bed in each unit plus other beds. There never was an understanding. I don't know about the notification, but if the court has ordered it to be, quote, re-notified, and there are no changes from the applicant and no changes here, it is just a typo or a lack of clarification in the titling. So you have every right to make your motion,
ma'am.
and I do respect you for that. So please go ahead and make your motion.
My motion would be to obey the item, to give me an opportunity to meet with the applicant as well as the neighborhood once again, to bring back before the council at a later date so that we can basically vote this up or down and be through with this item. And so at this time, I'll move that we obey the item to the 10/19 city council meeting.
Okay, there's a motion. I think. And please vote, and please post.
Then I believe, Mayor, we will just hear those items on the planning agenda when we get to them. Correct, Mr. Scott? Thank you. Mayor and council, on agenda items 86 and 87, SUP 65450 and SDR 65451, applicant Real Racket Academy, owner Mary Barches 13 LLC on 2.03 acres at the southeast corner of Oakey Boulevard and Buffalo Drive. The applicant has requested that be obeyed to the October 19th meeting, and that is my motion.
There's a motion on agenda items 86 and 87. Please vote to obey until the 19th. Is that the 19th? Yes. Thank you. Please vote. Please post.
And on
And then
And the last
that
item.
carries an agenda item 91, please.
The applicant is requested to withdraw that without prejudice. It is SUP 65255, applicant owner Terry J. Hunt and Eugene Godina at 2501 Fulana Way. That's my motion.
Okay, on agenda item 91, a motion to withdraw, please vote.
Without prejudice, correct?
Without prejudice. Okay, now, keep us straight here, because I've got to go back. That motion carries. We are now going to agenda item, in my estimation, 61? Okay. 61. Okay. Abeyance item, public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or reduction of fees totaling $3,755 in out-of-pocket costs, 300 and failed inspection civil penalties, and 19,500 in civil penalties for a total of $23,555 recorded against the property located at 11 Prince Lane, property owner, Bank New York Mellon Trust. Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. A public hearing I declare open. Mrs. Zuna.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council. Vicky Ozuna, Code Enforcement Supervisor. The item before you today is a requested waiver that was held in abeyance for September 7th City Council meeting. The property is located at 11 Prince Lane, and the current property owner is Bank of New York Mellon as of October 15, 2015. The property is located at the major cross streets of Lamb and Charleston, and the lot size is .20 acres. The requested waiver includes 4 cases for review of this property. The first property that the waiver was submitted on was where the property owner was notified by violations by notice and order on July 28, 2014, and the city contractor performed an abatement completed on December 22, 2014, to secure the property and remove all refuse and waste from all areas of the property. City Council designee approved a lien of assessment on this property on April 21, 2015 for outstanding out-of-pocket costs of $3,095 and outstanding civil penalties of $19,500 for a total outstanding of $22,595. Additional costs and penalties are currently outstanding on additional cases for out-of-pocket costs of $479 for failed inspections and civil penalties consisting of $300 that occurred from June 2015 to September 2015. On these additional cases, the Property Preservation Company brought the property into compliance. Code Enforcement inspected the property on September 20th and found that the property is currently vacant, remains out of compliance, and there is a homeless camp remaining on site of the property that the bank representatives were notified at the last City Council meeting of. The ZIL value of this property is $93,000. Staff recommends denial of this waiver of fees and penalties.
Thank you, Mrs. Zuna. And do you want to comment first, Councilman, or let me have the public hearing?
Well, okay. I'm just going to say that, remember, we are visiting the subject again because I asked for it to be obeyed so that the prospective owner could show up.
Okay. Oh,
So
maybe you should handle that
If public hearing
first.
is necessary, if a comment period is necessary, by all means, go ahead and do that.
Yes, because we did hear it at last council. Is there anybody else who wanted to be heard on this item? Okay, hearing none, I'll close it. Councilman Coffin, please.
Now we have more people with us than the banker from, the attorney representing the bank. But I know he's going to want to introduce a realtor and a buyer.
That's correct. Esteemed council, Greg Weil on behalf of Bank of New York Mellon from the law firm Tiffany & Bosco. My bar number is 4417. Since the last hearing, we almost had Councilman Kaufman seek a reduction of 90% of the penalties, and then some other councilmen asked that we bring the buyer and the realtor here, which we've done. I can add that since we were here last, my client had people pass by the property on the 14th, and there was a padlock on the door with a chain. They had taken a chunk of the door off and ran a chain through there and padlocked it. Again, but nobody was on the premises. So when staff says that the property is vacant, we understood that somebody was there, and the police are reluctant to do anything when it's locked. But again, my client's ready to pay the hard costs in addition to the small costs in June of $779, and we ask that the $19,500 be reduced. Thank you.
Your Honor, if I could question these folks? Please, go ahead. Well, let's hear from the realtor and the buyer. Let's hear the story, okay? So the bank has found a realtor, the realtor has found a person who will live in it. I want to know quickly the realtor's story and then the prospective buyer's story.
Okay. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for your time. Basically, we started the process on this property about a year ago. By the time the bank forecloses.
Excuse me, could you introduce yourself?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. My name's Brent Howard, not related to the other Brent Howard. With Haynes and Krieger Realty. Okay. I represent Mr. Diaz. We went into contract back in March. Mr. Diaz is paying cash. He's ready to close. He lives in the community, so he's just as tired of seeing this eyesore as I'm sure everyone from Metro and everybody within the area that has to deal with it. We were ready to close in March. This abatement was obviously on the property, so we couldn't close. We've probably, as a company, we've sent our field reps out there probably 20-plus times to re-secure the property. They cut through the security screen. They cut through the plywood. I mean, it's a mess. So basically, I think the sooner that we can get this done, the better. And we could have this done in a couple days. He has the cash, he's ready to go. We just need to get this abatement resolved.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
My name is Sergio Diaz. I live to the neighbors, so
Oh, excuse me, sir. I know before the mayor tells you, give us your full name and your address.
Angel Diaz.
I'm sorry, say it.
1255 Pleasant Brook Street.
Did you say Angel Diaz?
Angel Diaz.
D-I-A-Z?
D-I-A-Z.
And your address is?
It's 112 Pleasant Brook Street.
Okay.
Las Vegas, Nevada, 89142.
Go
I
ahead
just tried
then.
to buy this property to fix it up and rent it.
Well, my question, I guess, if you could let me do that, Mayor. So you live around the corner?
Yeah, I live like around Charleston and Ellis.
Okay, and you're tired of seeing this mess?
Yeah, I check in her out. I pass by it all day long.
Yeah.
There's a homeless there every time.
Okay. I think that you're the kind of person we need to have more often step up and buy some of these homes. Your Honor, I don't want to belabor this if you're ready for a motion. Otherwise, other council members may have questions. Very well, Your Honor. Are there any other comments or questions from members of the council?
Any council comments on 11 Prince Lane? No, please go ahead.
All right. Because this is an ideal situation, Your Honor, exactly what we want. People in a neighborhood taking responsibility for what's going on around them if they have to reach into their own pocket. I am going to move for charging on this item the hard costs, and that is $3,755. There was another mention of $799, and what was that for? Did somebody indicate that?
There's additional out-of-pocket costs for inspection fees of $479 and $300 in civil penalties that occurred on 3 additional cases between June 2015 and September 2015 after the abatement was completed.
Okay, so Vicki, help me with the mathematics then. I'm going to move to charge all the out-of-pocket costs.
That would be $3,755.
And I'm going to move to waive 95% of the civil penalties, which would include the civil penalties of $19,500 and the $500, the $300 in civil penalty for failed inspection. So whatever that adds up to, it's going to be about $1,000, but the motion will be to charge that much. Have you got the number?
The civil penalties would be $990.
That would be the cost. That is the motion then to charge $3,755 in out-of-pocket costs and $955?
$990.
Excuse me, $990 in the soft costs to be levied against this property for a total of?
$4,745.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. That is my motion.
Thank you. There's a
I don't
motion.
mean to interrupt, but I think there was an additional hard cost of $479.
Yes, we have that.
Okay.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please post on agenda item 61. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Diaz, good luck. Agenda items 62 through 64 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Agenda item 62, VAC 65407, applicant owner, the Howard Hughes Company, LLC, on a request for a petition to vacate a portion of Lake Mead Boulevard, generally located west of Clark County 215, and please note the agenda says this item is located in Ward 2 with Councilman Beers, but the correct ward is Ward 4 with Councilman Anthony. Agenda item 63, RQR 65215, applicant owner, Homeless Helpers, on a request for required review of an approved special use permit SUP 57330 for an alternative parking standard to allow 4 spaces where 18 are required for proposed general personal service use at 204 Master Lane, C2, General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. And agenda item 64, ROC 65880, applicant Outback Steakhouse of Florida, LLC owner, New Private Restaurant Properties, LLC, on a request for a review of condition of an approved special use permit U0197-93 to delete condition 2, which states, quote, the hours for serving of alcohol should be limited from 5 p.m. to 12:30 a.m., except that alcoholic beverages may be served until 1:30 a.m. on New Year's Eve and starting at 11:30 a.m. on 5 days a year for special holidays at 1950 North Rainbow Boulevard. C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. The Planning Commission recommends approval of item 62, and all 3 items are recommended for approval by staff. These are public hearing items, which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on any of these items? Seeing and yes. And if you'll be sure to state your name and then which items you are here upon.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Eric Myers, and I'm representing Catholic Charities of Southern Nevada. And the item number is 63.
Okay.
And we were motioning to have the items obeyed because we have questions on some of on the SUP. Some of the items that are stated, we don't prove. We want to know if we can have some answers for them to know if they are in fact true.
Okay.
So
They're
letter
here on
was sent.
behalf of Catholic Charities, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so asking for an abeyance on that. And obviously because they want some clarification. So you have any problems with 62 or 64? With
No, ma'am.
agenda item 62 or 64?
No,
Nothing?
ma'am.
Mr. Stalk, I see you coming. Are you on the same agenda item?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem, and approve, if I can do this, Mr. Scott, agenda items 62 and 64, pulling 63 out.
That's my motion to approve 62 and 64.
Thank you. Please vote on those. And please post once Councilman Barlow does on 62. There we go. Those pass. All right, we're on 63. Councilman Barlow, do you want to ask some questions here? And then I'm going to have other members of the public come, but reread it? I read 63.
You're okay.
Right.
You're okay.
Thank you. Okay.
No, I don't have any questions. I'm going to move that we have a 1-year review of condition. That's my motion on item number 63.
Well, they wanted to obey it for further discussion. Or
If
do you
is there-
wish what he's saying?
What is the rationale behind the abeyance? What is it that you need to know?
Councilman Barlow, there was a letter sent to you by our president and CEO, Deacon Tom, yesterday, and there were some questions, as he stated in here, due to some of the services that were being provided by the occupants of that property, and we just wanted to know if we can get clarification on some of the statements and services that they stating that they're providing. We just want clarification because we, at this time, we need further clarification because we don't find them to be true with some of the services in which they say they're providing.
Okay, well, that's a question that I believe you would want to have a conversation with them about, right?
Can we
As
then
far as-
obey that?
So what
to the
what
fifth?
I'll do is, I'll obey this item to the next meeting.
Which
to
is
give you an
October 5th.
opportunity to meet with the applicant to get your questions answered. And then we'll
Mayor,
basically
Your
come
Honor,
back.
this
before
is just
council.
it's a required review, so I'm assuming the business is already occupied.
Yeah, the business is already
It's already
occupied.
running and everything else. This
Well-
is just an RQR for parking.
Right.
Yeah, further clarification, that's right. As Mr. Scott said, this is just a special use permit
Yeah,
for the
it's just for
parking, not
parking.
for the operation.
Right, not for the operations.
But I have a
But let
copy
me do
of
this,
that.
let me do
too.
this, let me do this, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and move for a one-year review, and then what I'll do is have an opportunity to coordinate with Mr. Stalk and their team to meet with you all so that you can understand from an operational standpoint what their goals and objectives are. But what's before us today is just a review of their parking. Nothing more than that.
And Council, Mayor, if I may.
Yeah.
And Councilman, are you saying that you want another one-year review after this review? After you approve this review, you want another additional one-year review after this?
No, just this one right here.
Oh, so yeah, it would just be a motion to approve the RQR?
Yes, motion to approve. Yes.
Let me make sure I'm clear, because I thought I had heard Councilman request for an additional one-year review from today. I just want to make sure.
From today, yes.
Okay, so that, if I might clarify that, then the motion would be a required review to be heard at a public hearing before the city council shall be conducted 1 year from the date of final approval, which would be 1 year from today. If it's approved, there would be another required review before this body.
And if I may, what I'm understanding, unless I'm confused, which is possible, you're interested in a discussion and understanding this is totally about the parking. It's not about the use of the facility, it's about the parking. And so maybe Deacon Tom isn't understanding what this is. This is solely about the it's a required review of the special use permit for the parking. Has nothing to do with the use of the facility or anything else. So certainly Deacon Tom could make an appointment with
Yes.
Councilman Barlow at any time, and all he's asking by this then is to review the parking situation a year from today
That's
again. That's all it is.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, so that's your motion. Did we do it?
Yes, my motion, once again, is to have a review 12 months from
So,
today.
Councilman, it would be to approve the
To approve.
RQR and then make an additional.
Right, to
1 year
approve the
review.
RQR today, and to have an additional one-year review from today.
Would you like me to just clarify that motion, just to be
Please.
sure? A required review to be heard at a public hearing before the city council shall be conducted 1 year from the date of final approval.
And let me just tag on to that, and that's correct, and that is my motion. But Mayor, just so that you understand, we heard almost a 2-hour presentation from Neighborhood Services in regards to their charrette and the expansion and all of the proposals for that area. So what I want to do is, if in fact something does move forward, then we have an opportunity to go in and make the necessary adjustments as it relates to parking, because this may be impacted.
Absolutely. But I just want to assure you, please, to tell Deacon Tom that you're all welcome. And really, if he has some questions, to make an appointment, is that all right with you?
Well, actually, he should be making an appointment with Arnold. And so, Arnold, if you will, basically get the gentleman's information, and you all sit down so that you can talk about the operation so they can understand the full, size and scope and scale of what your business model is. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Did we
You know what?
vote and post? Okay,
I'm
here
for
we
it.
go.
Thank you all.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for coming down.
Honor,
Okay, to
Your
keep
Honor, in
an
the
eye
middle of all
on.
that, I was thinking, could possibly Catholic Services not have been part of the charrettes? Maybe they somehow or another did not get involved, and so they don't understand why they don't need all those parking spaces.
Well, and I do think that Arnold Stock can clarify, help clarify that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, keep me honest here. Okay, we're, right, all 65 and 66 were obeyed, 67 through 70 were withdrawn, so 71. And this is not your cold. I talked and swallowed at the same time. I'm sorry. Stay healthy. Item 71, HPC 64622, public hearing for possible action on request to designate the Beverly Green Historic District generally bound by Ogie Boulevard in the north, Rexford Drive on the west, East St. Louis on the south, and South 6th on the east, to be included in the City of Las Vegas Historic Property Registry as a historic district, multiple APNS, R-1 single-family residential zone. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. Both the Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? No, here she cometh. I think that might be our Assemblywoman. And support coming too.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City
Hi.
Council. My name is Heidi Swank, and I am the Executive Director of the Nevada Preservation Foundation. We are a 501c3 nonprofit that works to promote the architectural heritage through community outreach, education, programming, and historic designation assistance. We're here to represent the Beverly Green neighborhood in their application for historic designation, and I should mention that our work has been supported by a generous grant from the Las Vegas Centennial Commission. So we haven't designated a neighborhood in a while, so I thought it might be useful kind of to remind ourselves why we do this. There was a great piece that came out a couple of months ago called "Do Architectural Preservationists Know What They're Fighting For?" And just as a quote from that, "In the field of history, it is now generally accepted that understanding our past is key to making better decisions in the future. While other events, periods, and people might be best remembered through documents, images, and trinkets, the best record of an architectural period is unquestionably the buildings that represent it. If then architectural preservation is an act of recording our history, what matters is not whether a given building is good, but whether it is important, or whether the building is of special or architectural historic interest." And I believe we can say that Beverly Green is clearly an important neighborhood in our city. So a few years ago, the City of Las Vegas hired COTS Environmental Consultants of Reno to conduct an in-depth architectural survey of the Beverly Green neighborhood to see if it meets the city's criteria for historic designation. They determined that 45 of the properties are individually eligible, meaning they could be designated on their own, that 51 of the properties are at least contributing, and that only 26 are ineligible, and 2 were not surveyed because they were not old enough at the time. COTS Environmental Consultants recommended a national register listing for the neighborhood, as well as demonstrated that it meets several criteria for the Las Vegas ordinance for a historic overlay. So as you can see, as this cycles through several of the photos of houses in the Beverly Green neighborhood, as well as the boundaries. Within that boundary are 117 single-family homes and 7 multifamily buildings. There are several criteria that the city puts forth that you must meet in order to become a historic district, the first of which is that a significant portion must be at least 40 years old. That means 1976 or earlier, for those of you like me aren't so good at math. Now, the period of significance for this area is 1951 to 1963, so meeting that criteria. Also, it must be reflective of the city's cultural, social, political, and economic past, and that it must be associated with a significant person or event. So this definitely is reflective of the growth that we saw in Las Vegas, this explosion of growth that we saw in the 1950s, and also the proliferation of FHA housing guidelines beyond FHA housing, because none of these were FHA houses. The persons that were associated with the Beverly Green neighborhood include people such as Elmo Ellsworth, Rose and Louis Molaski, Dean and Elaine Schendel, and Elaine still lives in the neighborhood, Ted and Ann Otis, and of course Louis Prima and Keely Smith, who raised their children on Barbara Way. It consists mainly of 1,800 to 2,200 square foot, mostly custom homes in modernist styles, including ranch, a few international style, and a couple Cinderella ranch homes. The main architect that designed many of the houses was Don Van Camp, followed closely by Hugh Taylor as well as David Friedman. Nevada Preservation has been working with the Beverly Green neighborhood for the past little over 2 years to collect what we kind of call votes for or against historic designation. We go to the neighborhoods and make sure this is something they want, and so we try to collect their votes. We coordinated a group of residents and NPF volunteers. Our timeline, we started work in October of 2013 and finished in April of 2016. We sent out 4 mailers. These mailers reached not only people who live in the neighborhood, but also investment owners who might not live in the neighborhood. We were required to have 3 neighborhood meetings, and we had 5, including a Q&A with residents of the John S. Park Historic District that folks found very useful. And we also did many door-to-door canvasses, at least 8 by our count. So the results of our outreach are that 65 property owners, or 52% of the property owners in Beverly Green, are in support of this designation, and only 5 properties, that's 4%, are in opposition. So you can see an overwhelming support from the Beverly Green residents for this designation. Now, there may be some folks who come up to testify in opposition, and I just want to say a few words about some of the misconceptions people have about historic designation. If you're a historic district, it doesn't create an HOA. There are no fees. There are no gates that go up. It does not restrict your paint colors. As I always say, you can paint your house zebra striped if you would like in a historic district. It also does not mean that you can't have a ramp up to your front door. The Historic Preservation Commission and Ms. Mooney work very closely to make sure that accessibility works for everyone. And there could be other concerns that people can't renovate the interior of their home, but this is really just about the street view of the home, not about the interior. So in conclusion, I would also like to note that there is a bit of a conflict between state statute and the city ordinance as to noticing. The state statute requires that within 1,000 feet of this red square that you see up here right now, that all residents get notified of the possible historic district. And however, according to the city ordinance, only property owners who actually live inside the box, the red box, kind of have a say as to whether or not their neighborhood is designated as historic. So I would ask that folks, when they come up to testify, either state whether or not they own property within the red box of the proposed Beverly Green Historic District. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that the council and the mayor might have.
Thank you very much, Assemblywoman. Anybody, any questions from here? This is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this agenda item? Please come forward.
I do want to make a comment.
Yes, please go ahead.
Ms. Swake, you do have a really cool job, you know that.
Oh, I know.
Which one?
I love
Wait
my
a minute,
job.
which job are you talking about?
Her day job.
It's a fabulous job to have.
You must have so much fun.
We do.
I bet you do.
No, I mean, it's a wonderful thing to be able to delve deeply into our community's past and bring that to people. I think that we often feel like here in Las Vegas that we don't have any history, and I often see a look of relief on people's faces when they see that we actually do. And we have a lot of great history.
Well, and through the mayor to you again, those of us who grew up here and have fond memories of some of these neighborhoods and some of these buildings and some of these facilities, you know, a lot of them are gone. And it's kind of heartbreaking, but it's good to see you're doing good work, and I can't wait to support this item.
Well, and the other thing I wanted to ask before we do hear from patiently waiting, what is the advantage of being designated a historic neighborhood?
So there are some general advantages that we know more from looking at data nationwide, just because we don't have a lot of these kinds of districts in Las Vegas. So one of the things that we do see is that property values tend to tick up a little bit faster in historic districts. We're not talking about gentrification or any of this skyrocketing, just a little bit. And also we know that during recessions, the property values tend to not drop as much in historic districts. We also see that there's often much more commercial investment along the perimeters of a historic district because people are excited about this. This place is become something that everyone knows about. And so you see small business owners that will take up businesses on the periphery. And we also see a lot of community pride that gets built up. And I think this is something we've seen in John S. Park, that people feel like, I'm in a historic district. You know, maybe I'm just going to take care of that front yard a little bit, and I'm going to paint that house a little bit. And that even starts to bleed over outside the historic district boundaries. And I think that's something that we all think that would be good for all of us in our city.
And two other comments or questions. Are you anyway delineating these neighborhoods with some visual, and that's one. And two, are you writing up in some type of booklet for tours that tour neighborhoods that this is a designated historic neighborhood? But is there anything that the passerby would know I'm in a neighborhood that's historic?
And that's actually something we started talking about. Now that we have 2 historic districts, if this gets passed, then we'd have 2 in the city. And I think it would be good to put on the street signs, you know, a topper that would show that this is a historic district. And I think that's something that we're kind of exploring, and we'll be talking to the city again about in the future. And yes, we also received some money to put together a walking tour, and we're hoping to launch that in the next couple of months. It should be done. It'll be a PDF that you can download from our website, and that people can just take and learn about the Beverly Green neighborhood on their own. And we plan on having sometimes where we do guided tours too.
Wonderful, thank you. And yes, please announce yourselves. You look very familiar.
Hi, my name is Michelle Laramie. I am also a staff member with Nevada Preservation, and I do live in the district, the proposed district as well, at 556 Ellen Way. And actually most of my work has been as a volunteer in the neighborhood. And I just wanted to say that I participated in all the door-to-door canvases. We really did do a lot of work just to kind of dispel any myths, and also just honestly answer people's questions about, you know, what it means to live in a historic district, a lot of things that Heidi already talked about. And I have only actually lived there for 3 years. But when I moved in, I actually thought it was a historic neighborhood, which is why I jumped on the bandwagon right away to start helping. But in talking to the neighbors, people really do love the neighborhood. They love the history that's there, and I really think that it shows in the way people voted, because that's definitely the feeling you get when you're there.
Thanks, Michelle. And you, sir?
Hi, my name is Mike Monahan. I live at 544 Bonita Avenue in Beverly Green, and my family have owned that home for almost 45 years now. And I'm here to add my support to the neighborhood becoming an historic district. It's a great idea. You know, I've never left it. I watched that neighborhood go up and down and up a couple of times now. And it's just fabulous. And it's well-deserving. It should definitely happen.
Any relation to Charlie Monahan?
I'm his son.
No. Riviera or Caesar's Palace?
He opened Caesar's Palace in 66.
That's where I knew him, in 66.
That's
where I
exactly
knew
right.
him.
We moved in town.
Is he still alive, I hope?
No, he passed a few years ago.
Oh, I'm so
unfortunately.
sorry. Oh, my goodness.
But my mom's still there.
Well, send her my best.
Yeah, she lived
Carolyn
with me at that house, and she's 92 right now.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I worked for Nate Jacobson and Jerry Zarowitz, so I
those are
saw your
names.
dad all the time.
Oh, my God.
Affable, wonderful guy.
Yeah, I worked there too for a number of years.
You were
I know
too
those
young. I
names.
wouldn't have recognized you. Oh, my gosh.
I know. It's funny,
Small
isn't it?
world.
Well, thank you anyway.
Wonderful.
Thank you for hearing from
Thank
me.
you, and send my best to her,
I will.
please. Sir?
My name is Doug Dalton, and I live at 554 Canosa Avenue. And we lived in that house for a long, long time, bought it from Thomas Isola. And the one thing that I've noticed lately, since the Planning Commission approved unanimously of the area being an historic neighborhood, that there's been a lot of activity in the neighborhood. And what's great about that is it's 20, 25 years ago when everybody started moving to the west side, maybe even longer than that, it's as if everybody evacuated the east side. And now it seems like everybody's got more pride of ownership because of the labeling of an historic neighborhood. For that reason, I think people are looking at their properties as now putting money into it, not as an expense, but as an investment in what they have.
Beautiful.
So, thank you.
There's your big advantage, of course. There's the pride. Yeah, we need those little designations that this is the neighborhood. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close public hearing and give it to you, smiling Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it is a pleasure to be able to move for this, but I just wanted to say thank you, Assemblywoman Swank, for taking on this charge and for doing a good job of bringing the neighborhood together. You'll never get 100% on something like this because a lot of people don't understand what the preservation requirements are, which are very liberal actually. But the main thing is to keep the front of the house looking the same essentially or better, but not to make major modifications to it. It's simple. And that, I think is the value of getting all those drawings. Were these Zick houses, were they designed by Zick at the time, or who designed a lot of these houses?
Hugh Taylor designed a good number of them. Don Van Camp did, and the houses on Bonita and St. Louis, the north side of St. Louis, were designed by David Friedman.
I remember being around these houses when I was a kid, so they're older than they look, which means that people have been taking a lot of good care of them. I guess 60 years would be a good guess on their age. Populated mostly by high-ranking casino people and business people in the early days. So I think that I'm very proud to add this to the list of historic districts in Ward 3. So therefore, Your Honor, I move for approval of item 71.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Yes, please go ahead.
I just wanted to add, while she does have a great day job, she has a pretty demanding night job. It's sub-minimum wage. A couple of us up here have sat in a couple of those chairs. And so thank you for that. It's a lot of work.
Thank you. Special session coming. Goodbye. Anyway, everybody vote and please post. Go, Assemblywoman.
They're related items, I guess.
And the motion carries. Thank you so much. Okay, I show 76 is my next. Yes? Okay, we're moving along together. 76, ZON 65286, public hearing, applicant owner 900 to 932, Casino Center, LLC, for possible action or request for rezoning from R4 high-density residential to C2 general commercial to C1 limited commercial on 1.25 acres southwest corner, Casino Center Boulevard and Hoover Avenue, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. It's a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representatives present?
Hi, Kevin Plensner, 932 Casino Center LLC, and Oak Brook Realty and Investments, 321 South Casino Center, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you.
And Pete Peterson, active architect and also president of New Horizons Nevada, a nonprofit organization for the development of senior affordable housing.
Wonderful. Okay, I did read, was there anything, Mr. Perigo?
Just very quickly, Your Honor, the rezoning request to C1 is consistent with the existing future land use and is recommended for approval.
Thank you very much. Public hearing, anybody wishing to be heard on these items? This item. We'll close public hearing. Can you tell us a little bit about this before I give it to Councilman Coffin?
Oh, yes, we're proposing with his New Horizons Senior LGBT nonprofit, senior housing, and then also market housing The reason we put the other items on abeyance is because the Plan Commission requested more parking, which we're agreeing to add. We're still with planning right now. That's the reason we have the abeyance, so we can move forward on agreeing to what the additional parking. We have agreed to add several hundred more spaces.
And what is your schedule for, once everything's approved, moving forward? And how many stories is that?
12 and 13.
12
12 and 13 with a parking garage in the middle.
underneath? And how big, how many parking spaces?
We've rechanged it to a total of 507 parking spaces. There's 458 units in the property, on
And-
both properties.
And
In the senior housing, it's 198 units, and the market rental is 260 units.
Wow. And what is your timeline, hopefully, to get started, assuming everything passes?
We're working with Bonneville Mortgage for HUD financing on the market building. We're either going to go for the tax credits on the senior building or go for the bond issue.
Which would have you starting in 17?
Yes. So we're looking, with everything moving forward, probably starting late 2017.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin.
Thanks, Your Honor. This was originally, as you know, paired with 77 and 78, which have been obeyed because there was some confusion. Confusion about what needed to be submitted by the owners. I think they're getting with my staff, and hopefully that'll get ironed out. But in the meantime, 76 can stand alone, and I approve of that. I move for the approval of item 76.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 76. Please vote and please post.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Looking forward to it. Oh, hello. Okay. Okay, now, according to what I have here, which may be incorrect, I see that agenda item 88 is next.
It'll be 84 and 85.
Oh, right, we did 84 and 85, you're right.
We've already done it. Oh, no.
Okay, agenda item 84, SUP 65427, special use permit. Public hearing, applicant owner West Care Foundation, Inc., for possible action or request for a special use permit for now, this is written incorrectly. Oh, no, 87, not bed, 87 unit. Convalescent care facility, nursing home occupied by no more than 87 adult patients and an average of 87 related minor children of not more than 9 years of age. Southwest corner Duncan Drive, Bradley Road, APM 138-12-110-056 RE Residences 6 Zone Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. PRJ 65237, Planning Commission, and staff recommend approval. Okay. Is that correct, Mr. Scott? As the
Yes,
judge said, this
yes.
now reads accurate.
That does. It does the 87 and the 87 children as well.
Okay. All right, so do, any other comment coming from Mr. Perigo Lowenstein?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Without going over the entire report from the first time that this item was heard, I would just mention that the convalescent care complex is being developed to integrate with the existing social service provider to the west. However, the two parcels will remain separate. Adequate screening, setbacks, and single-story height contribute to its compatibility with the surrounding properties. The site adequately balances the residential buildings with open space and amenities, and development is compatible with the uses on surrounding parcels. Staff therefore recommends approval with the conditions.
Thank you, and I can't imagine there's anything else that you'd like to add, but if there's something you'd like to add, would you say who you are, please?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Mayor, members of the council. Again, John Moran, Brandon, Ben David Moran, on behalf of the applicant on items number 84 and 85. Now, the presentation that was given last year, fourth quarter last year, was approximately a 4 or 5 hour record. I'm planning on reducing that to no more than 10 minutes. So I just want to give the council a little perspective as to what has occurred, and I want to push through the point that nothing has changed since you all approved unanimously this project back in October of 2015.
Mr. Moran, not to confuse things, or Mayor, may I suggest you read agenda item 85 in as well, as their sister items, and then we can move forward. Is that okay with you?
Okay.
No, thank you,
Thank
Mayor
you.
Pro Tem.
Okay, and agenda item 85, SDR 65430, Site Development Plan Review related SUP 65429, public hearing, applicant owner West Care Foundation, Inc. Possible action or request for site development plan review for proposed single-story 87-unit, 57,999 square foot convalescent care facility, nursing home in approximately 5 acres southwest corner Duncan Drive, Bradley Road. APM is 138-12-110-056, and a portion of 138-12-210-036 RE Residence Estate Zone and C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. PRJ 65237, Planning Commission, staff recommending approval. Okay, and now you're asking, you would like to make some comments here?
Yes, if that's appropriate, Mrs. Mayor.
Brief.
Thank you, of course. Good afternoon, Mrs. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. John Moran again on behalf of the applicant on items number 84 and 85, the applicant being West Care Foundation. Let me introduce a few people here next to me. We have Mr. Steinberg, Mr. Richard Steinberg. He is our Chief Executive Officer. I also have Arnold Stock here to answer any questions if the council would like. In the audience, we also have our Regional Director of Operations, Mr. Michael Lavin, that can discuss issues if they arise or areas of concern. And finally, I have one of our board members, Ms. Marilyn Moran, here as well, if the council is so wants an update as to what we're doing here in Nevada and internationally in general. As you know, West Care is requesting the following, and I want to be very specific about this: a special use permit for an 87-unit convalescent care facility, nursing home occupied by no more than 87 adult patients and an average of 87 related minor children of not more than the age of 9. And number 2, a site development plan review for a proposed single-story, 87-unit, 57,999 square foot convalescent care facility nursing home. Before I move to a very brief presentation, I felt it apropos to share just a few thoughts with you about West Care. West Care is a nonprofit organization dedicated to working and facilitating partnerships between its membership and adjacent neighborhoods, communities, and the like. West Care's philosophy is to empower all those who come into contact with the program with a primary focus on engagement and encouragement of the less fortunate and underprivileged. West Care provides various programs for healing, growth, and a change of lifestyle with emphasis on uplifting the human spirit. And for this, we all should applaud their efforts and everything that they do for so many people, as well as their efforts in contributing to the betterment of our community in general. Now, I'm sure these items look very, very familiar to you, and there's a record of that. West Care is again requesting an approval of a proposed transitional living facility for women and children on 4.69 acres at the southwest corner of Duncan Drive and Bradley Road. These items were first heard and approved by the City Council on October 21, 2015, with both the Planning Commission as well as staff recommending approval. Although the approvals are still valid, the City is requiring that they be reheard to provide specific notice to the public that the facility is to contain no more than 87 units to be occupied by no more than 87 adult patients and an average of 87 related minor children of not more than the age of 9 years of age. That said, I would like to have the clerk submit into the record as Exhibit 1 the transcript from the City Council hearing on October 21, 2015. And before she approaches, Your Honor, I would like to just call question to a couple areas of this exhibit, just to give perspective as to the council knew exactly what it was voting on back in October, which is exactly what we're here before you, in theory, asking for. If I can go to the verbatim transcript, Madam Mayor, just quickly before I submit this into the record. Richard Steinberg, yeah, Councilman Barlow, it is an 87 unit with 87 adult beds, and I want to clarify that because it's also part of the state systems that we have to deal with for licensure as well. When a mom has a baby that doesn't get counted, the baby in a crib or a baby or small child doesn't get counted as a bed count at that. They can't be on their own. So it's an 87-bed facility for adult women in the 87 units. Councilman Barlow, okay. Mr. Steinberg, does that clarify anything, or that? Councilman Barlow, just explain it once more, and then I have a few follow-up questions. Mr. Steinberg, okay, 87 units to be built, 87 adult beds for the women, and in those 87 units, women who have babies and children, there would be an additional count with that, their crib or whatever size child might be in there at that point. Councilman Barlow, okay. Let me just go to Councilman Barlow's second question, which was a very important question. Councilman Barlow, okay, thank you for that clarification. Councilman Barlow, so the follow-up question to that is, what is the average anticipated number of people per unit? That's a good question to ask at that point. Mr. Steinberg, the average would be 2. In some cases, just 1, if a mom or a woman is by herself at that point going through. But the average would be 2 at the most when you have a child or a small one. There are some incidences when you have a mom who is being reunited after going through our program and allowed to have an additional child or 2 be placed with them. That's where we get into the 2-bedroom concept, where there would be 1 adult woman with a 2-bedroom. There's just a few units that we're putting in at that level, do that, but to accommodate additional children when they're reunited with their mom. Councilman Barlow, okay, so we're talking approximately using your numbers, right? These are just approximates, but we're talking approximately on this 5-acre campus that you're proposing 174 people. Mr. Steinberg, well, with if you're including the babies, yes. Councilman Barlow, yes. Mr. Steinberg, right. Councilman Barlow, the mom and baby. Mr. Steinberg, yeah. And so I'd like to introduce this as part of the record, Your Honor.
Please.
And we'll ask that that be incorporated within the record as exhibit number 1. If I could keep the clerk up here for 2 more exhibits, I apologize. I also have as marked exhibit number 2, the Planning Commission's transcript on items 44 and 45. That is the verbatim transcript that we're asking to have incorporated within this record today, attached as exhibit number 2. And then finally, Madam Clerk, through your honor, through the mayor, of course, that is staff's recommendation on August 11th, 2015, as exhibit number 3. I would like to reiterate, and I think we all are of the same mindset at this point in time, and I would like to also make it abundantly clear that the project that you have before you for consideration this evening, or this afternoon, is the same project proposed and approved as of the end of last year, 2015. Nothing has changed. Same site plans, same elevations, same floor plans, and same counts, units, and additional beds for children under the age of 9 by federal statute. Finally, I wanted to acknowledge both the support and opposition to this project. In addition to the large numbers of those neighbors supporting this project, many of which could not be here this afternoon, unfortunately, there are a few neighbors against the approval of this project. And after many meetings, conferences, etc., we simply had to agree to disagree. In the end, I trust we will hear from them shortly, but I'm not quite sure what additional or new dissent they may have for this project. But rest assured, Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilman Stavros Anthony, Councilman Beers, that WestCare will continue to work with its neighbors, making their concerns ours. And let me also reiterate that WestCare has hosted 4 neighborhood meetings, 25 individual one-on-one resident meetings, and over 40 door-to-door meetings via our grassroots efforts in the immediate vicinity. Not all of which showing support, but I would say the majority of people that we came into contact with showed support. Please keep in mind that the project before you is not a facility where treatment is offered. WestCare, our clinical division, where we have been in business for 12 years in good standing in the city of Las Vegas, doing God's work, if that's what you believe in, doing God's work, is located adjacent to the proposed project, which is simply transitional living for up to 18 months by women in need and their children 9 years of age or younger. With this, we respectfully request that you follow staff's recommendation today and support also the Planning Commission's approval and approve items 84 and 85. We are here to answer any questions that the City Council deems relevant or otherwise. We sincerely and again appreciate your time and energy dedicated to this matter. And with this approval, you will be especially proud of this project for many years to come.
Thank you, and with you, if they would announce themselves, please, and welcome.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Dick Steinberg, CEO of the West Care Foundation. I've had an opportunity, obviously, to speak to all of you over the years, and back if there's any more questions, I'm glad to take those on.
Thank you.
Mayor and Council, Arnold Stock, 840 South Rancho Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, as development consultant for West Care, Nevada.
Thank you very much.
Mayor?
Yes.
Could I just ask a question through the city, or from the city clerk? All of the documents that Mr. Moran has placed into the record today have already been placed into the record on previous occasions, 2 of them. Do we need to put those into the record again, or can we just carry those over from the previous meetings?
Who are you asking?
Well, the mayor and Mr. Moran, I guess. Just for brevity in terms of the record, the transcript's pretty large already, so
It's
2 of
all
the
part of
documents have already been
record.
presented.
That's fine. We'll stipulate to that.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, and the one that hasn't been presented, we'll put that one into the record, and the other 2 will carry forward. Thank you, Mr. Moran.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions, comments? Go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me do this first. Mr. Stock, I meant to mention this earlier on a previous item that you were here for. I can't tell you how much I appreciate what you have done for the homeless veterans in this community. That number one. Number two, it's great to see you with wonderful people and a wonderful project also. I can't remember when we heard this last. I think it was about a year ago, if I recall correctly.
Yes, sir.
The importance of this, what this facility does, and unfortunately, I have firsthand experience and understand what you guys do. And Dr. Steinberg, thank you so much. And Mr. Moran is right on the money, doing God's work in this community. I know you have bent over backwards as applicants with the neighborhood. You've really reached out and tried to do your very best. Sometimes it just doesn't work out. In the end, and I think I made these comments about a year ago, you have to weigh the value here of what a facility like this does in the community and helping women get on their feet again, regardless if they have a 9-year-old or not. And I think that's significant because a lot of folks are looking to get out of the nightmare trap that they're in, and you guys help provide that opportunity to do that so they can transition out to be productive citizens in this community. So my heart, Mrs. Moran, you as well. I know you're passionate about what you're doing. Thank you very much, and to the entire staff over West Care. I'm going to move to approve agenda item 40, subject to all conditions.
Agenda item
Mayor?
84.
I'm sorry, 84, I'm sorry.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
We do have residents here from Nara that would like to speak as well, being that it is a public.
Oh, it is a public hearing.
Sure. And if you'll be sure to state your name, please. I don't need the address.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman.
Thank you.
Council members, my name is Lexi Anderson, 3709 Waterhole Street. I'm a neighborhood association historian. I have about a 4-page presentation. I'm the only one here. Everybody's working. They thought it was going to go in abeyance. So can I have permission to continue?
Is it single space 4 pages or
No,
double
ma'am.
space?
It's in 14 pica.
Okay, go.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. My present resume is that I'm a 74-year-old retired and registered nurse with a 45-year history in nursing. Although I did get my license expired this year, I'm getting too old. My hips are starting to go. I put in 27 years in the Air Force, making the grade of Master Sergeant. I got out, went to nursing school, came back in and retired as a major. For 14 years, I worked in home health care and public health here in Las Vegas, mostly in the lower socioeconomic areas of town. I had a gun pulled on me twice. That was interesting. I worked in the VA hospital in Washington, D.C. I worked in the VA hospital in Baltimore, Maryland. I was a hospital nursing supervisor in 2 medical centers. I worked in 3 nursing homes, including Elgin. As a public health nurse, I saw mothers and babies in West Care on a referral basis. basis. And the only reason I'm telling you this is just a document that perhaps I have more than a pedestrian understanding of what this agenda is all about. Mayor Goodman, we are here for one reason today. On West Care's official notice of public hearing, they have changed their identity of transitional housing to convalescent care facility nursing home. And for their drug and alcohol mothers in recovery status, these residents are now identified as patients. That was the primary issue. The numbers they're speaking about was a technical issue. So the question is, are these recovering drug and alcohol West Care patients in fact patients? And is their 87-unit transitional housing in fact a nursing home? And are these patients, and if they are not patients, if their pending facility does not qualify as a nursing home, then you must deny their application. Are the West Care residents patients? In fact, they very well may be. We can spend time quoting authorities like Dolan's Medical Dictionary, but since we all know and pretty much agree on what a patient is, there's no need to belabor the issue. Three things occur. You have a problem or a condition, it's diagnosed by a doctor. The doctor writes a prescription or a consultation or a referral. As a patient, you have the responsibility to follow through. You're in effect self-care. You're accountable for the intervention. You have in fact become a patient. If you see your doctor once a year and your doctor prescribes an aspirin once a day or a diet and gives you an appointment and says to come back next year, you are certainly a patient. So it's likely that most, if not all, the West Care patients, the West Care residents, are defined as a patient. However, Medicare specifically defines patients as either inpatient or outpatient status. And both the medical profession and the insurance companies go along with this definition. West Care patients may very well be inpatients, but they are not outpatients. They are not outpatients. Medicare, on page 40 and 41 of their Medicare and You 2016, I know you all are too young to get this in the mail, but some of us are very familiar with it. States that you are an inpatient only after a doctor formally admits you to a hospital. In fact, you must be in the hospital for a minimum of 3 days as an inpatient. To qualify for an inpatient, Medicare will only cover you in a nursing home, which is called a skilled nursing facility, if you've been in the hospital for 3 days, and they call it a qualifying hospital stay. And insurance companies go along with this. So West Care patients may in fact be outpatients, taking responsibility for their own care as prescribed by the doctor. But by medical definition, Mayor Goodman, they do not qualify as inpatients. In the West Care 87-unit, 174 resident facility, a convalescent care is the West Care 87-unit, 174 resident facility, a convalescent care nursing home. For that answer, you have to define what a convalescent care facility nursing home is. The Nevada Revised Statutes, NRS 449.0039, defines facility for skilled nursing. It says facility for skilled nursing means an establishment which provides continuous skilled nursing and related care as prescribed by a physician to a patient in the facility who is not in an acute episode of illness and whose primary need is availability for such care on a continuous basis. And it goes on to say that facility for skilled nursing does not include a facility which meets the requirements of a general or a specialty hospital. I think we all understand that. So again, our nursing home offers 24/7 professional nursing and ancillary service at a level less than a hospital. You don't go to a nursing home for a kidney transplant. And these inpatients, by definition, have been formally admitted to the nursing home under the authority of a physician's order. The physician has made a professional diagnosis of the patient's problem, and this diagnosis is specifically identified in the ICD-10. And this is important. This is the ICD-10. Just came out this year for the, it costs about $100. It's basically the Bible that the medical profession goes by. The physician has made a professional diagnosis of the patient's problem, and this is specifically identified as an ICD code. You may be a patient, you may have a room number, but the most important thing is you have one or more of these ICD codes. The ICD code, the International Statistical Classification of Diseases, is most important. The copyright for this ICD-10 is owned by the World Health Organization and it had passed Congress to be used. It's implemented as the industry standard, and it's used by all insurance companies to justify reimbursement to pay for your inpatient stay, and again, it has been referred to the Bible in regards to both authorizing the treatment you get and the facility that you go to by virtue of necessity for care and intervention based on this ICD diagnosis. For a WestCare drug and alcohol transitional woman in recovery to qualify for care in a convalescent care facility nursing home, she would have to, number one, qualify as an inpatient. Number two, be identified with an ICD code based on her physician's diagnosis that would authorize her 24/7 professional skilled nursing intervention and the resources for her disease or injury at the convalescent care facility or nursing home level. Insurance companies and Medicare are very specific about this. If a nursing home patient gets better, can qualify for home health care or can go out to an outpatient clinic for IV therapy, physical therapy, lab draws, or whatever, he or she is immediately discharged per doctor's orders. And her ICD code status is changed, it's recoded with follow-up intervention instructions. Insurance will not pay for inpatient care if the patient is physically capable of getting up and about or managing on her own with help from family. Our nursing home patients are 24/7. Also legally, if a patient leaves a nursing home without a physician's order, the nursing home could be held liable. Again, Mayor Goodman, WestCare Mothers in Recovery status are at best outpatients, and they cannot qualify as inpatients by definition. The proposed WestCare transitional housing for the mothers in recovery does not provide inpatient 24/7 professional nursing services, ancillary care, and resource intervention such as oxygen, suction, infection control, and so forth, as would be in a convalescent care nursing home. As WestCare has reinforced over and over, their pending facility is there to put, quote, a roof over their head until they can get back to economic independence. It is a very large independent living transitional housing complex for persons in an addiction recovery status, not a nursing home. And of course, nursing homes may allow dependent children to visit, but nursing homes do not have dependent children living there as inpatients. In addition, Mayor Goodman, we should ask, how is this pending facility going to be licensed as a transitional housing for recovering sober living residents? Certainly not as a nursing home. And number two, also, if they choose to spend the money for certification, how will it be certified? As a sober living transitional housing facility, as a residence based on homeless status, where a lot of the grant money is coming from? Certainly not as a convalescent home or as a nursing home. By Medicare definition, these transitional housing residents do not qualify as inpatients. And by NRS definition, the pending WestCare facility does not qualify as a 24/7 nursing home, or as Medicare calls it, an SNF, a skilled nursing facility. And we request that you deny the application as presented on the official notification of public hearing. In addition, WestCare has perhaps done the city a favor by their agenda with pointing out the shortcomings of the Title 19 definition and codes that they are using, as was addressed at the Planning Commission meeting and their district court, and corrections need to be made with the help of professional input. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Appreciate it. And do I submit these for the record?
Thank you. Yes, if we could, a copy of that, and thank you for the time, for your service to our country, for everything you've done in your life. You're way too young to be retired.
Thank you, ma'am.
You obviously have a lot of skills there, and I'm sure there are answers to many of those comments, which Dr. Steinberg and the team possibly may be responding to at some point themselves, but I want to thank you. I know that took a lot of time, energy, effort, and very interesting cogent points. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I think it's fascinating because I know that they mean well in that neighborhood, but definitions change over time. Rex or Lex, I'm the same age, so things have changed. My family also, like Councilman Ross's family, also has suffered, has family members who suffer from the disease of addiction. The disease of addiction, whether it's alcohol or drugs, has no known cure. It is a lifetime illness, and it is a sickness, and it has no cure, and people who have it, and they are in an institution of some kind, in my viewpoint, only my viewpoint, because I don't care what they say in one particular code book, because there's other books. They are patients. I really, in my own belief, they are patients while they are under care or seeking recovery. And, you know, there's a DSM-4, and you've got this other little code book and that huge code book. So I'm sure that this is going to be in court again, I guess, and so maybe it'll sort itself out. I'm not an expert, but I can tell you that your neighbors probably have a considerable number of people who are also suffering from the disease of addiction. They probably don't want to admit that, certainly in public, but I do, and I know that, you know, it's unfortunate that sometimes these things happen. Those who have someone in their family with the disease of addiction are not going to step up usually in a public meeting and say, Rex, hey, man, I don't want you to speak for me because I really would like to have a family member in there. That happens a lot. So, you know, I wish you luck and all that, but you're an articulate spokesman. I second what the mayor said. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, please, certainly. Come forward and state your name.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Ned Mills. I reside at 3925 Leon Avenue, just maybe 100 yards from the proposed site. I'm a music producer, and we spoke about a year ago. I'm a jazz pianist. I live on 1.34 acres just down the street from the proposed property. And I did take note just within an hour ago that another proposed historic district you guys unanimously proposed. And very soon there, we just had a little discussion with Lex. When we get at that age in a couple of years, we would like to have the same dignity and respect of the history behind our area's resident here. Her house was built in the early 70s. Mine was built in 1978. And there is a high school that's been proposed a block away, and we kind of feel like we're kind of being boxed out. None of us is against rehabilitation. We've all had friends and family with issues of substance abuse. Being in the music industry, I'm familiar with a lot of people on a personal level with those type of issues. Our issue is not about that. It's about the location and about the proper way of doing it to respect rural preservation. The way it's been proposed, with all due respect, there was a petition. There was an almost unanimous opposition to the location for it. There is no petition in favor that was submitted for the project. There was a petition submitted a year ago with over approximately 90% of the people vehemently, yes sir, thank you. There was a poll. It was 8 residents for, 145 against, and 3 no comment, and of 188 homes. So again, this is not about whether or not people need help. We all have our shortcomings. It is about doing it in a proper way and in the right location to do such a thing. And so please, with all respect, rural preservation is a very, very big deal. And that's something that I just, you know, from the bottom of my heart, my heart goes out to people who need help with substance abuse, but there has to be a better way to do this in an area that does not disrespect rural preservation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to close public hearing. Oh, thank you. One more thing, City Clerk, please, is being handed and comments. Okay.
Your Honor, I don't know
Yes.
who's going to make a motion on this.
I think, Councilman, did you? Or did you not?
I did make a motion.
You did make a motion?
Yes.
On the motion, I can say that I live with 7 or 8 or 9 women who are in recovery right now. They live right across the street from my house. Quiet as church mice, the proverbial church mice. The women are a different population altogether. There is just an absolute world apart from the men versus the women who are recovering and or attempting to conquer the lifetime disease of addiction. So it's so peaceful there. And also, there are no problems around there because of them, because they are like little neighborhood watchers. And they are the nicest folks in the world. So, you know, there is nothing to be gained by prohibiting something. There's a lot to be gained by permitting. in the right times and with the right population. So I will be supporting the approval. And I would hope that it's understood by your neighbors that there are upsides as well as some downsides that are perceived. Because in fact, I never see them. They are never in the neighborhood. The ladies come and go to their jobs, and they never take our,
I'm going to have them restated.
they never
This was a
consume
while
any
ago.
time or any
I'm
problem.
going to have
Thank
you
you.
restated. Okay, I think there was a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem, but let's do it one more time. Oh, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, I just have a question on the motion. On behalf of the neighbors and those that have contacted me, Mayor, I just want to basically make sure that I put the emails and phone calls that my office has received on the record. So based on the complications of this item before us from the residents, the fact that convalescent is not clearly defined in the city's code of Title 19, and due to the intensity of land use of 174 beds, as well as 174 residents, this item should not be afforded the vote of the council to be developed on parcel 138-12-110-056 and a portion of 138-12-210-3-036. In addition to that, allow the record to reflect that residents were not afforded an opportunity to meet once again, based on the court's recommendation, with the applicant to address new concerns that I understand, that they understand, were information that was, additional information that was changed within the city's information, and it impacts the quality of life to include the decline of property values in and around the immediate community of Nara in the NPR zoning. And so for that, I'm going to stand with the residents and vote no in relation to this item.
And if you would put those in quotes, please, because I've been assured in public, in the testimony, that both by our own planning as well as by the applicant, that there were no changes, that this in fact is just an order by the court because it was notified incorrectly, that in fact the comments that Councilman Barlow received from, that he quoted there, be in quotes because they're not accurate.
Councilman
They're
Barlow?
accurate as a quote, but they're not accurate according to what has been put forward.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, will you be giving us something to submit into the record physically?
Yes.
Thank you.
I will restate my motion on agenda item 84, Your Honor, and council members to move for approval of agenda item 84.
Okay, there's a motion to approve on agenda item 84. Please vote. And please post. The motion carries.
And on agenda item 85, before I make that motion, I too would like to see that neighborhood designated as a historic neighborhood one day. So I'm sure you guys keep moving in that direction. I would move for approval of agenda item 85.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 85.
And Mayor,
vote.
please allow my
Please post.
comments once again on item number 84 to stand on item number 85 as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And please post. Both items carry. Thank you very much, and we will now move on to agenda, if I'm not lost here, 88 and 89? Yes, okay. 88, SUP 65718, a request for a major amendment to special use permit, SUP 61048 for mixed-use development with waivers to allow residential units on the ground floor in a surface parking lot at the front of the development at northeast corner of Charleston Boulevard and 3rd Street, and Agenda 89, SDR 65369, on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed three-story mixed-use development, including 1,110 square feet of commercial space, 48 multifamily residential units, with a waiver of downtown Centennial Plan architectural design and parking lot landscaping requirements on 0.69 acres, northeast corner of Charleston Boulevard and 3rd. The applicant owner is Big Block Partners, LLC. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial for both items, which are in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin and are public hearing items, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Ryan Allard with Albany Architecture, 2520 St. Rose Parkway. I'm here on behalf of Big Block Partners LLC to discuss the multi-use, multifamily commercial property on the northeast corner of Charleston 3rd. We have proposed 48 residential units and about approximately 1,100 square feet of commercial retail space on the lower floor. I got some images up here if I could get the overhead projector. And I'm just going to sort of walk through Planning Commission recommended approval, but I'll just sort of address some of staff's concerns. And if you guys have any questions, just let me know. So staff recommended denial to our SUP SDR with the concern for the shade structure awnings as required by Downtown Centennial Plan. In addition to the amenity zone, which is mandated by the Downtown Design Centennial Plan, we have a few on-site trees that we're providing as well on the Charleston frontage. We don't actually front the sidewalk, so we've taken the opportunity to provide landscaping in lieu of awnings. On the 3rd Street side, with the proposal of City's 3rd Street corridor green belt, which goes up to Jewel, which is going to have approximately 25 feet of green space and another 10 feet of sidewalk space, we feel that all the shade and stuff that this park will provide is more than adequate for in lieu of putting an awning on the structure. Another concern was the visibility of the parking. Title 19 requires parking to be inverted so that it's screened from public view. We had one area, if I can get the overhead on, or not. We had just a very small.
I don't think there's anyone back, is there?
It looks like the technician went to see if they could resolve why the overhead isn't coming up.
Okay, so sorry.
That's okay, that's okay.
I apologize.
We have just a small section that was going to be exposed due to access gates. So everything else was screened, all the parking was internal. The parking becomes resident use only. It's currently private garages and carports and a few open parking spaces.
Your Honor, if we could, maybe we just go back to the presentation that we have loaded up and we can show the site plan.
Okay.
And so he can refer to that.
Is there anybody that can do this? Is there somebody?
I believe
here?
so.
There we are.
So if you can go to the site plan, please, that shows, there we go. How about if we work from that?
That's fine. So on the alley, which would be the northeast corner near the alley and Coolidge, that was the area where the access gate exposed parking. So I mean, we're talking a span of 24 feet. We're putting a decorative gate on there, but it is visible, and that was one of staff's concerns. Another concern was residential units accessible from the street side. I believe it's Centennial Plan as well, or no, I'm sorry, Title 19 that requires the units to be inverted so that access is from the inside versus the outside. We think for an urban environment that this is a great disservice to the neighborhood because we want to increase the street activity. So by having the residential units access from outside as well as inside, which they do, we're enhancing that street activity as well as contributing to that park space that's out there. So we want people to take full advantage of that. So we don't see that as too big of a concern. Lastly was the parking issue. Downtown Centennial Plan 18B is not required. We are providing as much parking spaces as we can. We currently have 41. We have 48 units. Per Title 19 mixed-use requirements, we would need 68 to fulfill the parking requirements. We had a plan previously on this lot that was approved for a 1-to-1 unit per parking space count. So we kind of use that as our gauge for this, and we're, I'm going to say, a 7-space deficit, but that would be based on the 1-to-1, not on the Title 19 requirement. So we have 6 units which do not currently have their designated parking space. We see that this is not as big of a concern. This is going to be more of affordable homes that are targeted towards millennials, younger generations. So we see the opportunity for those inhabitants to utilize ride-sharing programs, to utilize bikes for transportation. The RTC hub is right up there. So just based on this notion of people living and working and playing in the same neighborhood, we don't see that parking deficit as detrimental to the property. So with that, if you guys have any questions,
Thank you. I think what I'm going to do is a public hearing, but I'm also going to
let me show some other.
No, that's fine. Want to ask Mr. Perigo, who's going to defer maybe to Mr. Lowenstein.
Peter Lowenstein, Planning Department, for the record.
Thank you.
As the applicant has indicated, there are a couple of waivers of the downtown Centennial Plan parking lot screening requirements, as well as at the pedestrian level for some of the awning requirements. However, there is no waiver requirement for orientation of the entrances to residential units. So just to clarify that point. But staff in general can support the requested waivers and insufficient parking being provided for the project in general. Thank you.
So, and as well, landscaping, all the statements about the pocket parks that are going to be on Third, that all meets?
In regards to the landscaping, there's actually a condition requiring the plant materials to be revised to be consistent with the Centennial Plan. As far as the 3rd Street Pocket Park, Mr. Perigo may be able to speak to that a little bit better than I, but I believe that is in the works and
Yes, please, Mr. Perigo.
Yes, of course. As you're aware, 3rd Street is being designed to be a corridor for multiple use, including cars, bicycles, pedestrians, with some sort of a highline feel to it. We're trying to turn that right-of-way into a nice open space amenity for the downtown residents.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to be heard on this item? I'll close the public hearing. This, I gather, you're not rebuilding over the current apartment complex, correct? You're flattening that?
Correct. This is near the Mona Lisa, if you guys are familiar with the site. So
Yes.
all the way up to Coolidge, which is a couple of buildings, those will be demolished.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I've closed public hearing, and Councilman Coffin. These are yours.
Sorry for the delay, Your Honor. We have given us a big look, and as the Planning Commission unanimously agreed, this is a real nice addition to downtown. Living space for the youth, and I say anybody under 30 is really young, hell, anybody under 50 at my age. I would say that mainly it's going to meet a need that exists, and so they're not going to have to worry about finding people to rent there. I think it's going to be a success, and I know when, everybody wants to claim downtown as part of their wards, even though they don't live here, and so I want you to make sure that you invite everyone on this council to come to the groundbreaking.
Of course.
Do not forget us.
I will not, and I've reached out to you a couple of times regarding this project, so I appreciate all your help on it.
You betcha, and my staff's been happy to help. I'm very happy, and I'm very proud of the planning for helping see it there. Now I'm going to just move for approval of each one in order, unless there are questions.
Okay, there's a motion. Did
To
you say
approve
yes?
on item 88.
I've got to give him a hard time.
Okay.
I'm looking at the upcoming items as well. He's got some pretty cool stuff coming out to his ward. I'm just jealous as heck, Councilman Coffin.
Okay, there's a motion, please vote, and please post. And on agenda item, that carries, and on agenda item 89.
Move to follow Planning Commission vote
There's a
of
motion
approval.
to approve on agenda item 89. Please vote. Please post. Motion carries. Good luck. We can't wait to see you get started.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I'm going to turn the meeting over to Mayor Pro Tem, as I have been called out. So if you would, and when time comes, that's my little...
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you all. Thank you, staff. Thank you, technology. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. And see you in...
All right, thank you, Mayor, and we will miss you. We are on agenda item number 90. This is SDR 65423. There's a public hearing, applicant owner 1337 RE Group LLC, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for proposed three-story, 18,657 square foot office and restaurant building with a waiver of downtown Centennial Plan streetscape and parking lot landscaping requirements on .56 acres at the northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard, Casino Center Boulevard. It is C2 General Commercial Zone in Councilman Coffin's Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission had a 3-2-1 vote and recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I now declare it open. Is the applicant present?
Yes.
Please introduce yourselves, please.
Jared Bonnell, 11771 Kingsland Avenue.
Did you have a presentation, Mr. Bonnell, or?
A little bit. Good afternoon. Thank you for your time.
Why don't we go to staff first and hear Mr. Perrigo or Mr. Lowenstein's report?
Thank you. I'd give this one to Mr. Lowenstein.
Mayor Pro Tem, the site occupies a prominent and highly visible location within the Arts District where the minimum standards of the Downtown Centennial Plan should be adhered to. As currently designed, the proposal does not meet the downtown streetscape standards or the intent of several Downtown Centennial Plan urban design goals. Therefore, staff is recommending denial. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowenstein. Mr. Bonnell?
Yes. Thank you for your time, members of City Council. I'm pleased to present and talk about our proposed development for 201 Charleston site. We're proposing a 3-story with retail on the first floor, office professional on the second and third floor. Currently, this site is right along Charleston. It's very visible, and it's a large blank spot. We feel that our proposed building is aesthetically beautiful. We feel it'll be a great addition to the Arts District community. We are basically with your approval, we would love to build this building. We have tenants and people that are excited about it, that have approached us about it for several years. This site was supposed to be the Modern Contemporary Museum. The board of directors decided that they wanted to move that building to Symphony Park, so it reverted back to us, and we have come up with a design and a building that we think would fit in very well there, and we feel that it's needed there with all the current improvements to that area and the other building that's going on there. So with the approval where there was once nothing, we could have a beautiful building, businesses, tenants, people, and a lot of energy around there. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bonnell. Would you two like to introduce yourselves for the record, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Michael Smirty, 9995 West Ocampo Grande.
Thank you, sir.
I'm the general contractor on the project.
Okay.
Brett Robillard, 1017 First Main Street, South First Main Street, architect.
Okay, sorry. Forgot what you did. Well, Mr. Bonnell,
I'm right around the corner from this.
I said, I know you are. It sounds like you've got everybody already lined up. This is a public hearing. I don't see anybody wishing to speak on this item. I will turn the time over to Councilman Coffin. No?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honorable Mayor Pro Tem. If you notice, the two we just approved are right across the street from each other. This is really, it's wonderful because they're about the same size. So the scale of buildings in there will remain very human, which means the front of Charleston will not look like a bunch of high-rises. And this is the Arts District. This is the old pork chop referred to by people if you look at the shape, as was shown. It's been empty for far too long. The empty space will fill up, it's going to fill the merchants' pockets with money because I know it'll stay and be successful. And we need a little more retail there at Charleston, and I think this will fill a need. So I'm going to move for approval, item 90.
All right, there's a motion for approval of agenda item 90. Please vote. And post when you're ready. That motion passes. Congratulations, gentlemen. Look forward to good things from you.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are moving on to agenda item 92. This is where the city clerk sets the dates on any appeals filed or required public hearings. I would instruct the city clerk to set the dates and appeals for the city planning commission meetings and dangerous buildings and nuisance abatements.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're at citizens' participation, and I see Ms. Barnes, you have given us one of our talk cards. Would you come? Why don't you come on up? Let's give Ms. Barnes 2 minutes, please. Madam Clerk.
Good afternoon, Dorothy Barnes.
2 minutes, Clerk.
P.O. Box 466, Las Vegas, Nevada 89125. I just wanted to address, I'm still inviting people to sign this promissory note. Find out about it. If they can go on Nellis. My doctor, I got to go to the doctor next week. If he can't let me in there, I don't know what I'm going to do, because I'm not having a fun being homeless and struggling to pay high rent in hotels, and then not having money at time to be in the hotels because of all the lying and stuff. I'm just not formulated for all the lying. I grew up in a church community, and I can't remember people telling lies back in that day. I'm 59. I'll be 60 next year. So I'm told from back then they're supposed to report that they have someone that's free on the program to the ones at the top, and check at the top before planning and operate, because sometimes the people at the top have already laid out plans, and if someone down here tells too many lies, and it throws everybody off. It takes teamwork. When I was in the military, if you didn't know something, you had to check with the officials that high ranking until you go all the way up your chain of command, which is the highest ranking person in the military is a general. You couldn't sit around scratching your head saying, I don't know. You had to know or you don't know. And if you don't know, you had to ask questions. Because if, like we were on the battlefield, one soldier can mess the whole thing up. So this is a war here at life with these drugs that I'm dealing with, drug dealers, drug addicts. I don't know what to do with these people. They're angry. They don't want to get busted. Some of them don't have a lot of education. They don't want to be homeless, and the drug money pays their rent. Sometimes it buys them new automobiles and buys them a house. They don't want me in there messing them up, and I didn't put my name on that. I didn't vote for that program. I'm still requesting that they remove my name off any and all such program. And I want to be at peace with these people, including my ex-husband, because I didn't do this to them. So I pray that there'll be peace on Nellis and over here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. I wish our power was more so we could help more other people. Thank you very much. We're on agenda item 94. This is council member recognition. Comments made by the individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. I'm sure that all of you have something, and we'll start with Councilman Beers today.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. The Wallapai Canyon Trailhead Tuesday, Thursday walking program has resumed, and it's actually a delightful way to spend your morning, 7 o'clock. One thing of special note is on October 6th, that is the Thursday of that week, we have Doug Chang, who's the president of the Red Rock Audubon Society. He's going to come by and point out what those beautiful birds are that we see in the Wallapai Canyon Trailhead Park. Bring your binoculars and your quiet shoes. Once again, that is going to be October 6th. The Bruce Trent Park tennis courts are closed for about a week. They started resurfacing yesterday, and they will be done next Friday. So play tennis somewhere else next week. Sorry about that. Coffee with the Councilman next is going to be at the Leone Cafe in Tivoli Village. That's going to be Friday, October 7th from 7:30 to 9 o'clock. Hope to see residents of the area come out and let us know what they're thinking about the way the city's working. Also, up on the West Sahara Library, we have, for the rest of this year, a business kiosk. Handsome little thing, isn't it? That might save you a trip to City Hall or the Development Services Center if you're out in the western wards and you need to get a business license, or you can see the list of specific things that you can do there. That will be there till the end of the year, and it's a very convenient way to get your business with the city done. Feel free to take advantage at the Sahara West Library. On this day in musical history, 42 years ago today, BTO released You Ain't Seen Nothing Yet. Yeah. He calls himself Bachman. Here in the United States, we've always pronounced it Bachman, but he says that it's actually Bachman, and that's how he pronounces his name. He's a big radio star in Canada even today. He does a weekly, kind of like a top 40, more like an album-oriented rock radio show in Canada. And last year released an album that some critics are saying is the best work he's done in 30, 35 years. It's an album called Heavy Blues, and it's a tribute to the blues of our youth. He wrote all the songs himself with a handful of collaborators. Joe Bonamassa, one of them, Neil Young, another of them, Peter Frampton, another of them. The guy is kind of a legend, not just BTO, but Guess Who before that. So that's all we got, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman Beers. Always look forward to your reports at the end of council meeting. Councilman Coffin, are you ready?
We have nothing further.
Okay. Councilman Barlow, all yours.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I actually have two items, one representing Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian. We'll start with Ward 1 first for her announcements. Are we teed up in the back? The Ward 1 Council Office invites residents to a movie in the park in Pioneer Park on Friday, September 30th at 7 p.m. The family-friendly movie will be the 2016 version of Walt Disney's The Jungle Book, which is rated PG. There will be a food truck on site, so please bring blankets and low-profile chairs to park for viewing of the movie. For more information, please contact the Councilwoman's office at 229-6405. Secondly, there is a shredding event taking place in Ward 1 as well. Please mark your calendars for a free Ward 5 shredding party on Saturday, October 8th from 10 a.m. till 12 noon behind Opportunity Village, which is located at 6300 West Oakey Boulevard. The event is a great way to securely dispose of documents. There's a limit of 5 boxes or bags of documents per vehicle. And of course, you may reach out to the Councilwoman's office once again at 229-6405 for more information. Now, as we transition to the Ward 5 items, on September 23rd through the 25th, ladies and gentlemen, Life is Beautiful is back downtown Las Vegas. So either you're going to be a part of this big party in downtown Las Vegas, or you may want to stay away this weekend because there's going to be thousands of people in the downtown Las Vegas rocking and rolling to Life is Beautiful. So as I understand it, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, Life is Beautiful. And for tickets or more information, please log on to lifeisbeautiful.com for more information. On September 30th, Spud Day. The Durfeld Senior Center will host Spud Day on Friday, September 30th at 11:30 a.m. at 3343 West Washington Avenue, which is located inside of Lorenzi Park. Potatoes and toppings will be provided for a minimum charge. So for more information, please call 229-6601. On October 4th, National Night Out celebration. Please join me and the Las Vegas Metropolitan Bolden Area Command on Tuesday, October 4th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. to celebrate National Night Out at the Doolittle Community Center located at 1950 J Street. There will be food, music, and fun, and for more information, you may reach out to my office at 229-5443. And of course, Saturday, October 15th, Get Outdoors Nevada Day. Get Outdoors Nevada Day will take place at Lorenzi Park on Saturday, October 15th, starting at 9 a.m. until 2 p.m. The National Park Service is celebrating its 100th anniversary in 2016. Lorenzi is one of America's great historic outdoor parks, so join us so we can help you find your park. For more information, please visit getoutdoorsnevada.org. And the West Las Vegas Arts Center fall registration is available until October 26th, so registration for all ages is available for 6-week sessions of classes beginning on the 26th of October through December 10th at the West Las Vegas Arts Center, located at 947 Westlake Mead. And of course, you may log on for more information at artslasvegas.org or call directly 229-4800. And of course, social media in Ward 5, we try to do our very best, but Ward 6, I have to give it to you, Councilman. You all do a wonderful job over there, so we just try to keep up. So as they say, we get in where we fit in.
You're doing a good
And so
job.
therefore, as always, you can stay informed with Ward 5 staff and myself in the latest happenings in Ward 5 on all of my social media platforms. And that's all for Ward 5.
And you're doing a good job catching up, Councilman. I can see you're closing in on me. Councilman Anthony.
Again. Thank you. I guess the first one we'll put up is the document shredding event. Please join me Saturday, September 24th from 10 to noon at the Durango Hills Y at Durango and Gowan. Bring up to 5 boxes of your sensitive paperwork, and we will take it out of your car and shred it for you free of charge. You don't even have to get out of your vehicle. We'll have people there to take it out of your car and send you on your way. Please don't be a victim of identity theft, and the best way to prevent that is to shred your documents. So come on out that day, and we will take care of you. One other item, Mayor Pro Tem, is myself and Commissioner Larry Brown will be co-hosting National Night Out Tuesday, October 4th, from 4 to 8 p.m. at Lone Mountain Regional Park at 9825 West Lone Mountain. Please come out to this park. Myself and Commissioner Brown will be there, along with police officers and firefighters and all kinds of folks out there to talk about how to keep our community safe, how to become better community members, and how we can all partner together to make sure that we have great neighborhoods to live in and safe neighborhoods to live in. So Tuesday, October 4th, hope to see you there. That's it.
And Councilman Anthony, that has turned out to be a great event as the years have gone on. So good to see you doing that again. I will do Ward 6, then I'll finish up with the mayor's comments. In Ward 6, of course, we do have sightings of a woolly mammoth, Colombian woolly mammoth, at City Hall. So if anyone's seen that woolly mammoth running around, please contact the marshal's office. And there's significance behind that because our next movie in the park just happens to be The Good Dinosaur, October 7th at Centennial Hills Park Amphitheater. We're going to have a great time. The sun is going down sooner these days, and I know moms and families have a whole lot of kids have a whole lot of things going on right now because school started. But I think this will be our last movie for this cycle, and look forward to starting them back up. So come on out and visit with us October 7th, Centennial Hills Park Amphitheater, The Good Dinosaur. Also, some fun things going on. Family fun activity night at the Centennial Hills Community Center. This is a family chili cook-off, so you need to make your favorite recipe and join us at the inaugural chili cook-off. Chili will be judged on taste, consistency, aroma, color, and bite. That is, you need to register between August 10th and 19th with Linda Vanacore at the YMCA. And the event is Friday, October 21st at 5 p.m. It is free. Judging begins at 5:30, so don't be late. And in our continued relationship with Nevada Child Seekers, we do have a missing young man. His name is Luis Palafox. He goes by Luigi or Gucci, 16 years old, 5'7", 160 pounds. He has a thin beard, last seen in the era of Alta and Jones, so we should be easy to find this young man. Child was last seen wearing red shorts, black shirt, black shoes with red stripes. He may be carrying a backpack with personal belongings. If you know the whereabouts of this young man, please contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, 702-828-3111, or Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009. And in my ongoing competition by staying in touch with my constituents and Councilman Barlow, you can easily find me if you need to reach out to me, lasvegasnevada.gov. Also has a brand new website that's pretty spectacular. You can email me, councilman-s.ross, lasvegasnevada.gov, or the old-fashioned way, pick up the phone. I am also quite available on social media, as everyone knows that. So thank you very much. The mayor would like me to end this meeting. Rosh Hashanah will begin on Sunday, October 2nd. She wishes to extend warm wishes for a meaningful and memorable New Year to all who celebrate this important Jewish holiday. Our next City Council meeting will be held on Wednesday, October 5th, beginning at 9 a.m. here in the council chambers. And she also wishes to extend, as we do as council members, our appreciation to all staff members for hanging in there with us today. That adjourns this meeting.